Chapter 1 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Carl Manchester, 2009. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 1. I Remember Cheese. Cheese Market Day in a town in the north of Holland. All the cheese fanciers are out, thumping the cannonball Edams and the millstone Goudas with their bare red knuckles, plugging in with a hollow steel tool for samples. In Holland, the business of judging a crumb of cheese has been taken with great seriousness for centuries. The abracadabra is comparable to that of the wine taster or tea taster. These Edammers have the trained ear of music masters and, merely by knuckle rapping, can tell down to an air pocket left by a gas bubble just how mature the interior is. The connoisseurs use gingerbread as a mouth freshener, and I too that sunny day among the Edams kept my gingerbread handy and made my way from one fine cheese to another, trying out generous plugs from the heaped cannonballs that looked like the ammunition dump at Antietam. I remember another market day, this time in Lucerne. All morning I stocked up on good Schweizerkäse and better Gruyère. For lunch I had a cheese salad. All around me the farmers were rolling 200-pound Emmentaler's, bigger than ox-cart wheels. I sat in a little cafe, absorbing cheese and cheese lore in equal quantities. I learned that a prize cheese must be chock-full of equal-sized eyes, the gas holes produced during fermentation. They must glisten like polished bar glass. The cheese itself must be of a light, lemonish yellow. Its flavour must be nut-like. Nuts and Swiss cheese complement each other as subtly as gorgonzola and a ripe banana. There are, I learned, blind Swiss cheeses as well, but the million-eyed ones are better. But I don't have to hark back to Switzerland and Holland for cheese memories. Here at home we have increasingly taken over the cheeses of all nations, first importing them, then imitating them, from Swiss Engadine to what we call genuine sprints. We've naturalised Scandinavian blues and smoked browns, and baptised our own Saarland Far in native whisky. Of 50 popular Italian types, we duplicate more than half, some fairly well, others badly. We have our own legitimate offspring too, beginning with the pineapple, supposed to have been first made about 1845 in Litchfield County, Connecticut. We have our own creamy Neufchâtel, New York coon, Vermont sage, the delicious Liederkranz, California Jack, New World, and dozens of others, not all quite so original. And, true to the American way, we've organised cheese eating. There's an annual cheese week, and a cheese month, October. We even boast a mail-order Cheese of the Month club. We haven't yet reached the point of sophistication, however, attained by a Paris cheese club that meets regularly. To qualify for membership, you have to identify 200 basic cheeses, and you have to do it blindfolded. This is a test I prefer not to submit to, but in my amateur way I have during the past year or two been sharpening my cheese perception with whatever varieties I could encounter around New York. I've run into briny Caucasian Cossack, Corsican Gricotta, and exotics like Rarush Durmar, Travnik, and Karahi Lala. Cheese hunting is one of the greatest and least competitively crowded of sports. I hope this book may lead others to give it a try. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 2. The Big Cheese. One of the world's first outsized cheeses officially weighed in at 4 tons in a fair at Toronto, Canada, 70 years ago. Another monstrous Cheddar tipped the scales at 6 tons in the New York State Fair at Syracuse in 1937. Before this, a 1,000-pounder was fetched all the way from New Zealand to London to star in the Wembley Exposition of 1924. But compared to the outsized Syracusean, it looked like a baby Gouda. As a matter of fact, neither England nor any of her dairying colonies have gone in for mammoth chops, except Canada, with that 4-tonner shown at Toronto. We should mention 2 historic king-size Chesters. You can find all about them in Cheddar Gorge, edited by Sir John Squire. The first of them weighed 149 pounds, and was the largest made up to the year 1825. It was proudly presented to H.R.H. the Duke of York. Its heft almost tied the 147-pound Green Country wheel of Wisconsin Swiss, presented by the makers to President Coolidge in 1928, in appreciation of his raising the protective tariff against genuine Swiss to 50%. While the cheese itself weighed a mite under 150, His Royal Highness, rough belly knee breeches, doffed high hat and all, was 100 weight heavier and thus almost dwarfed it. It was almost a century later that the second record-breaking Chester weighed in, at only 200 pounds. Yet it won a gold medal in the Challenge Cup and was presented to the King, who graciously accepted it. That was more than Queen Victoria had done, with a bridal gift cheese that tipped the scales at 1,100 pounds. It took a whole day's yield from 780 contented cows, and stood a foot and 8 inches high, measuring 9 feet 4 inches around the middle. The assembled donors of the cheese were so proud of it that they asked royal permission to exhibit it on a round of country fairs. The Queen assented to this ambitious request, perhaps prompted by the exhibition-minded Albert. The publicity-seeking cheesemongers assured Her Majesty that the gift would be returned to her just as soon as it had been exhibited. But the Queen didn't want it back after it was show-worn. The donors began to quarrel among themselves about what to do with the remains, until finally it got into Chancery, where so many lost causes end their days. The cheese was never heard of again. While it is generally true that the bigger the cheese the better, much the same as a magnum bottle of champagne is better than a pint, there is a limit to the obesity of a block, ball or brick, of almost any kinds of cheese. When they pass a certain limit they lack the homogeneity and are not nearly so good as the smaller ones. Today a good magnum size for an exhibition Cheddar is 560 pounds, for a prize Provolone 280 pounds, while a Swiss wheel of only 210 will draw crowds to any food shop window. Yet by and large it's the monsters to get into the Cheese Hall of Fame and come down to us in song and story. For example, that 4-ton Toronto affair inspired the cheese poet James McIntyre, who doubled as the local undertaker. We have tea, mammoth cheese, lying quietly at your ease, gently fanned by evening breeze. Thy fair form no flies dare seize. All gaily dressed, soon you'll go to the greatest provincial show, to be admired by many a beau in the city of Toronto. May you not receive a scar, as we have heard that Mr. Harris intends to send you off as far as the great world show at Paris. Of the youth beware of these, for some of them might rudely squeeze and bite your cheek, then song or glees we should not sing, Queen of Cheese. An ode to a 100% American mammoth was inspired by the ultra-democratic anti-federalist cheese of Cheshire. This was in the summer of 1801, when the patriotic people of Cheshire, Massachusetts, turned out en masse to concoct a mammoth cheese on the village green for presentation to their beloved President Jefferson. The unique demonstration occurred spontaneously in jubilant commemoration of the greatest political triumph of a new country in a new country, the victory of the Democrats over the Federalists. This collective making was heralded in the Boston's Mercury and New England Palindrome, September 8, 1801. The Mammoth Cheese, an epico-lyrico ballad. For meadows rich with clover red, 1,000 high was come, the tinkling bells of tidings spread, the milkmaid muffles up her head, and wakes the village hum. In shining pans the snowy flood through whitened canvas pours, the dying pots of otter good, and rennet tinged with madder blood, are sought among their stores. The quivering churd in panniers stowed is loaded on the jade, the stumbling beast supports the load while trickling whey bedews the road among the dusty glade. As Cairo's slaves to bondage bred, the arid deserts roam, through trackless sands undaunted tread, their skins of water on their head, to cheer their masters home. So here full many a sturdy swain his precious baggage bore, old misers and forgot their gain, and bed-rid cripples free of pain, now took the road before. The widow, with her dripping mite upon her saddle horn, rode up in haste to see the sight, and aid a charity so right, a pauper so forlorn. The circling throng an opening due upon the verdant grass, to let the vast procession through, to spread the rich repast in view. An elder G.L. pass. An elder G. with lifted eyes in musing posture stood, invoked a blessing from the skies, to save from vermin, mites, and flies, and keep the bounty good. Now mellow strokes the yielding pile from polished steel receives, and shining nymphs stand still awhile, or mix the mass with salt and oil, with sage and savory leaves. Then Saxon like the patriot troop, the naked arms and crown, embraced with hardy hands the scoop, and filled the vast expanded hoop, while beetles smacked it down. Next girding screws the ponderous beam with hefty mans drew down. The gushing whey from every scene flowed through the streets a rapid stream, and shed come up the town. This spirited achievement of early democracy is commemorated today to a sign set up at the ancient and honorable town of Cheshire, located between Pittsfield and North Adams on Route 8. Jefferson's speech of thanks to the democratic people of Cheshire rings out in history. I look upon this cheese as a token of fidelity from the very heart of the people of this land to the great cause of equal rights for all men. This popular presentation started a tradition. When Van Buren succeeded to the presidency, he received a similar mammoth cheese in token of the high esteem in which he was held. A monstrous one, bigger than the Jeffersonian, was made by the New Englanders to show their loyalty to President Jackson. For a week they stood in state in the hall of the White House. At last the floor was a foot deep in fragments, remaining after the enthusiastic Democrats had eaten their fill. End of chapter 2. Recording by Ellie, August 2009.
Chapter 3 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 3. Foreign Greats. Ode to Cheese. God of the country, bless today thy cheese, for which we give thee thanks on bended knees. Let them be fat or light, with onions blent, shallots, brine, pepper, honey, whether scent of sheep or fields is in them. In the yard let them, good Lord, at dawn be beaten hard, and let their edges take on silvery shades under the moist red hands of dairymaids. And round and greenish let them go to town, weighing the shepherd's folding mantle down, whether from Parma or from Jura heights, kneaded by august hands of Carmelites, stamped with the mitre of a proud abbess, flowered with the perfumes of the grass of Bresse. From hollow Holland, from the Vosges, from Brie, from Roquefort, Gorgonzola, Italy. Bless them, good Lord. Bless Stilton's royal fare, red Cheshire, and the tearful cream Gruyere. From Jethro Bithel's translation of a poem by M. Thomas Braun. Symphonie des fromages. A giant Cantal, seeming to have been chopped open with an axe, stood aside of a golden-hued Chester, and a Swiss Gruyere resembling the wheel of a Roman chariot. There were Dutch Edams, round and blood-red, and Port Salut, lined up like soldiers on parade. 3 Bries, side by side, suggested phases of the moon. 2 of them, very dry, were amber-coloured and full, and the third, in its second quarter, was runny and creamy, with a milky way which no human barrier seemed able to restrain. And all the while majestic Roquefort looked down with princely contempt upon the other, through the glass of their crystal covers. Émile Zola. In 1953, the United States Department of Agriculture published Handbook No. 54, entitled Cheese Varieties and Descriptions, with this comment: there probably are only about 18 distinct types or kinds of natural cheese. All the rest, more than 400 names, are of local origin, usually named after towns or communities. A list of the best-known names applied to each of these distinct varieties or groups is given: Brick, Camembert, Cheddar, Cottage, Cream, Edam, Gouda, Hand, Limburger, Neufchâtel, Parmesan, Provolone, Romano, Roquefort, Sapsago, Swiss, Trappist, whey cheeses, Musost and Ricotta. May we nominate another dozen to form our own cheese hall of fame? We begin our list with a partial roll call of the big Blues family and end it with members of the monastic order of Port Salut Trappist that includes Canadian Ochre and our own Kentucky Thoroughbred. The Blues that are green. Stilton, Roquefort and Gorgonzola form the triumvirate that rules a world of lesser Blues. They are actually green as the mythical cheese the moon is made of. In almost every land where cheese is made, you can sample a handful of lesser Blues and imitations of the invincible three and try to classify them until you're blue in the face. The best we can do in this slight summary is to mention a few of the most notable, aside from our own Blues of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Oregon and other states that major in cheese. Danish Blues are popular and splendidly made, such as Flower of Denmark. The Argentine competes with a pampas grass Blue all its own. But France and England are the leaders in this line, France first, with a sort of triple triumvirate within a triumvirate. Septmoncel, Gex and Sassenage, all three made with 3 milks mixed together, cow, goat and sheep. Septmoncel is the leader of these, made in the Jura Mountains and considered by many French caseophiles to outrank Roquefort. This Casse Bleu or marbled cheese is called fromage persillé, as well as fromage bleu and pâte bleue. Similar mountain cheeses are made in Auvergne and Aubrac and have distinct qualities that have brought them fame, such as Cantal, Bleu d'Auvergne Guiole or Laguiole, Bleu de Salaire and Saint-Flour. Olivet and Queville come within the colour scheme, and sundry others such as Champollion, Journiac, Queyras and Sarraz. Of English Blues there are several celebrities besides Stilton and Cheshire Stilton. Wensleydale was one in the early days, and still is, together with Blue Dorset, the deepest green of them all, and esoteric Blue Vinny, a choosy cheese not liked by everybody, the favourite of Thomas Hardy. Brie. Sheila Hibben once wrote in the New Yorker, "I can't imagine any difference of opinion about Brie's being the queen of all cheeses, and if there is any such difference I shall certainly ignore it. The very shape of Brie, so uncheese-like and so charmingly fragile, is exciting. 9 times out of 10 a Brie will let you down, will be all caked into layers, which shows it is too young, or at the over-runny stage, which means it's too old. But when you come on the 10th Brie, coulant to just the right, delicate creaminess and the colour of fresh sweet butter, no other cheese can compare with it." The season of Brie, like that of oysters, is simple to remember. Only months with an R, beginning with September, which is the best, bar none. Caciocavallo. From Bulgaria to Turkey, the Italian horse cheese, as Caciocavallo translates, is as universally popular as it is at home, and in all the little Italies throughout the rest of the world. Flattering imitations are made and named after it as follows: Bulgaria, Kashkaval; Greece, Kashkavallo and Kaskaval; Hungary, Parenita; Romania, Pentele and Kaskaval; Serbia, Kachkavals; Syria, Kashkavallo; Transylvania, Kaskaval as in Romania; Turkey, Kaskaval Penir; and Yugoslavia, Kakavalch. A horse's head printed on the cheese gave rise to its popular name and to the myth that it is made of mare's milk. It is, however, curded from cow's milk, whole or partly skimmed, and sometimes from water buffalo. Hard, yellow and so buttery that the best of it, which comes from Sorrento, is called cacio-burro, butter cheese. Slightly salty, with a spicy tang, it is eaten sliced when young and mild, and used for grating and seasoning when old, not only on the usual Italian pastes, but on sweets. Different from the many grating cheeses made from little balls of curd called grana, Caciocavallo is a pasta fileta, or drawn curd product. Because of this it is sometimes drawn out in long thick threads and braided. It is a cheese for skilled artists to make sculptures with, sometimes horses' heads, again bunches of grapes and other fruits, even as provolone is shaped like apples and pears and often worked into elaborate bas-relief designs. But ordinarily the horse's head is a plain 10-pin in shape, or a squat bottle with a knob on the side by which it has been tied up, 2 cheeses at a time, on opposite sides of a rafter, while being smoked lightly golden and rubbed with olive oil and butter to make it all the more buttery. In Calabria and Sicily it is very popular, and although the best comes from Sorrento, there is keen competition from Abruzzi, Apulian province and Molise. It keeps well and doesn't spoil when shipped overseas. In his Little Book of Cheese, Osbert Burdett recommends the high horsey strength of this smoked catcher over tobacco smoke after dinner. Only monsters smoke at meals, but a monster assured me that Gorgonzola best survives this malpractice. Clearly, some pungency is necessary, and confidence suggests rather cacio, which would survive anything, the monster said. Camembert. Camembert is called mold matured, and all that is genuine is labelled Syndicat du vrai Camembert. The name in full is Syndicat des fabricants du véritable Camembert de Normandie, and we agree that this is a most useful association for the defence of one of the best cheeses of France. Its extremely delicate piquance cannot be matched, except perhaps by Brie. Napoleon is said to have named it and to have kissed the waitress who first served it to him in the tiny town of Camembert, and there a statue stands today in the marketplace to honour Marie Harel, who made the first Camembert. Camembert is equally good on thin slices of apple, pineapple, pear, French flute, or pumpernickel. As with Brie and with oysters, Camembert should be eaten only in the R months, and of these, September is the best. Since Camembert rhymes with beware, if you can't get the véritable, don't fall for a domestic imitation or any West German abomination, such as one dressed like a valentine in a heart-shaped box and labelled Camembert, cheese exquisite. They are equally tasteless, chalky with youth, or choking with ammoniacal gas when old and decrepit. Cheddar. The English Encyclopedia of Practical Cookery says, Cheddar cheese is one of the kings of cheese. It is pale-coloured, mellow, salvy, and when good, resembling a hazelnut in flavour. The cheddar principle pervades the whole cheese-making districts of America, Canada, and New Zealand, but no cheese imported into England can equal the cheddars of Somerset and the west of Scotland. Named for a village near Bristol where farmer Joseph Harding first manufactured it, the best is still called farmhouse cheddar, but in America we have practically none of this. Farmhouse cheddar must be ripened at least 9 months to a mellowness, and little of our American cheese gets as much as that. Back in 1695, John Horton wrote that it contended in goodness, if kept from 2 to 5 years according to magnitude, with any cheese in England. Today it is called England's second best cheese, second after Stilton, of course. In early days a large cheese sufficed for a year or two of family feeding, according to this old note. A big cheddar can be kept for 2 years in excellent condition if kept in a cool room and turned over every other day. But in Old England some were harder to preserve. In Bath I asked one lady of the larder how she kept cheddar cheese. Her eyes twinkled. We don't keep cheese, we eats it. Cheshire. A Cheshireman sailed into Spain to trade for merchandise. When he arrived from the main a Spaniard him espies, who said, You English rogue, look here, what fruits and spices fine our land produces twice a year. Thou hast not such in thine. The Cheshireman ran to his hold and fetched a Cheshire cheese, and said, Look here, you dog, behold, we have such fruits as these. Your fruits are ripe but twice a year, as you yourself do say. But such as I present you here, our land brings twice a day. Anonymous. Let us pass on to cheese. We have some glorious cheeses, and far too few people glorying in them. The cheddar of the inn, of the chop house, of the average English home, is a libel on a thing which, when authentic, is worthy of great honour. Cheshire, divinely commanded into existence as to 3 parts to precede and as to 1 part to accompany certain tawny ports and some late bottled ports, can be a thing for which the British Navy ought to fire a salute, on the principle on which Colonel Brisson made his regiment salute when passing the great Burgundian vineyard. T. Earl Welby in The Dinner Knell. Cheshire is not only the most literary cheese in England, but the oldest. It was already manufactured when Caesar conquered Britain, and tradition is that the Romans built the walled city of Chester to control the district where the precious cheese was made. Chester, on the River Dee, was a stronghold against the Roman invasion. It came to fame with the old Cheshire cheese in Elizabethan times, and waxed great with Samuel Johnson presiding at the Fleet Street Inn, where white Cheshire was served with radishes or watercress or celery when in season, and red Cheshire was served toasted or stewed, in a sort of Welsh rabbit. See Chapter 5. The blue variety is called Cheshire Stilton, and Vivian Holland in Cheddar Gorge suggests that it was no doubt a cheese of this sort, discovered and filched from the larder of the Queen of Hearts, that accounted for the contented grin on the face of the Cheshire Cat in Alice in Wonderland. All very English, as recorded in Victor Mersey's couplet. Dans le Chester sec et rose, à longues dents l'Anglais mord. In the Chester dry and pink, the long teeth of the English sink. Edam and Gouda. Edam in peace and war. They're also coming into the river 2 Dutchmen. We sent a couple of men on board and brought 3 Holland cheeses, cost 4d apiece, excellent cheeses. From Pepys' Diary, March 2nd, 1663. Commodore Coe of the Montevidean Navy defeated Admiral Brown of the Buenos Aires Navy in a naval battle when he used Holland cheese for cannonballs. The Harbinger, Vermont, December 11th, 1847. The crimson cannonballs of Holland have been heard around the world. Known as red balls in England and Katzenkopf, cat's head in Germany, they differ from Gouda chiefly in the shape, Gouda being round but flattish and now chiefly imported as 1 pound baby Goudas. Edam, when it is good, is very, very good, but when it is bad, it is horrid. Sophisticated ones are sent over already scalloped for the ultimate consumer to add port, and there are crocks of Holland cheese potted with Sauterne. Both Edam and Gouda should be well aged to develop full-bodied quality, 2 years being the accepted standard for Edam. The best Edams result from a perfect combination of breed, black and white Dutch Friesian, and feed, the rich pasturage of Friesland and Noord-Holland. The Goudas, shaped like English Derby and Belgium Deft and Leyden, come from South Holland. Some especially made for the Jewish trade and called kosher Gouda. Both Edam and Gouda are eaten at mealtimes thrice daily in Holland. A Dutch breakfast without one or the other on black bread with butter and black coffee would be unthinkable. They're also boon companions to plum bread and Dutch cocoa. Eclair Edams are those with soft insides. Emmentaler, Gruyère and Swiss. When the working woman takes her midday lunch, it is a piece of Gruyère, which for her takes the place of roast. Victor Meusy. Whether an Emmentaler is eminently Schweizerkäse, Grand Gruyère from France, or lesser Swiss of the United States, the shape, size and glisten of the eyes indicate the stage of ripeness, skill of making, and quality of flavour. They must be uniform, roundish, about the size of a big cherry and, most important of all, must glisten like the eye of a lass in love, dry, but with the suggestion of a tear. Gruyère does not see eye to eye with the big-holed Swiss Zahn and cartwheel or American imitation. It has tiny holes and many of them. Let us say it is freckled with pinholes rather than pock-marked. This variety is technically called a Nistzler, while one without any holes at all is blind. Eyes or holes are also called vesicles. Gruyère Trauben, grape Gruyère, is aged in Neuchâtel wine in Switzerland, although most Gruyère has been made in France since its introduction there in 1722. The most famous is made in the Jura, and another is called Comté, from its origin in Franche-Comté. A blind Emmentaler was made in Switzerland for export to Italy, where it was hardened in caves to become a grating cheese called râpé, and now it is largely imitated there. Emmentaler, in fact, because of its piquant pecan nut flavour and inimitable quality, is simulated everywhere, even in Switzerland. Besides phonies from Argentina and countries as far off as Finland, we get a flood of imported and domestic Swisses of all sad sorts, with all possible faults. From too many holes that make a flabbly wobbly cheese, to too few, cracked, dried up, collapsed, or utterly ruined by moulding inside. So, it will pay you to buy only the kind already marked genuine in Switzerland. For there, cheese such as Saanen takes 6 years to ripen, improves with age, and keeps forever. Cartwheels well over 100 years old are still kept in cheese cellars, as common in Switzerland as wine cellars are in France, and it is said that the rank of a family is determined by the age and quality of the cheese in its larder. End of chapter 3. Chapter 3, Part 2 of The Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 3, Part 2. Foreign Greats, continued. Feta and Casere. The Greeks have a name for it. Feta. Their neighbours call it Greek cheese. Feta is to cheese what hymettus is to honey. The two together make ambrosial manna. Feta is soft and as blinding white as a plate of fresh ricotta smothered with sour cream. The whiteness is preserved by shipping the cheese all the way from Greece in kegs sloshing full of milk, the milk being renewed from time to time. Having been cured in brine, this great sheep milk curd is slightly salty and somewhat sharp, but superbly spicy. When first we tasted it fresh from the keg with salty milk dripping through our fingers, we gave it full marks. This was at the Stykos Brothers Greek import store on West 23rd Street in Manhattan. We then compared Feta with thin wisps of its grown-up brother, Casere, this grey and greasy, hard and brittle palate tickler of sheep's milk, made us bleat for more Feta. Gorgonzola. Gorgonzola, least pretentious of the Blues triumvirate, including Roquefort and Stilton, is nonetheless by common consent monarch of all other Blues from Argentina to Denmark. In England, indeed, many epicures consider Gorgonzola greater than Stilton, which is the highest praise any cheese can get there. Like all great cheeses, it has been widely imitated, but never equalled. Imported Gorgonzola, when fruity ripe, is still firm but creamy and golden inside with rich green veins running through. Very pungent and highly flavoured, it is eaten sliced or crumbled to flavour salad dressings, like Roquefort. Ablé crème chantilly. The name Ablé crème chantilly sounds French, but the cheese is Swedish and actually lives up to the blurb in the imported package. The overall characteristic is indescribable and delightful freshness. This exclusive product of the Walt Gard Creamery was hailed by Sheila Hibbard in the New Yorker of May 6, 1950, as enthusiastic as Brie La Savarin would have greeted a new dish, or the planetarium a new star. Endeavouring to be as restrained as I can, I shall merely suggest that the arrival of crème chantilly is a historic event, and that in reporting on it I feel something of the responsibility that the contemporaries of Madame Harel, the famous cheese-making lady of Normandy, must have felt when they were passing judgment on the first Camembert. Miss Hibbard goes on to say that only a fromage à la crème made in Quebec had come anywhere near her impression of the new Swedish triumph. She quotes the last word from the makers themselves. This is a very special product that has never been made on this earth before, and speaks of the elusive flavour of mushrooms, before summing up the exquisitely textured curd and the unexpectedly fresh flavour combined to make it one of the most subtly enjoyed foods that have come my way in a long time. And so say we, all of us. Hand cheese. Hand cheese has this niche in our Cheese Hall of Fame, not because we consider it great, but because it is usually included among the 18 varieties on which the hundreds of others are based. It is named from having been moulded into its final shape by hand. Universally popular with Germanic races, it is too strong for the others. To our mind, hand cheese never had anything that Allgäuer or Limburger hasn't improved upon. It is the only cheese that is commonly melted into steins of beer and drunk instead of eaten. It is usually studded with caraway seeds, the most natural spice for curds. Limburger. The Limburger has always been popular in America, ever since it was brought over by German-American immigrants, but England never took to it. This is eloquently expressed in the following entry in the English Encyclopedia of Practical Cookery. Limburger cheese is chiefly famous for its pungently offensive odour. It is made from skimmed milk and allowed to partially decompose before pressing. It is very little known in this country and might be less so with advantage to consumers. But this is libel. Butter soft and sapid, Limburger has brought gustatory pleasure to millions of hardy gastronomes since it came to light in the province of Lüttich in Belgium. It has been Americanized for almost a century and is by now one of the very few cheeses successfully imitated here, chiefly in New York and Wisconsin. Early Wisconsiners will never forget the Limburger Rebellion in Greene County, when the people rose in protest against the Limburger caravan that was accustomed to park in the little town of Monroe where it was marketed. They threatened to stage a modern Boston Tea Party and dump the odoriferous bricks in the river, when 5 or 6 wagon loads were left ripening in the sun in front of the town bank. The Limburger was finally stored safely underground. Livarot. Livarot has been described as decadent, the very Verlaine of them all, and Victor Meusy personifies it in a poem dedicated to all the great French cheeses, of which we give a free translation. In the dog days in its overflowing dish, Livarot gesticulates or weeps like a child. Münster. At the diplomatic banquet one must choose his piece. All is politics, a cheese and a flag. You annoy the Russians if you take Chester. You irritate the Prussians in choosing Münster. Victor Meusy. Like Limburger, this male cheese, often caraway flavoured, does not fare well in England. Although over here we consider Münster far milder than Limburger, the English writer Eric Weir in When Madame Cooks will have none of it. I cannot think why this cheese was not thrown from the aeroplanes during the war to spread panic amongst enemy troops. It would have proved far more efficacious than those nasty deadly gases that kill people permanently. Neufchâtel. If the cream cheese be white, far fairer the hands that made them. Arthur Hugh Clough. Although originally from Normandy, Neufchâtel, like Limburger, was so long ago welcomed to America and made so splendidly at home here that we may consider it our very own. All we have against it is that it has served as the model for too many processed abominations. Parmesan, Romano, Pecorino, Pecorino Romano. Parmesan, when young, soft and slightly crumbly, is eaten on bread. But when well aged, let us say up to a century, it becomes Rock of Gibraltar of cheeses and really suited for grating. It is easy to believe that the so-called Spanish cheese, used as a barricade by Americans in Nicaragua almost a century ago, was none other than the almost indestructible grana, as Parmesan is called in Italy. The association between cheese and battling began in BC days with the Jews and Romans, who fed cheese to their soldiers not only for its energy value, but as a convenient form of rations, since every army travels on its stomach and can't go faster than its impedimenta. The last notable mention of cheese in war was the name of the Monitor, a cheese box on a raft. Romano is not as expensive as Parmesan, although it is as friable, sharp and tangy for flavouring, especially for soups such as onion and minestrone. It is brittle and just off-white when well aged. Although made of sheep's milk, Pecorino is classed with both Parmesan and Romano. All three are excellently imitated in Argentina. Romano and Pecorino Romano are interchangeable names for the strong, medium-sharp and piquant Parmesan types that sell for considerably less. Most of it is now shipped from Sardinia. There are several different kinds: Pecorino Dolce, sweet, Sardo Toscano, and Pecorino Romano Cacio, which relates it to Caciocavallo. Kibitzers complain that some of the cheaper types of Pecorino are soapy, but fans give it high praise. Gillian F., in her Letter from Italy in Osbert Burdett's delectable Little Book of Cheese, writes, "Out in the orchard, my companion, I don't remember how, had provided the miracle. A flask of wine, a loaf of bread, and a slab of fresh Pecorino cheese. There wasn't any 'thou' for either, but that cheese was paradise. And the flask was emptied, and a wood dove cooing made you think that the flask's contents were in a crystal goblet instead of an enamel cup, one only, and the cheese broken with the fingers, a cheese of cheeses." Pont l'Evêque. This semi-soft, medium-strong, golden-tinted French classic made since the 13th century is definitely a dessert cheese whose excellence is brought out best by a sound claret or tawny port. Port Salut. See Trappist. Provolone. Within recent years Provolone has taken America by storm, as Camembert, Roquefort, Swiss, Limburger, Neufchâtel and such great ones did long before. But it has not been successfully imitated here because the original is made of rich water buffalo milk unattainable in the Americas. With Caciocavallo, this mellow, smoky, flavoursome delight is put up in all sorts of artistic forms: red cellophaned apples, pears, bells, a regular zoo of animals, and in all sorts of sizes, up to a monumental 100-pound bas-relief imported for exhibition purposes by Phil Alpert. Roquefort. Homage to this fromage. Long hailed as Le Roi à Roquefort, it has filled books and booklets beyond count. By the miracle of Penicillium roqueforti, a new cheese was made. It is placed historically back around the 8th century when Charlemagne was found picking out the green spots of persille with the point of his knife, thinking them decay. But the monks of Saint Gall, who were his hosts, recorded in their annals that when they regaled him with Roquefort, because it was Friday and they had no fish, they also made bold to tell him he was wasting the best part of the cheese. So he tasted again, found the advice excellent, and liked it so well he ordered 2 cases of it sent every year to his palace at Aix-la-Chapelle. He also suggested that it be cut in half first, to make sure it was well veined with blue, and then bound up with a wooden fastening. Perhaps he hoped the wood would protect the cheeses from mice and rats, for the good monks of Saint Gall couldn't be expected to send an escort of cats from their chalky caves to guard them, even for Charlemagne. There is no telling how many cats were mustered out in the caves in those early days, but a recent census put the number at 500. We can readily imagine the head handler in the caves leading a night inspection with a candle, followed by his chief taster and a regiment of cats. While the Dutch and other makers of cheese also employ cats to patrol their storage caves, Roquefort holds the record for number. An interesting point in this connection is that as rats and mice pick only the prime cheeses, a gnawed one is not thrown away, but greatly prized. Sapsager, Schabziger, or Swiss green cheese. The name Sapsager is a corruption of Schabziger, German for whey cheese. It's a hay cheese flavored heavily with melilot, a kind of clover that's also grown for hay. It comes from Switzerland in a hard, truncated cone wrapped in a piece of paper that says, "To be used grated only, genuine Swiss green cheese, made of skim milk and herbs." To the housewives, do you want a change in your meals? Try the contents of this wrapper. Delicious as spreading mixed with butter, excellent for flavoring eggs, macaroni, spaghetti, potato soup, etc. Can be used in place of any other cheese. Do not take too much, you might spoil the flavor. We put this wrapper among our papers, sealed it tight in an envelope, and to this day, 6 months later, the scent of Sapsago clings round it still. Stilton. Honour for cheeses. Literary and munching circles in London are putting quite a lot of thought into a proposed memorial to Stilton cheese. There is a Stilton Memorial Committee, with Sir John Squire at the head, and already the boys are fighting. One side, led by Sir John, is all for a monument. This, presumably, would not be a replica of Stilton itself, although Mr. Epstein could probably hack out a pretty effective G-shaped figure and call it Dolorosa. The monument boosters plan a figure of Mrs. Paulet, who first introduced Stilton to England, possibly a group showing Mrs. Paulet holding a young Stilton by the hand and introducing it while the Stilton curtsies. T.S. Eliot does not think that anyone would look at a monument, but wants to establish a foundation for the preservation of ancient cheeses. The practicability of this plan could depend largely on the site selected for the treasure house and the cost of obtaining a curator who could, or would, give his whole time to the work. Mr. J. A. Symonds, who is secretary of the committee, agrees with Mr. Eliot that a simple statue is not the best form. "I should like," he says, "something irrelevant. Gargoyles, perhaps." I think that Mr. Symonds has hit on something there. I would suggest, if we Americans can pitch into this great movement, some gargoyles designed by Mr. Rube Goldberg. If the memorial could be devised so as to take on an international scope, an exchange fellowship might be established between England and America, although the exchange, in the case of Stilton, would have to be all on England's side. We might be allowed to furnish the money, however, while England furnishes the cheese. There is a very good precedent for such a bargain between the two countries. Robert Benchley in After 1903, what? When all seems lost in England, there is still Stilton, an endless after-dinner conversation piece to which England points with pride. For a sound appreciation of this cheese, see Clifton Fadiman's introduction to this book. Taleggio and Bel Paese. When the great Italian cheesemaker Galbini first exported Bel Paese some years ago, it was an eloquent ambassador to America. But, as the years went on and imitations were made in many lands, Galbini deemed it wise to set up his own factory in our beautiful country. However, the domestic Bel Paese and a minute one powder called Bel Paesino just didn't have that old Alpine zest. They were no better than the German copy called Schönland, after the original, or the French Fleur des Alpes. Melfino was a blend of Bel Paese and Gorgonzola. It perked up the market for a full fruity cheese with snap. Then Galbini hit the jackpot with his Taleggio that fills the need for the sharpest, most sophisticated pungence of them all. Trappist, Port Salut, or Port du Salut, and Oka. In spite of its name, Trappist is no rat-trap commoner. Always of the elect, and better known as Port Salut or Port du Salut from the original home of the Trappist monks in their chief French abbey, it is also set apart from the ordinary Canadians under the name of Oka, from the Trappist monastery there. It is made by Trappist monks all over the world, according to the original secret formula, and by Trappist Cistercian monks of the Abbey of Gethsemani Trappist in Kentucky. This is a soft cheese, creamy and of superb flavour. You can't go wrong if you look for the monastery names stamped on, such as Arzay in Belgium, Mont-des-Cats in Flanders, Sainte-Anne-d'Auray in Brittany, and so forth. Last but not least, a commercial Port Salut, entirely without benefit of clergy or monastery, is made in Milwaukee under the Lion brand. It is one of the finest American cheeses in which we have ever sunk a fang. End of Chapter 3, Part 2.
Chapter 4 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Shapiro. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 4. Native Americans. American Cheddars. The first American cheddar was made soon after 1620 around Plymouth by Pilgrim Fathers who brought along not only cheese from the homeland, but a live cow to continue the supply. Proof of our ability to manufacture cheddar of our own lies in the fact that by 1790 we were exporting it back to England. It was called cheddar after the English original, named for the village of Cheddar near Bristol. More than a century ago it made a new name for itself, Herkimer County cheese, from the section of New York State where it was first made best. Herkimer still equals its several distinguished competitors: Coon, Colorado Blackie, California Jack, Pineapple, Sage, Vermont Colby, and Wisconsin Longhorn. The English called our imitation Yankee or American cheddar, while here at home it was popularly known as yellow or store cheese from its prominent position in every country store. Also apple pie cheese because of its affinity for the all-American dessert. The first cheddar factory was founded by Jesse Williams in Rome, New York, just over a century ago, and, with Herkimer County cheddar already widely known, this established New York as the preferred store-boughten cheese. An account of New York's cheese business in the pioneer wooden nutmeg era is found in Ernest Elmo Calkin's interesting book, They Broke the Prairies. A Yankee named Sylvanus Ferris, the most successful dairyman of Herkimer County, in the first decades of the 1800s teamed up with Robert Nesbitt, the old Quaker cheese buyer. They bought from farmers in the region and sold in New York City. And according to the business ethics of the times, Nesbitt went ahead to cheapen the cheese offered by deprecating its quality, hinting at a bad market and departing without buying. Later, when Ferris arrived in a more optimistic mood, offering a slightly better price, the seller, unaware they were partners, and ignorant of the market price, snapped up the offer. Similar sharp trade tactics put too much green cheese on the market, so those honestly aged from a minimum of 8 months up to 2 years fetched higher prices. They were called old, such as Old Herkimer, Old Wisconsin Longhorn, and Old California Jack. Although the established cheddar ages are 3, fresh, medium cured, and cured or aged, commercially they are divided into 2 and described as mild and sharp. The most popular are named for their states: Colorado, Illinois, Kentucky, New York, Ohio, Vermont, and Wisconsin. 2 New York staters are called and named separately, Coon and Herkimer County. Tillamook goes by its own name, with no mention of Oregon. Pineapple, Monterey Jack, and Sage are seldom listed as cheddars at all, although they are basically that. Brick. Brick is the one and only cheese for which the whole world gives America credit. Runners-up are Liederkranz, which rivals say is too close to Limburger, and Pineapple, which is only a cheddar under its criss-cross painted and flavored rind. Yet Brick is no more distinguished than either of the 100% Americans, and in our opinion is less worth bragging about. It is a medium firm, mild to strong slicing cheese for sandwiches and melting in hot dishes. Its texture is elastic but not rubbery, its taste sweetish, and it is full of little round holes or eyes. All this has inspired enthusiasts to liken it to Emmentaler. The most appropriate name for it has long been married man's Limburger. To make up for the mildness, caraway seed is sometimes added. About Civil War time, John Jossi, a dairyman of Dodge County, Wisconsin, came up with this novelty, a rennet cheese made of whole cow's milk. The curd is cut like cheddar, heated, stirred, and cooked firm, to put in a brick-shaped box without a bottom and with slits in the sides to drain. When this is set on the draining table, a couple of bricks are also laid on the cooked curd for pressure. It is this double use of bricks, for shaping and for pressing, that has led to the confusion about which came first in originating the name. The formed bricks of cheese are rubbed with salt for 3 days, and they ripen slowly, taking up to 2 months. We eat several million pounds a year, and 95% of that comes from Wisconsin, with a trickle from New York. Colorado Blackie cheese. A subtly different American cheddar is putting Colorado on our cheese map. It is called Blackie from the black waxed rind, and it resembles Vermont state cheese, although it is flatter. This is a proud new American product, proving that although Papa Cheddar was born in England, his American kinfolk have developed independent and valuable characters all on their own. Coon cheese. Coon cheese is full of flavor from being aged on shelves at a higher temperature than cold storage. Its rind is darker from the growth of mold, and this shade is sometimes painted on more ordinary cheddars to make them look like coon, which always brings a 10% premium above the general run. Made at Lowville, New York, it has received high praise from a host of admirers, among them the French cook Clementine in Phineas Beck's kitchen, who raised it to the par of French immortals by calling it fromage de coon. Clementine used it with scintillating success in countless French recipes, which ended with the words gratiné à froid et servi très chaud. She made baguettes of it by soaking sticks 3/8 inch square and 1½ inches long in lukewarm milk, rolling them in flour, beaten egg, and breadcrumbs, and browning them instantaneously in boiling oil. Herkimer County cheese. The standard method for making American cheddar was established in Herkimer County, New York in 1841, and has been rigidly maintained down to this day. Made with rennet and a bacterial starter, the curd is cut and pressed to squeeze out all of the whey and then aged in cylindrical forms for a year or more. Herkimer leads the whole breed by being flaky, brittle, sharp, and nutty, with a crumb that will crumble and a soft, mouth-watering pale orange color when it is properly aged. Isigny. Isigny is a Native American cheese that came from a cropper. It seems to be extinct now, and perhaps that is all to the good, for it never meant to be anything more than another camembert, of which we have plenty of imitation. Not long after the Civil War the attempt was made to perfect Isigny. The curd was carefully prepared according to an original formula, washed and rubbed and set aside to come of age. But when it did, alas, it was more like Limburger than Camembert, and since good domestic Limburger was then $0.10 a pound, obviously it wouldn't pay off. Yet in shape the newborn resembled Camembert, although it was much larger. So they cut it down and named it after the delicate French crème d'Isigny. Jack, California Jack, and Monterey Jack. Jack was first known as Monterey cheese from the California county where it originated. Then it was called Jack for short, and only now takes its full name after 60 years of popularity on the West Coast. Because it is little known in the East and has to be shipped so far, it commands the top cheddar price. Monterey Jack is a stirred curd cheddar without any annatto coloring. It is sweeter than most and milder when young, but it gets sharper with age and more expensive because of storage costs. Liederkranz. No Native American cheese has been so widely ballyhooed, and so deservedly, as Liederkranz, which translates wreath of song. Back in the gay, inventive 90s, M.O. Frey, a young delicatessen keeper in New York, tried to please some bereft customers by making an imitation of Bismarck Schlosskäse. This was imperative, because the imported German cheese didn't stand up during the long sea trip, and Emil's customers, mostly members of the famous Liederkranz Singing Society, didn't feel like singing without it. But Emil's attempts at imitation only added indigestion to their dejection, until one day, fabelhaft, one of those cheese dream castles in Spain, came true. He turned out a tawny, altogether golden, tangy and mellow little marvel that actually was an improvement on Bismarck's old Schlosskäse. Better than brick, it was a deodorized Limburger, both a man's cheese and one that cheese-conscious women adored. Emil named it Wreath of Song for the Liederkranz customers. It soon became as internationally known as Tabasco from Texas, or Parisian Camembert, which it slightly resembles. Borden's bought out Frey in 1929, and they enjoy telling the story of a GI who, to celebrate VE Day in Paris, sent to his family in Indiana, only a few miles from the factory at Van Wert, Ohio, a whole case of what he had learned was the finest cheese France could make. And when the family opened it, there was Liederkranz. Another deserved distinction is that of being sandwiched in between two foreign immortals in the following recipe. Schnitzelbank Pot. 1 ripe Camembert cheese, 1 Liederkranz, 1/8 of a pound imported Roquefort, 1/4 of a pound butter, 1 tablespoon flour, 1 cup cream, half a cup finely chopped olives, 1/4 of a cup canned pimento, a sprinkling of cayenne. Depending on whether or not you like the edible rind of Camembert and Liederkranz, you can leave it on, scrape any thick part off, or remove it all. Mash the soft creams together with the Roquefort, butter, and flour, using a silver fork. Put the mix into an enameled pan, for anything with a metal surface will turn the cheese black in cooking. Stir in the cream and keep stirring until you have a smooth, creamy sauce. Strain through sieve or cheesecloth and mix in the olives and pimento thoroughly. Sprinkle well with cayenne and put into a pot to mellow for a few days or much longer. The name Schnitzelbank comes from schoolbench, a game. This snappy sweet pot is specially suited to a beer party and stein songs. It is also the affinity spread with rye and pumpernickel, and may be served in small sandwiches or on crackers, celery, and such, to make appetizing tidbits for cocktails, tea, or cider. Like the trinity of cheeses that make it, the mixture is eaten best at room temperature when its flavor is fullest. If kept in the refrigerator, it should be taken out a couple of hours before serving. Since it is a natural cheese mixture which has gone through no process or doping with preservative, it will not keep more than 2 weeks. This mellow, sharp mix is the sort of ideal the factory processors shoot at with their olive pimento abominations. Once you've potted your own, you'll find it gives the same thrill as garnishing your own lip tower. Minnesota Blue. The Discovery's sandstone caves in the bluffs along the Mississippi, in and near the Twin Cities of Minnesota, has established a distinctive type of blue cheese named for the state. Although the Roquefort process of France is followed and the cheese is inoculated in the same way by mold from bread, it can never equal the genuine imported, marked with its red sheep brand, because the milk used in Minnesota Blue is cow's milk and the caves are sandstone instead of limestone. Yet this is an excellent blue cheese in its own right. Pineapple. Pineapple cheese is named after its shape rather than its flavor, although there are rumors that some pineapple flavor is noticeable near the oiled rind. This flavor does not penetrate through to the cheddar center. Many makers of processed cheese have tampered with the original, so today you can't be sure of anything except getting a smaller size every year or two at a higher price. Originally 6 pounds, the pineapple is shrunk to nearly 6 ounces. The proper bright orange, oiled, and shellacked surface is more apt to be a sickly lemon. Always an ornamental cheese, it once stood in state on the sideboard under a silver bell also made to resemble a pineapple. You cut a top slice off the cheese, just as you would off the fruit, and there was a rose-colored, fine-tasting, mellow hard cheese to spoon out with a special silver cheese spoon or scoop. Between meals the silver top was put on the silver holder, and the oiled and shellacked rind kept the cheese moist. Even when the pineapple was eaten down to the rind, the shell served as a dunking bowl to fill with some salubrious cold fondue or salad. Made in the same manner as cheddar with the curd cooked harder, pineapple's distinction lies in being hung in a net that makes diamond-shaped corrugations on the surface, simulating the sections of the fruit. It is a pioneer American product with almost a century and a half of service since Lewis M. Norton conceived it in 1808 in Litchfield County, Connecticut. There in 1845 he built a factory and made a deserved fortune out of his decorative ingenuity with what before had been a plain, unromantic yellow or store cheese. Perhaps his inspiration came from cone-shaped Cheshire in Old England, also called pineapple cheese, combined with the hanging up of provolones in Italy that leaves the looser pattern of the 4 sustaining strings. Sage, Vermont sage, and Vermont state. The story of sage cheese, or green cheese as it was called originally, shows the several phases most cheeses have gone through, from their simple, honest beginnings to commercialization, and sometimes back to the real thing. The English Encyclopedia of Practical Cookery has an early sage recipe. This is a species of cream cheese made by adding sage leaves and greening to the milk. A very good receipt for it is given thus. Bruise the tops of fresh young red sage leaves with an equal quantity of spinach leaves and squeeze out the juice. Add this to the extract of rennet and stir into the milk as much as your taste may deem sufficient. Break the curd when it comes, salt it, fill the vat high with it, press for a few hours, and then turn the cheese every day. Fancy Cheese in America, late Charles A. Publow, records the commercialization of the cheese mentioned above, a century or two later in 1910. Sage cheese is another modified form of the cheddar variety. Its distinguishing features are a mottled green color and a sage flavor. The usual method of manufacture is as follows. 1/3 of the total amount of milk is placed in a vat by itself and colored green by the addition of 8 to 12 ounces of commercial sage color to each 1,000 pounds of milk. If green corn leaves, unavailable in England, or other substances are used for coloring, the amounts will vary accordingly. The milk is then made up by the regular cheddar method, as is also the remaining 2/3 in a separate vat. At the time of removing the whey, the green and white curds are mixed. Some prefer, however, to mix the curds at the time of milling, as a more distinct color is secured. After milling, the sage extract flavoring is sprayed over the curd with an atomizer. The curd is then salted and pressed into the regular cheddar shapes and sizes. A very satisfactory sage cheese is made at the New York State College of Agriculture by simply dropping green coloring, made from the leaves of corn and spinach, upon the curd after milling. An even green mottling is thus easily secured without additional labor. Sage flavoring extract is sprayed over the curd by an atomizer. 1/2 ounce of flavoring is usually sufficient for 100 pounds of curd and can be secured from dairy supply houses. A modern cheese authority reported on the current 1953 method. Instead of sage leaves or tea prepared from them, at present the cheese is flavored with oil of Dalmatian wild sage because it has the sharpest flavor. This piney oil, thujone, is diluted with water, 250 parts to 1, and either added to the milk or sprayed over the curds, 1/8 ounce for 500 quarts of milk. In scouting around for a possible maker of the real thing today, we wrote to Vrest Orton of Vermont and got this reply. Sage cheese is one of the really indigenous and best native Vermont products. So far as I know, there is only one factory making it, and that is my friend George Crowley's. He makes a limited amount for my Vermont country store. It is the fine old-time full cream cheese, flavored with real sage. On this hangs a tale. Some years ago I couldn't get enough sage cheese, we never can, so I asked a Wisconsin cheesemaker if he would make some. Said he would, but couldn't at that time, because the alfalfa wasn't ripe. I said, what in hell has alfalfa got to do with sage cheese? He said, well, we flavor the sage cheese with a synthetic sage flavor, and then throw in some pieces of chopped up alfalfa to make it look green. So I said to hell with that, and the next time I saw George Crowley, I told him the story, and George said, we don't use synthetic flavor, alfalfa or anything like that. Then what do you use, George? I inquired. We use real sage. Why? Well, because it's cheaper than that synthetic stuff. The genuine Vermont sage arrived. Here are our notes on it. Oh, wilderness were paradisey now! My taste buds come to full flower with the sage. There's a slight burned savor recalling smoked cheese, although not related in any way. Mildly resinous like that Near East one packed in pine, suggesting the well-sage dressing of a turkey. A round mouthful of luscious mellowness, with a bouquet, a snapping reminder to the nose. And there's just a soupçon of new-mown hay above the green freckles of herb to delight the eye and set the fancy free. So this is the véritable vert, green cheese. The moon is made of it. Vert véritable. A general favor with everybody who ever tasted it, for generations of lusty crumblers. Old-fashioned Vermont State store cheese. We received from savant Vrest Orton another letter, together with some Vermont store cheese and some crackers. This cheese is our regular old-fashioned store cheese. It's been in old country stores for generations, and we have been pioneers in spreading the word about it. It is, of course, a natural aged cheese, no processing, no fussing, no fooling with it. It's made the same way it was back in 1870, by the old-time Colby method, which makes a cheese which is not so dry as cheddar and also has holes in it, something like Swiss. Also, it ages faster. Did you know that during the last part of the 19th century and part of the 20th, Vermont was the leading cheese-making state in the Union? When I was a lad, every town in Vermont had one or more cheese factories. Now there are only 2 left, not counting any that make process. Process isn't cheese. The crackers are the old-time store cracker. Every Vermonter used to buy a big barrel once a year to sit in the buttery and eat. A classic dish is crackers broken up in a bowl of cold milk, with a hunk of Vermont cheese like this on the side. Grand snack, grand midnight supper, grand anything. These crackers are not sweet, not salt, and as such make a good base for anything. Swell with clam chowder, also with toasted cheese. Tillamook. It takes 2 pocket-sized but thick yellow volumes to record the story of Oregon's great Tillamook. The Cheddar Box by Dean Collins comes neatly boxed and bound in golden cloth stamped with a purple title, like the rind of a real Tillamook. Volume 1 is entitled Cheese Cheddar, and Volume 2 is a 2-pound cheddar cheese labeled Tillamook and molded to fit inside its book jacket. We borrowed Volume 1 from a noted litterateur, and never could get him to come across with Volume 2. We guessed its fate, however, from a note on the flyleaf of the only tome available. This is an excellent cheese, full cream and medium sharp, and a unique set of books in which Volume 2 suggests Bacon's. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. Wisconsin Longhorn. Since we began this chapter with all American cheddars, it is only fitting to end with Wisconsin Longhorn, a sort of national standard, even though it's not nearly so fancy or high-priced as some of the regional natives that can't approach its enormous output. It's one of those all-purpose round cheeses that even taste round in your mouth. We are specially partial to it. Most cheddars are named after their states. Yet putting all of these 37 states together, they produce only about half as much as Wisconsin alone. Besides Longhorn, in Wisconsin there are a dozen regional competitors ranging from white twin cheddar, to which no annatto coloring has been added, through Green Bay cheese to Wisconsin Redskin and Martha Washington Age, proudly set forth by P.H. Casper of Bear Creek, who's said to have won more prizes in 40 years than any 10 cheesemakers put together. To help guarantee a market for all this excellent apple pie cheese, the Wisconsin state legislature made a law about it, recognizing the truth of Eugene Field's jingle. Apple pie without cheese is like a kiss without a squeeze. Small matter in the Badger State, where the affinity is made legal and the couple lawfully wedded in statute number 160065. It's still in force. Butter and cheese to be served. Every person, firm, or corporation duly licensed to operate a hotel or restaurant shall serve with each meal for which a charge of 25 cents or more is made, at least 2/3 of an ounce of Wisconsin butter and 2/3 of an ounce of Wisconsin cheese. Besides Longhorn, Wisconsin leads in Limburger. It produces so much Swiss that the state is sometimes called Swissconsin. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Caroline Shapiro, Oakland, California, USA.
Section 6 of the Complete Book of Cheese, which is the first half of Chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 5, Part 1. 65 Sizzling Rabbits. That nice little smoke-room at the Salutation, which is even now continually presenting itself to my recollection, with all its associated train of pipes, egg-hot, Welsh rabbits, metaphysics, and poetry. Charles Lamb, in a letter to Coleridge. Unlike the beginning of the classical jugged hare recipe, first catch your hare, we modern rabbit hunters start off with first catch your cheddar, and some of us go so far as to smuggle in formerly forbidden fromages such as Gruyere, Neufchâtel, Parmesan, and mixtures thereof. We run the gamut of personal preferences in selecting the rabbit cheese itself, from old-time American, yellow, or store cheese, to coon and Canadian smoked, though all of it is still cheddar, no matter how you slice it. Then, too, guests are made to run the gauntlet of all-American trimmings, from pin-money pickles to peanut butter, succotash, and maybe marshmallows. We add mustard, chill, curry, Tabasco, and sundry bottled red devils from the grocery store, to add pep and piquance to the traditional cayenne and black pepper. This results in rabbits that are out of focus, out of order, and out of this world. Among modern sins of omission, the Worcestershire sauce is left out by braggarts who aver that they can take it or leave it. And in these degenerate days, when it comes to substitutions for the original beer or stale pale ale, we find the gratings of great Cheddars wet down with mere California sherry, or even ginger ale. Yet, so far, thank goodness, no Cokes. And there's tomato juice out of a can into the rum turned tidy, and sometimes celery soup in place of milk or cream. In view of all this, we can only look to the standard cookbooks for salvation. These are mostly compiled by women, our thoughtful mothers, wives, and sweethearts, who have saved the twin basic rabbits for us. If it weren't for these fanny farmers, the making of a real aboriginal Welsh rabbit would be a lost art, lost in sporting male attempts to improve upon the original. The girls are still polite about the whole thing and protectively pervert the original spelling of rabbit to rarebit in their culinary guides. We have heard that once a club of ladies in high society tried to high pressure the publishers of Mr. Webster's dictionary to change the old spelling in their favor. Yet there is a lot to be said for this more genteel and appetizing rendering of the word, for the Welsh masterpiece is, after all, a very rare bit of cheesemongery, male or female. Yet in dealing with rare bits, the distaff side seldom sets down more than the basic Adam and Eve in a whole paradise of rabbits. Number 1, the wild male type made with beer, and number 2, the mild female made with milk. Yet now that the chafing dish has come back to stay, there's a flurry in the rabbit warren, and the new cooking encyclopedias give up to a dozen variants. Actually, there are easily half a gross of valid ones in current esteem. The two basic recipes are differentiated by the liquid ingredient, but both the beer and the milk are used only one way, warm, or anyway at room temperature. And again, for the two, there is but one traditional cheese, Cheddar, ripe, old, or merely aged from 6 months onward. This is also called American, store, sharp, rabbit, yellow, beer, Wisconsin Longhorn, mouse, and even rat. The seasoned, sapid Cheddar type, so indispensable, includes dozens of varieties under different names, regional or commercial. These are easily identified as sisters under the rinds by all 5 senses. Sight. Golden yellow and mellow to the eye. It's one of those round cheeses that also taste round in the mouth. Hearing. By thumping, a cheese fancier, like a melon picker, can tell if a Cheddar is rich, ripe, and ready for the rabbit. When you hear your dealer say, "It's 6 months old or more," enough said. Smell. A scent as fresh as that of the daisies and herbs the mother milk cow munched will hang round it still. Also a slight beery savor. Touch. Crumbly, a caress to the fingers. Taste. The quintessence of this 5-fold test. Just cuddle a crumb with your tongue, and if it tickles the taste buds, it's prime. When it melts in your mouth, that's proof it will melt in the pan. Beyond all this, and in spite of the school that plumps for the number 2 temperance alternative, we must point out that beer has an especial affinity for Cheddar. The French have clearly established this in their names for Welsh rabbit: fromage fondu à la bière and fondue à l'anglaise. To prepare such a cheese for the pan, each rabbit hound may have a preference all his own, for here the question comes up of how it melts best. Do you shave, slice, dice, shred, mince, chop, cut, scrape, or crumble it in the fingers. This will vary according to one's temperament and the condition of the cheese. Generally, for best results, it is coarsely grated. When it comes to making all this into a rare bit of rabbit, there is the one and only method. Use a double boiler, or preferably a chafing dish, avoiding aluminum and other soft metals. Heat the upper pan by simmering water in the lower one, but don't let the water boil up or touch the top pan. Most, but not all rabbits are begun by heating a bit of butter or margarine in the pan in which 1 cup of roughly grated cheese, usually sharp cheddar, is melted and mixed with 1/2 cup of liquid, added gradually. The butter isn't necessary for a cheese that should melt by itself. The 2 principal ingredients are melted smoothly together and kept from curdling by stirring steadily in one direction only over an even heat. The spoon used should be made of hard wood, sterling silver, or porcelain. Never use tin, aluminum, or soft metal. The taste may come off to taint the job. Be sure the liquid is at room temperature or warmer, and add it gradually without interrupting the stirring. Do not let it come to the bubbling point, and never let it boil. Add seasonings only when the cheese is melted, which will take 2 or 3 minutes. Then continue to stir in the same direction without an instant's let-up for maybe 10 minutes more, until the rabbit is smooth. The consistency and velvety smoothness depend a good deal on whether or not an egg or a beaten yolk is added. The hotter the rabbit is served, the better. You can sizzle the top with a salamander or other branding iron, but in any case, set it forth as nearly sizzling as possible, on toast, hellishly hot, whether it's browned or buttered on one side or both. Give a thought to the sad case of the little dog whose name was Rover, and when he was dead all over. Something very similar happens with a rabbit that's allowed to cool down. When it's cold all over, and you can't resuscitate it by heating. Basic Welsh Rabbit. Number 1, with beer. 2 tablespoons butter, 3 cups grated old cheddar, 1/2 teaspoon English dry mustard, 1/2 teaspoon salt, a dash of cayenne, 1 teaspoon Worcestershire sauce, 2 egg yolks, lightly beaten with 1/2 cup light beer or ale, 4 slices hot buttered toast. Over boiling water, melt butter and cheese together, stirring steadily with a wooden or other tasteless spoon in one direction only. Add seasonings and do not interrupt your rhythmic stirring, as you pour in a bit at a time of the beer and egg mixture until it's all used up. It may take many minutes of constant stirring to achieve the essential creamy thickness, and then some more to slick it out as smooth as velvet. Keep it piping hot, but don't let it bubble, for a boiled rabbit is a spoiled rabbit. Only unremitting stirring, and the best of cheese, will keep it from curdling, getting stringy or rubbery. Pour the rabbit generously over crisp, freshly buttered toast, and serve instantly on hot plates. Usually, crusts are cut off the bread before toasting, and some aesthetes toast one side only, spreading the toasted side with cold butter for taste contrast. Lay the toast on the hot plate, buttered side down, and pour the rabbit over the porous, untoasted side so it can soak in. This is recommended in Lady Janover's recipe, which appears on page 52 of this book. Although the original bread for rabbit toast was white, there is now no limit in choice among whole wheat, graham, rolls, muffins, buns, croutons, and crackers, to infinity. Number 2, with milk. For a rich milk rabbit, use 1/2 cup thin cream, evaporated milk, whole milk, or buttermilk, instead of beer as in number 1. Then, to keep everything bland, cut down the mustard by half, or leave it out, and use paprika in place of cayenne. As in number 1, the use of Worcestershire sauce is optional, although our feeling is that any spirited rabbit would resent its being left out. Either of these basic recipes can be made without eggs and more cheaply, although the beaten egg is a good guarantee against stringiness. When the egg is missing, we are sad to report that a teaspoon or so of cornstarch generally takes its place. Rabbiteers are of two minds about fast and slow heating and stirring, so you'll have to adjust that to your own experience and rhythm. As a rule, the heat is reduced when the cheese is almost melted, and speed of stirring slows when the eggs and last ingredients go in. Many moderns who have found that monosodium glutamate steps up the flavor of natural cheese put it in at the start, using 1/2 teaspoon for each cup of grated cheddar. When it comes to pepper, you are fancy free. As both black and white pepper are now held in almost equal esteem, you might equip your hutch with twin hand mills to do the grinding fresh, for this is always worth the trouble. Tabasco sauce is little used and needs a cautious hand, but some addicts can't leave it out any more than they can swear off the Worcestershire. The school that plumps for malty rabbits, and the other that goes for milky ones, are equally emphatic in their choice. So let us consider the compromise of our old friend Frederick Philip Steiff, the Baltimore homme de bouche, as he sets it forth for us years ago in 10,000 Snacks. Quote, "The idea of cooking a rabbit with beer is an exploded and dangerous theory. Tap your keg or open your case of ale or beer and serve with, not in your rabbit." Close quote. The Steiff recipe. Basic milk rabbit, completely surrounded by a lake of malt beverages. 2 cups grated sharp cheese, 3 heaping tablespoons butter, 1 1/2 cups milk, 4 eggs, 1 heaping tablespoon mustard, 2 teaspoons Worcestershire sauce, pepper, salt, and paprika to taste, then add more of each. Grease well with butter the interior of your double boiler so that no hard particles of cheese will form in the mixture later and contribute undesirable lumps. Put cheese well grated into the double boiler and add butter and milk. From this point, vigorous stirring should be indulged in until rabbit is ready for serving. Prepare a mixture of Worcestershire sauce, mustard, pepper, salt, and paprika. These should be beaten until light and then slowly poured into the double boiler. Nothing now remains to be done except to stir and cook down to proper consistency over a fairly slow flame. The finale has not arrived until you can drip the rabbit from the spoon and spell the word finis on the surface. Pour over 2 pieces of toast per plate and send anyone home who does not attack it at once. This is sufficient for 6 gourmets or 4 gourmands. Nota bene, a Welsh Rabbit, to be a success, should never be of the consistency whereby it may be used to tie up bundles, nor yet should it bounce if inadvertently dropped on the kitchen floor. Lady Llanover's toasted Welsh Rabbit. Cut a slice of the real Welsh cheese made of sheep's and cow's milk. Toast it at the fire on both sides, but not so much as to drop melt. Toast on one side a piece of bread less than 1/4 inch thick, to be quite crisp, and spread it very thinly with fresh cold butter on the toasted side. It must not be saturated. Lay the toasted cheese upon the untoasted bread side, and serve immediately on a very hot plate. The butter on the toast can, of course, be omitted. It is more frequently eaten without butter. From this original toasting of the cheese, many Englishmen still call Welsh Rabbit toasted cheese, but Lady Llanover goes on to point out that the toasted rabbit of her Wales and the melted or stewed buck rabbit of England, which has become our American standard, are as different in the making as the regional cheeses used in them, and she says that while doctors prescribe the toasted Welsh as salubrious for invalids, the stewed cheese of Old England was only adapted to strong digestions. English literature rings with praise for toasted cheese of Wales and England. There is Christopher North's eloquent "threads of beaten gold, shining like gossamer filaments, that may be pulled from its tough and tenuous substance." Yet not all of the references are complimentary. Thus Shakespeare in King Lear: "Look, look, a mouse! Peace, peace, this piece of toasted cheese will do it." And Sidney Smith's "Old friendships are destroyed by toasted cheese, and hard salted meat has led to suicide." But Keys Davis in My Wales makes up for such rudenesses. The Welsh enter heaven. The Lord had been complaining to St. Peter of the dearth of good singers in heaven. "Yet," he said testily, "I hear excellent singing outside the walls. Why are not those singers here with me?" St. Peter said, "They are the Welsh. They refuse to come in. They say they are happy enough outside, playing with a ball and boxing and singing such songs as Suspan Fac." The Lord said, "I wish them to come in here to sing Bach and Mendelssohn. See that they are in before sundown." St. Peter went to the Welsh and gave them the commands of the Lord, but still they shook their heads. Harassed, St. Peter went to consult with St. David, who, with a smile, was reading the works of Caradoc Evans. St. David said, "Try toasted cheese. Build a fire just inside the gates and get a few angels to toast cheese in front of it." This St. Peter did. The heavenly aroma of the sizzling, browning cheese was wafted over the walls, and with loud shouts a great concourse of the Welsh came sprinting in. When sufficient were inside to make up a male voice choir of 100, St. Peter slammed the gates. However, it is said that these are the only Welsh in heaven. And lest we forget, the wonderful drink that made Alice grow and grow to the ceiling of Wonderland contained not only strawberry jam, but toasted cheese. And then there's the frightening nursery rhyme. The Irishman loved usquebaugh. The Scot loved ale called blue cap. The Welshman, he loved toasted cheese, and made his mouth like a mouse trap. The Irishman was drowned in usquebaugh. The Scot was drowned in ale. The Welshman, he near swallowed a mouse, but he pulled it out by the tail. And perhaps worst of all, Shakespeare, no cheese lover, this tune in Merry Wives of Windsor: "'Tis time I were choked by a bit of toasted cheese." An elaboration of the simple Welsh original went English with Dr. William Maginn, the London journalist whose facile pen enlivened the Blackwoods Magazine era with 10 tales. Dr. Maginn's Rabbit. Much is to be said in favor of toasted cheese for supper. It is the cant to say that Welsh rabbit is heavy eating. I like it best in the genuine Welsh way, however, that is, the toasted bread buttered on both sides profusely, then a layer of cold roast beef with mustard and horseradish, and then on top of all the superstratum of Cheshire thoroughly saturated while in the process of toasting, with genuine porter, black pepper, and shallot vinegar. I peril myself upon the assertion that this is not a heavy supper for a man who has been busy all day till dinner in reading, writing, walking, or riding, who has occupied himself between dinner and supper in the discussion of a bottle or two of sound wine, or any equivalent, and who proposes to swallow at least 3 tumblers of something hot ere he resigns himself to the embrace of somnus. With these provisos, I recommend toasted cheese for supper. The popularity of this one has come down to us in the succinct summing up, "Toasted cheese hath no master." The Welsh original became simple after Dr. Maginn's supper sandwich was served, a century and a half ago, for it was served as a savory to sum up and help digest a dinner in this form: After dinner rabbit. Remove all crusts from bread slices, toast on both sides, and soak to saturation in hot beer. Melt thin slices of sharp old cheese and butter in an iron skillet with an added spot of beer and dry English mustard. Stir steadily with a wooden spoon, and when velvety, serve a sizzle on piping hot beer-soaked toast. It is notable that there is no beer or ale in this recipe, but not lamentable, since all aboriginal cheese toasts were washed down in tossing seas of ale, beer, porter, stout, and arf and arf. This creamy stewed buck, on which the literary greats of Johnson's time supped while they smoked their church wardens, received its highest praise from an American newspaper woman who rhapsodized in 1891, "Then came stewed cheese on the thin shaving of crisp golden toast in hot silver saucers, so hot that the cheese was the substance of thick cream, the flavor of purple pansies and red raspberries commingled." This may sound a bit flowery, but in truth many fine cheeses hold a trace of the bouquet of the flowers that have enriched the milk. Alpine blooms and herbs haunt the Gruyère. Parmesan wafts the scent of Parma violets. The flower cheese of England is perfumed with the petals of rose, violet, marigold, and jasmine. Oven rabbit, from an old recipe. Chop small 1/2 pound of cooking cheese, put it, with a piece of butter the size of a walnut, in a little saucepan, and as the butter melts and the cheese gets warm, mash them together. When softened, add 2 yolks of eggs, 1/2 teacupful of ale, a little cayenne pepper and salt, Stir with a wooden spoon one way only until it is creamy, but do not let it boil, for that would spoil it. Place some slices of buttered toast on a dish, pour the rare bit upon them, and set inside the oven about 2 minutes before serving. Yorkshire Rabbit. Originally called gherkin buck from a pioneer recipe. Put into a saucepan 1/2 pound of cheese, sprinkle with pepper, black of course, to taste. Pour over 1/2 teacup of ale, and convert the whole into a smooth creamy mass over the fire, stirring continually for about 10 minutes. In 2 more minutes it should be done. 10 minutes altogether is the minimum. Pour it over slices of hot toast. Place a piece of broiled bacon on the top of each, and serve as hot as possible. Golden Buck. A golden buck is simply the basic Welsh rabbit with beer, number 1, plus a poached egg on the top. The egg, sunny side up, gave it its shining name a couple of centuries ago. Nowadays, some chafing dish show-offs try to gild the golden buck with dashes of ginger and spice. Golden Buck II. This is only a golden buck with the addition of bacon strips. The venerable Yorkshire buck. Spread 1/2 inch slices of bread with mustard and brown in hot oven. Then moisten each slice with 1/2 glass of ale. Lay on top a slice of cheese 1/4 inch thick, and 2 slices of bacon on top of that. Put back in oven, cook till cheese is melted and the bacon crisp, and serve piping hot, with tankards of cold ale. Bacon is the thing that identifies any Yorkshire rabbit. End of section 6, the first part of chapter 5. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox.
Chapter 5, Part 2 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 5, Part 2, 65 Sizzling Rabbits. Yale College Welsh Rabbit, Moriarty's. 1 jigger of beer, 1/4 teaspoon salt, 1/4 teaspoon black pepper, 1/4 teaspoon mustard, 1 1/2 cups grated or shaved cheese, more beer. Pour the jigger of beer into a low saucepan, dash on the seasonings, add the cheese, and stir unremittingly, moistening from time to time with more beer, a pony or 2 at a time. When creamy, pour over buttered toast, 2 slices for this amount, and serve with still more beer. There are 2 schools of postgraduate rabbit hunters: Yale as above, with beer both in the rabbit and with it, and the other featured in the Steiff recipe, which prefers leaving it out of the rabbit, but taps a keg to drink with it. The ancient age of Moriarty's Campus Classic is registered by the use of pioneer black pepper in place of white, which is often used today and is thought more sophisticated by some than the red cayenne of Rector's Naughty 90s chafing dish rabbit, which is precisely the same as our basic recipe number 1. Border hopping bunny, or frijoles rabbit. 1 1/2 tablespoons butter, 1 1/2 tablespoons chopped onion, 2 tablespoons chopped pepper, green or red, or both, 1 1/2 teaspoon chili powder, 1 small can kidney beans, drained, 1 1/2 tablespoons ketchup, 1/2 teaspoon Worcestershire, salt, 2 cups grated cheese. Cook onion and pepper lightly in butter with chili powder. Add kidney beans and seasonings, and stir in the cheese until melted. Serve this beanie bunny peppery hot on tortillas or crackers, toasted and buttered. In the whole hutch of kitchen rabbitry, the most popular modern ones are made with tomato, a little or lots. They hop in from everywhere, from Mexico to South Africa, and call for all kinds of quirks, down to mixing in some dried beef, and there is even a skimpy tomato rabbit for reducers, made with farmer cheese and skimmed milk. Although the quaintly named Rum Tum Tiddy was doubtless the great-grandpappy of all tomato rabbits, a richer, more buttery, and more eggy one has taken its place as the standard today. The following is a typical recipe for this, tried and true, since it has had a successful run through a score of the best modern cookbooks, with only slight personal changes to keep its juice a flowing blood red. Tomato Rabbit. 2 tablespoons butter, 2 tablespoons flour, 3/4 cup thin cream or evaporated milk, 3/4 cup canned tomato pulp, rubbed through a sieve to remove seeds, a pinch of soda, 3 cups grated cheese, pinches of dry mustard, salt, and cayenne, 2 eggs lightly beaten. Blend flour in melted butter, add cream slowly, and when this white sauce is a little thick, stir in tomato sprinkled with soda. Keep stirring steadily while adding cheese and seasonings, and when cooked enough, stir in the eggs to make a creamy texture, smooth as silk. Serve on buttered whole wheat or graham bread for a change. Instead of soda, some antiquated recipes call for a tablespoon of bicarbonate of potash. South African Tomato Rabbit. This is the same as above, except that half teaspoon of sugar is used in place of the soda, and the rabbit is poured over baked pastry cut into squares, and sprinkled with parsley chopped fine, put in the oven, and served immediately. Rum Tum Tiddy, Rink Tum Ditty, etc. Old Boston Style. 1 tablespoon butter, 1 onion minced, 1 teaspoon salt, 1 big pinch of pepper, 2 cups cooked tomatoes, 1 tablespoon sugar, 3 cups grated store cheese, 1 egg lightly beaten. Slowly fry onion bright golden in butter. Season and add tomatoes with sugar. Heat just under the bubbling point. Don't let it boil, but keep adding cheese and shaking the pan until it melts. Then stir in egg gently and serve very hot. Tomato Soup Rabbit. 1 can condensed tomato soup, 2 cups grated cheese, 1/4 teaspoon English mustard, 1 egg lightly beaten, salt and pepper. Heat soup, stir in cheese until melted, add mustard and egg slowly, season and serve hot. This is a quickie Rum Tum Tiddy, without any onion, a poor, housebroken version of the original. It can be called Celery Rabbit if you use a can of celery soup in place of the tomato. Onion Rum Tum Tiddy. Prepare as in Rum Tum Tiddy, but use only 1 1/2 cups cooked tomatoes, and add 1/2 cup of mashed boiled onions. Sherry Rum Tum Tiddy. 1 tablespoon butter, 1 small onion minced, 1 small green pepper minced, 1 can tomato soup, 3/4 cup milk, 3 cups grated cheese, 1/2 teaspoon Worcestershire sauce, salt and pepper, 1 egg lightly beaten, 1 jigger sherry, crackers. Prepare as in Rum Tum Tiddy. Stir in the sherry last to retain its flavor. Crumble crackers into a hot tureen until it's about 1/3 full, and pour the hot Rum Tum Tiddy over them. Blushing Bunny. This is a sister under the skin to the old-fashioned Rum Tum Tiddy, except that her complexion is made a little rosier with a lot of paprika in place of plain pepper, and the paprika cooked in from the start, of course. Blushing Bunny is one of those playful English names for dishes, like Pink Poodle, Scotch Woodcock, given below, Bubble and Squeak, Bubblem Squeakum, and Toad in the Hole, Scotch Woodcock. Another variant of Rum Tum Tiddy. Make your Rum Tum Tiddy, but before finishing up with the beaten egg, stir in 2 heaping tablespoons of anchovy paste, and prepare the buttered toast by laying on slices of hard-cooked eggs. American Woodchuck. 1 1/2 cups tomato puree, 2 cups grated cheese, 1 egg lightly beaten, cayenne, 1 tablespoon brown sugar, salt and pepper. Heat the tomato and stir in the cheese. When partly melted, stir in the egg, and when almost cooked, add seasonings without ever interrupting the stirring. Pour over hot toasted crackers or bread. No doubt this all-American tomato rabbit with brown sugar was named after the native woodchuck, in playful imitation of the Scotch woodcock above. It's the only rabbit we know that's sweetened with brown sugar. Running Rabbit, as served at the Waldorf Astoria First Annual Cheeslers' Field Day, November 12, 1937. Cut finest old American cheese in very small pieces and melt in saucepan with a little good beer. Season and add Worcestershire sauce. Serve instantly with freshly made toast. This running coney can be poured over toast like any other rabbit, or over crushed crackers in a hot tureen, as in Sherry Rum Tum Tiddy, or served like fondue in the original cooking bowl or pan, with the spoon kept moving in it in one direction only, and the rabbit following the spoon, like a greyhound following the stuffed rabbit at the dog races. Mexican Chilaly. 1 tablespoon butter, 3 tablespoons chopped green pepper, 1 1/2 tablespoons chopped onion, 1 cup chopped and drained canned tomatoes without seeds, 2 1/2 cups grated cheese, 3/4 teaspoon salt, dash of cayenne, 1 egg lightly beaten, 2 tablespoons canned tomato juice, watercress. Cook pepper and onion lightly in butter. Add tomato pulp and cook 5 minutes before putting over boiling water and stirring steadily as you add cheese and seasonings. Moisten the egg with the tomato juice and stir in until the rabbit is thick and velvety. Serve on toast and dress with watercress. This popular modern rabbit seems to be a twin to Rum Tum Tiddy in spite of the centuries' difference in age. Fluffy Eggy Rabbit. Stir up a chilaly as above, but use 2 well-beaten eggs to make it more fluffy and leave out the watercress. Serve it hot over cold slices of hard-cooked eggs crowded flat on hot buttered toast to make it extra eggy. Grilled Tomato Rabbit. Slice big red juicy tomatoes, 1/2 inch thick. Season with salt, pepper, and plenty of brown sugar. Dot both sides with all the butter that won't slip off. Heat in moderate oven, and when almost cooked, remove and broil on both sides. Put on hot plates in place of the usual toast, and pour the rabbit over them. The rabbit is made according to either basic recipe number 1 or number 2. Slices of crisp bacon on top of the tomato slices and a touch of horseradish help. Grilled Tomato and Onion Rabbit. Slice 1/4 inch thick an equal number of tomato and onion rings. Season with salt, pepper, brown sugar, and dots of butter. Heat in moderate oven, and when almost cooked, remove and broil lightly. On hot plates, lay first the onion rings, top with the tomato ones, and pour the rabbit over, as in the plain grilled tomato recipe above. For another onion-flavored rabbit, see Celery and Onion Rabbit. The Devil's Own, a fresh tomato variant. 2 tablespoons butter, 1 large peeled tomato in 4 thick slices, 2 1/2 cups grated cheese, 1/4 teaspoon English mustard, a pinch of cayenne, a dash of Tabasco sauce, 2 tablespoons chili sauce, 1/2 cup ale or beer, 1 egg lightly beaten. Sauté tomato slices lightly on both sides in 1 tablespoon butter. Keep warm on hot platter while you make the toast and a basic rabbit pepped up by the extra hot seasonings listed above. Put hot tomato slices on hot toast on hot plates. Pour the hot mixture over. Dried beef or chipped beef rabbit. 1 tablespoon butter, 1 cup canned tomato, drained, chopped, and deseeded, 1/4 pound dried beef, shredded, 2 eggs, lightly beaten, 1/4 teaspoon pepper, 2 cups grated cheese. Heat tomato in butter, add beef and eggs, stir until mixed well, then sprinkle with pepper, stir in the grated cheese until smooth and creamy, serve on toast. No salt is needed on this jerked steer meat that is called both dried beef and chipped beef on this side of the border, tasajo on the other side, and zarque when you get all the way down to Brazil. Kansas Jack Rabbit. 1 cup milk, 3 tablespoons butter, 3 tablespoons flour, 2 cups grated cheese, 1 cup cream-style corn, salt and pepper. Make a white sauce of milk, butter, and flour. and stir in cheese steadily and gradually until melted. Add corn and season to taste. Serve on hot buttered toast. Kansas has plenty of the makings for this, yet the dish must have been easier to make on Baron Munchausen's island of cheese, where the cornstalks produce loaves of bread, ready-made, instead of ears, and were no doubt crossed with long-eared jacks to produce corn rabbits quite as miraculous. After tomatoes in popularity, come onions and then green peppers or canned pimentos as vegetable ingredients in modern Americanized rabbits. And after that corn, as in the following recipe, which appeals to all Latin Americans from Mexico to Chile, because it has everything. Latin American Corn Rabbit. 2 tablespoons butter, 1 green pepper chopped, 1 large onion chopped, 1/2 cup condensed tomato soup, 3 cups grated cheese, 1 teaspoon salt, 1/4 teaspoon black pepper, 1/2 teaspoon Worcestershire sauce, 1 cup canned corn, 1 egg lightly beaten. Fry pepper and onion 5 minutes in butter. Add soup. Cover and cook 5 minutes more. Pour over boiling water. Add cheese with seasonings and stir steadily, slowly adding the corn, and when thoroughly blended and creamy, moisten the egg with a little of the liquid, stir in until thickened, and then pour over hot toast or crackers. Mushroom Tomato Rabbit. In one pan commence frying in butter 1 cup of sliced fresh mushrooms, and in another make a rabbit by melting over boiling water 2 cups of grated cheese with 1/2 teaspoon salt and 1/2 teaspoon paprika. Stir steadily, and when partially melted, stir in a can of condensed tomato soup previously heated. Then add the fried mushrooms slowly, stir until creamy, and pour over hot toast or crackers. Celery and Onion Rabbit. 1/2 cup chopped hearts of celery, 1 small onion chopped, 1 tablespoon butter, 1 1/2 cups grated sharp cheese, salt and pepper. In a separate pan boil celery and onion until tender. Meanwhile, melt cheese with butter and seasonings and stir steadily. When nearly done, stir the celery and onion in gradually until smooth and creamy. Pour over buttered toast and brown with a salamander or under the grill. Asparagus Rabbit. Make as above, substituting a cupful of tender sliced asparagus tops for the celery and onions. Oyster Rabbit. 2 dozen oysters and their liquor, 1 teaspoon butter, 2 eggs lightly beaten, 1 large pinch of salt, 1 small pinch of cayenne, 3 cups grated cheese. Heat oysters until edges curl and put aside to keep warm while you proceed to stir up a rabbit. When cheese is melted, add the eggs with some of the oyster liquor and keep stirring. When the rabbit has thickened to a smooth cream, drop in the warm oysters to heat a little more, and serve on hot buttered toast. Seafood Rabbits. Crab, lobster, shrimp, scallops, clams, mussels, abalone, squid, octopi, anything that swims in the sea or crawls on the bottom of the ocean. Shred, flake, or mince a cupful of any freshly cooked or canned seafood and save some of the liquor, if any. Make according to oyster rabbit recipe above. Instead of using only one kind of seafood, try several, mixed according to taste. Spike this succulent sea rabbit with horseradish or a dollop of sherry for a change. Bouquet of the Sea Rabbit. The seafaring Portuguese set the style for this lush bouquet of as many different kinds of cooked fish, tuna, cod, salmon, etc., as can be sardined together in the whirlpool of melted cheese in the chafing dish. They also accent it with tidbits of seafood as above. Other fish rabbit, fresh or dried. Any cooked fresh fish, flaked and shredded, from the alewife to the whale, or cooked dried herring, finnan haddie, mackerel, cod, and so on, can be stirred in to make a basic rabbit more tasty. Happy combinations are hit upon in mixing leftovers of several kinds by the cupful. So the odd old cookbook direction, add a cup of fish, takes on new meaning. Grilled Sardine Rabbit. Make a basic rabbit and pour it over sardines, skinned, boned, halved, and grilled, on buttered toast. Similarly, cooked fillets of any small fish will make as succulent a grilled rabbit. Roe Rabbits. Sliced cooked roe of shad or toothsome eggs of other fish, grill on toast, butter well, and pour a basic rabbit over. Although shad roe is esteemed the finest, There are many other sapid ones of salmon, herring, flounder, cod, etc. Plain Sardine Rabbit. Make Basic Rabbit with only 2 cups of cheese, and in place of the egg yolks and beer, stir in a large tin of sardines, skinned, boned and flaked. Anchovy Rabbit. Make Basic Rabbit. Add 1 tablespoon of imported East Indian chutney with the egg yolks and beer at the finish. Spread toast thickly with anchovy paste and butter, and pour the rabbit over. Smoked sturgeon, whiting, eel, smoked salmon, and the like. Lay cold slices or flakes of any fine smoked fish, and all of them are fine, on hot buttered toast, and pour a Basic Rabbit over the fish. The best combination we ever tasted is made by laying a thin slice of smoked salmon over a thick one of smoked sturgeon. Smoked Cheddar Rabbit. With or without smoked fish, rabbit hunters whose palates crave the savor of a wisp of smoke go for the Basic Rabbit made with smoked cheddar in place of the usual aged but unsmoked cheddar. We use a 2-year-old that Phil Alpert, Mr. Cheese himself, brings down from Canada, and has specially smoked in the same savory room where sturgeon is getting the works. So his cheddar absorbs the deluxe flavor of $6 per pound sturgeon and is sold for a fraction of that. And just in case you are fishing around for something extra special, serve this smoky rabbit on oven browned Bombay ducks, those crunchy flat toasts of East Indian fish. Or go Oriental by accompanying this with cups of smoky Lapsang Souchong China tea. Crumby Rabbit. 1 tablespoon butter, 2 cups grated cheese, 1 cup stale breadcrumbs soaked with 1 cup milk, 1 egg lightly beaten, salt, cayenne, toasted crackers. Melt cheese in butter. Stir in the soaked crumbs and seasonings. When cooked smooth and creamy, stir in the egg to thicken the mixture, and serve on toasted crackers, dry or buttered, for contrast with the bread. Some rabbiteers monkey with this, lacing it with half a cup of ketchup, making a sort of pink baboon out of what should be a white monkey. There is a cult for crumby rabbits, variations on which extend all the way to a deep casserole dish called baked rabbit, and consisting of alternate layers of stale breadcrumbs and grated cheese crumbs. This illegitimate 3-layer rabbit is moistened with eggs beaten up with milk, and seasoned with salt and paprika. Crumby Tomato Rabbit. 2 teaspoons butter, 2 cups grated cheese, 1/2 cup soft breadcrumbs, 1 cup tomato soup, salt and pepper, 1 egg lightly beaten. Melt cheese in butter, moisten breadcrumbs with the tomato soup and stir in, season, add egg, and keep stirring until velvety. Serve on toasted crackers as a contrast to the breadcrumbs. Gherkin or Irish Rabbit. 2 tablespoons butter, 2 cups grated cheese, 1/2 cup milk or beer, a dash of vinegar, 1/2 teaspoon mustard, salt and pepper, 1/2 cup chopped gherkin pickles. Melt cheese in butter. Steadily stir in liquid and seasonings. Keep stirring until smooth, then add the pickles and serve. This may have been called Irish after the green of the pickle. Dutch Rabbit. Melt thin slices of any good cooking cheese in a heavy skillet with a little butter, prepared mustard, and a splash of beer. Have ready some slices of toast soaked in hot beer or ale, and pour the rabbit over them. The temperance version of this substitutes milk for beer, and delicately soaks the toast in hot water instead. Proof that there is no Anglo-Saxon influence here lies in the use of prepared mustard. The English, who still do a lot of things the hard way, mix their biting dry mustard fresh with water before every meal, while the Germans and French bottle theirs, as we do. Pumpernickel Rabbit. This German derivation is made exactly the same as the Dutch Rabbit above, but its ingredients are the opposite in color. Black bread, pumpernickel, slices are soaked in heated dark beer, porter or stout, and the yellow cheese melted in the skillet is also stirred up with brunette beer. Since beer is a kind of liquid bread, it is natural for the two to commingle in rabbits whether they are blonde Dutch or black pumpernickel. And since cheese is only solid milk, and the cheddar is noted for its beery smell, there is further affinity here. An old English proverb sums it up neatly: bread and cheese are the two targets against death. By the way, the word pumpernickel is said to have been coined when Napoleon tasted his first black bread in Germany. Contemptuously he spat it out with, "This would be good for my horse Nicole, bon pour Nicole in French." Gruyère Welsh Rabbit au gratin. Cut crusts from half a dozen slices of bread. Toast them lightly, lay in a roasting pan, and top each with a matching slice of imported Gruyère 3/8 inch thick. Pepper to taste and cover with bread crumbs. Put in oven 10 minutes and rush to the ultimate consumer. To our American ears anything au gratin suggests with cheese. So this rabbit au gratin may sound redundant. To a Frenchman, however, it means a dish covered with breadcrumbs. Swiss cheese rabbit. 1/2 cup white wine, preferably Neufchâtel. 1/2 cup grated Gruyère. 1 teaspoon Worcestershire sauce. 1/2 saltspoon paprika. 2 egg yolks. Stir wine and seasonings together with cheese until it melts. Then thicken with the egg yolks, stirring at least 3 more minutes until smooth. Sherry rabbit. 3 cups grated cheese, 1/2 cup cream or evaporated milk, 1/2 cup sherry, 1/4 teaspoon English mustard, 1/2 teaspoon Worcestershire sauce, a dash of paprika. Heat cheese over hot water, with or without a bit of butter, and when it begins to melt, stir in the cream. Keep stirring until almost all of the cheese is melted, then add sherry. When smooth and creamy, stir in the mustard and Worcestershire sauce, and after pouring over buttered toast, dash with paprika for color. Spanish sherry rabbit. 3 tablespoons butter, 3 tablespoons flour, 1 bouillon cube mashed, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1/2 teaspoon dry mustard, 1 1/2 cups milk, 1 1/2 cups grated cheese, 1 jigger sherry. Make a smooth paste of butter, flour, bouillon cube, and seasonings, and add milk slowly. When well heated, stir in the cheese gradually. Continue stirring at least 10 minutes, and when well blended, stir in the sherry and serve on hot buttered toast. Pink poodle. 2 tablespoons butter, 1 tablespoon chopped onion, 1 tablespoon flour, 1 jigger California claret, 1 cup cream of tomato soup, a pinch of soda, 1/2 teaspoon dry mustard, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1 teaspoon paprika, a dash of powdered cloves, 3 cups grated cheese, 1 egg lightly beaten. Cook onion in butter until light golden, then blend in flour, wine, and soup, with the soda and all seasonings. Stir in cheese slowly until melted, and finish off by thickening with the egg and stirring until smooth and velvety. Serve on crisp, buttered toast with dry red wine. Although wine rabbits, red or white, are as unusual as Swiss ones with Gruyère in place of cheddar, wine is commonly drunk with anything from a golden buck to a blushing bunny. But for most of us, a deep draught of beer or ale goes best with an even deeper draught of the mellow scent of a cheddar golden yellow. Savory eggy dry rabbit. 1/8 pound butter, 2 cups grated Gruyère, 4 eggs well beaten, salt, pepper, mustard. Melt butter and cheese together with the beaten eggs, stirring steadily with wooden spoon until soft and smooth. Season and pour over dry toast. This dry rabbit, in which the volume of eggs makes up for any lacking liquid, is still served as a savory after the sweets to finish a fine meal in some old-fashioned English homes and hostelries. Cream cheese rabbit. This rabbit, made with a package of cream cheese, is more scrambled hen fruit than rabbit food, for you simply scramble a half dozen eggs with buttermilk, salt, pepper, and cayenne, and just before the finish, work in the cheese until smooth and serve on crackers. Water crackers for a change. Reducing rarebit. Tomato rarebit. Footnote A. From the Low-Calorie Cookbook by Bernard Cotten, published by Random House. End footnote. Yield 2 servings, 235 calories per serving. 1/2 pound farmer cheese, 2 eggs, 1 level tablespoon powdered milk, 1 level tablespoon baking powder, 1 teaspoon gelatin or agar powder, 4 egg tomatoes quartered or 2 tomatoes quartered, 1 teaspoon caraway seeds, 1/4 teaspoon garlic powder, 1 teaspoon parsley flakes, 1/2 head lettuce and or 1 cucumber, 1/4 cup wine vinegar, Salt and pepper to taste. Fill bottom of double boiler with water to 3/4 mark. Sprinkle salt in upper part of double boiler. Boil over medium flame. When upper part is hot, put in cheese, powdered milk, baking powder, gelatin, caraway seeds, and pepper, and garlic powder to taste. Mix. Break eggs into this mixture. Cook over low flame, continually stirring. Add tomatoes when mixture bubbles and continue cooking and stirring until tomatoes have been cooked soft. Remove to lettuce and/or cucumber, sliced thin, which has been slightly marinated in wine vinegar, and sprinkle the parsley flakes over the top of the mixture. Curry Rabbit. 1 tablespoon cornstarch, 2 cups milk, 2 1/2 cups grated cheese, 1 tablespoon minced chives, 2 green onions minced, 2 shallots minced, 1/4 teaspoon imported curry powder, 1 tablespoon chutney sauce. Dissolve cornstarch in a little of the milk and scald the rest over hot water. Thicken with cornstarch mixture and stir in the cheese, chives, onions, shallots, curry and chutney, while wooden spooning steadily until smooth and sizzling enough to pour over buttered toast. People who can't let well enough alone put cornstarch in rabbits, just as they add soda to spoil the cooking of vegetables. Ginger Ale Rabbit. Simply substitute ginger ale for the real thing in the No. 1 rabbit of all time. Buttermilk Rabbit. Substitute buttermilk for plain milk in the No. 2 rabbit. To be consistent, use fresh cured buttermilk cheese instead of the usual cheddar of fresh cow's milk. This is milder. Eggnog Rabbit. 2 tablespoons sweet butter, 2 cups grated mellow cheddar, 1 1/3 cups eggnog, dashes of spice to taste. After melting the cheese in butter, stir in the eggnog and keep stirring until smooth and thickened. Season or not, depending on taste and the quality of the eggnog employed. Ever since the innovation of bottled eggnogs fresh from the milkman in holiday season, such supremely creamy and flavorful rabbits have been multiplying as fast as guinea pigs. All-American Succotash Rabbit. 1 cup milk, 3 tablespoons butter, 3 tablespoons flour, 3 cups grated cheese, 1 cup creamed succotash, strained, salt and pepper. Make a white sauce of milk, butter, and flour, and stir in the cheese steadily and gradually until melted. Add the cream succotash and season to taste. Serve on toasted buttered cornbread. Danish Rabbit. 1 quart warm milk, 2 cups grated cheese. Stir together to boiling point and pour over piping hot toast in heated bowl. This is an esteemed breakfast dish in North Denmark. As in all rabbits, more or less cheese may be used to taste. Easy English Rabbit. Soak bread slices in hot beer. Melt thin slices of cheese with butter in iron frying pan. Stir in a few spoonfuls of beer and a bit of prepared mustard. When smoothly melted, pour over the piping hot beer-soaked toast. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Recording by Patty Cunningham.
Section 8 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lenny. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 6. The Fondue. There is a conspiracy among the dictionary makers to take the heart out of the fondue. Webster makes it seem no better than a collapsed souffle with his definition, fondue, also, erroneously, fondue, without the E. A dish made of melted cheese, butter, eggs, and often milk and breadcrumbs. Thorndike Barnhart further demotes this dish, that for centuries has been one of the world's greatest, to a combination of melted cheese, eggs, and butter, and explains that the name comes from the French fondre, meaning melt. The latest snub is delivered by the up-to-date Cook's Quiz, compiled by TV culinary experts. A baked dish with eggs, cheese, butter, milk, and breadcrumbs. A baked dish, indeed! Yet the fondue has added to the gaiety and inebriety of nations, if not of dictionaries. It has commanded the respect of the culinary great. Savarin, Boulestin, André Simon, all have hailed its heavenly consistency, all have been regaled with its creamy, nay, velvety smoothness. A touch of garlic, a dash of kirsch, fresh ground black pepper, nutmeg, black pearl truffles of Bugey, red cayenne pepper, the luscious gravy of roast turkey. Such little matters help to make an authentic dunking fondue, not a baked fondue, mind you. Jean-Antoine Priat Savarin, a century and a half ago, brought the original receipt with him and spread it around with characteristic generosity during the 2 years of his exile in New York after the French Revolution. In his monumental Physiologie du Goût, he records an incident that occurred in 1795. Whilst passing through Boston, I taught the restaurant keeper Julien to make a fondue, or eggs cooked with cheese. This dish, a novelty to the Americans, became so much the rage that he, Julien, felt himself obliged, by way of thanks, to send me to New York the rump of one of those pretty little roebucks that are brought from Canada in winter, and which was declared exquisite by the chosen committee whom I convoked for the occasion. As the great French gourmet, Savarin was born on the Swiss border, at Berly, in the fertile province of Bugey, where Gertrude Stein later had a summer home. He no doubt ate Gruyère 3 times a day, as is the custom in Switzerland and adjacent parts. He sets down the recipe just as he got it from its Swiss source, the papers of M. Troyer, in the neighboring canton of Berne. Take as many eggs as you wish to use, according to the number of your guests. Then take a lump of good Gruyère cheese, weighing about 1/3 of the eggs, and a nut of butter about half the weight of the cheese. Since today's eggs in America weigh about 1½ ounces apiece, if you start the fondue with 8, your lump of good Gruyère would come to 1/4 pound, and your butter to 1/8 pound. Break and beat the eggs well in a flat pan. Then add the butter and the cheese, grated or cut in small pieces. Place the pan on a good fire and stir with a wooden spoon until the mixture is fairly thick and soft. Put in a little or no salt, according to the age of the cheese, and a good deal of pepper, for this is one of the special attributes of this ancient dish. Let it be placed on the table in a hot dish, and, if some of the best wines be produced, and the bottle passed quite freely, a marvelous effect will be beheld. This has long been quoted as the proper way to make the national dish of Switzerland. Savarin tells of hearing oatsters in his district laugh over the Bishop of Bali eating his fondue with a spoon instead of the traditional fork in the first decade of the 1700s. He tells, too, of a fondue party he threw for a couple of his septuagenarian cousins in Paris about the year 1801. The party was the result of much friendly taunting of the master. "By Jove, Jean, you have been bragging for such a long time about your fondues, you have continually made our mouths water. It is high time to put a stop to all this. We will come and breakfast with you some day, and see what sort of thing this dish is." Savarin invited them for 10 o'clock next day, started them off with the table laid on a snow-white cloth, and in each one's place 24 oysters with a bright golden lemon. At each end of the table stood a bottle of Sauterne, carefully wiped, excepting the cork, which showed distinctly that it had been in the cellar for a long while. After the oysters, which were quite fresh, came some broiled kidneys, a terrine of foie gras, a pie with truffles, and finally the fondue. The different ingredients had all been assembled in a stew-pan, which was placed on the table over a chafing dish heated with spirits of wine. Then, Savarin is quoted, "I commenced operations on the field of battle, and my cousins did not lose a single one of my movements. They were loud in the praise of this preparation, and asked me to let them have the receipt, which I promised them." This fondue breakfast party that gave the 19th century such a good start was polished off with fruits in season and sweets, a cup of genuine mocha, and finally 2 sorts of liqueurs, one a spirit for cleansing and the other an oil for softening. This primitive Swiss cheese fondue is now prepared more elaborately in what is called Neufchâtel style. 2½ cups grated imported Swiss, 1½ tablespoons flour, 1 clove of garlic, 1 cup dry white wine, crusty French flute or hard rolls cut into big mouthfuls, handy for dunking, 1 jigger kirsch, salt, pepper, nutmeg. The cheese should be shredded or grated coarsely and mixed well with the flour. Use a chafing dish for cooking and a small heated casserole for serving. Rub the bottom and sides of the blazer well with garlic. Pour in the wine and heat to bubbling, just under boiling. Add cheese slowly, half a cup at a time, and stir steadily in one direction only, as in making Welsh rabbit. Use a silver fork. Season with very little salt, always depending on how salty the cheese is, but use plenty of black pepper, freshly ground, and a touch of nutmeg. Then pour in the kirsch, stir steadily, and invite guests to dunk their forked bread in the dish or in a smaller preheated casserole over a low electric or alcohol burner on the dining table. The trick is to keep the bubbling melted cheese in rhythmic motion with the fork, both up and down and around and around. The dunkers stab the hunks of crusty French bread through the soft part to secure a firm hold in the crust, for if your bread comes off in dunking, you pay a forfeit, often a bottle of wine. The dunking is done as rhythmically as the stirring, guests taking regular turns at twirling the fork to keep the cheese swirling. When this chafing dish cheese custard, as it has been called in England, is ready for eating, each in turn thrusts in his fork, sops up a mouthful with the bread for a sponge, and gives the fondue a final stir to keep it always moving in the same direction. All the while, the heat beneath the dish keeps it gently bubbling. Such a Neufchâtel party was a favorite of King Edward VII, especially when he was stepping out as the Prince of Wales. He was as fond of fondue as most of the great gourmets of his day, and preferred it to Welsh rabbit, perhaps because of the wine and kirsch that went into it. At such a party, a little heated wine is added if the fondue gets too thick. When finally it has cooked down to a crust in the bottom of the dish, this is forked out by the host and divided among the guests as a very special dividend. Any dry white wine will serve in a pinch, and the Switzerland Cheese Association, in broadcasting this classical recipe, points out that any dry rum, slivovitz, or brandy, including applejack, will be a valid substitute for the kirsch. To us, applejack seems specially suited when we stop to consider our native taste that has married apple pie to cheese since pioneer times. In culinary usage, fondue means melting to an edible consistency, and this, of course, doesn't refer to cheese alone, although we use it chiefly for that. In France, fondue is also the common name for a simple dish of eggs scrambled with grated cheese and butter and served very hot on toasted bread, or filled into fancy paper cases, quickly browned on top and served at once. The reason for this is that all baked fondues fall as easily as far as souffles, although the latter are more noted for this failing. There is a similarity in the soft fluffiness of both, although the fondues are always more moist, for there is a stiff, stuffed shirt build-up around any souffle, suggesting a dressy dinner, while fondue started as a self-service dunking bowl. Our modern tendency is to try to make over the original French fondue on the Welsh rabbit model, to turn it into a sort of French rabbit, although we know that both Gruyère and Emmentaler are what we call Swiss, and that it is impossible in America to duplicate the rich alpine flavor given by the mountain herbs. We are inclined to try all sorts of domestic cheeses and mixtures thereof. but it's best to stick to Savarin's lump of Gruyere, just as the neighboring French and Italians do. It is interesting to note that this Swiss Alpine cooking has become so international that it is credited to Italy in the following description we reprint from When Madame Cooks by an Englishman, Eric Weir. Fondue à l'italienne. This is one of those egg dishes that makes one feel really grateful to hens. From its name, it originated probably in Italy, but it has crossed the Alps. I have often met it in France, but only once in Italy. First of all, make a very stiff white sauce with butter, flour, and milk. The sauce should be stiff enough to allow the wooden spoon to stand upright, or almost. Off the fire, add yolks of egg and 4 ounces of grated Gruyere cheese. Mix this in well with the white sauce and season with salt, pepper, and some grated nutmeg. Beat whites of egg firm. Add the whites to the preparation. Stir in and pour into a pudding basin. Take a large saucepan and fill half full of water. Bring to a boil, and then place the pudding basin so that the top of the basin is well out of the water. Allow to boil gently for 1.5 to 2 hours. Renew the boiling water from time to time as it evaporates, and take care that the water, in boiling, does not bubble over the mixture. Test with a knife, as for a cake, to see if it is cooked. When the knife comes out clean, take the basin out of the water and turn the fondue out on a dish. It should be fairly firm and keep the shape of the basin. Sprinkle with some finely chopped ham and serve hot. The imported Swiss sometimes is cubed instead of grated, then marinated for 4 or 5 hours in dry white wine before being melted and liquored with the schnapps. This can be pleasantly adopted here in All American Fondue. 1 pound imported Swiss cheese cubed. 3/4 of a cup Scuppernong or other American white wine. 1½ jiggers applejack. After marinating the Swiss cubes in the wine, simply melt together over hot water. Stir until soft and creamy. Add the applejack and dunk with fingers of toast or your own to a chorus of all bound round with a woolen string. Of course, this can be treated as a mere vinous Welsh rabbit and poured over toast to be accompanied by beer. But wine is the thing, for the French fondue is to dry wine what the rabbit is to stale ale or fresh beer. We say French instead of Swiss because the French took over the dish so eagerly, together with the great Gruyere that makes it distinctive. They internationalized it, sent it around the world with bouillabaisse and onion soup, that celestial soupe à l'oignon on which snowy showers of grated Gruyere descend. To put the Welsh rabbit in its place, they called it fondue à l'anglaise, which also points up the twin-like relationship of the world's 2 favorite dishes of melted cheese. But to differentiate and show they are not identical twins, the number 1 dish remained fromage fondue, while the second was baptized fromage fondue à la bière. Beginning with Savarin, the French whisked up more rapturous, rhapsodic writings about Gruyere and its offspring, the fondue, together with the puffed soufflé, than about any other imported cheese except Parmesan. Parmesan and Gruyere were praised as the 2 greatest culinary cheeses. A variant fondue was made of the Italian cheese. Parmesan fondue. 3 tablespoons butter. 1 cup grated Parmesan cheese. 4 eggs, lightly beaten. Salt, pepper. Over boiling water, melt butter and cheese slowly. Stir in the eggs, season to taste, and stir steadily in one direction only until smooth. Pour over fingers of buttered toast, or spoon it up as the ancients did before there were any forks. It's beaten with a fork, but eaten catch as catch can, like chicken in the rough. Sapsago Swiss fondue. 2 tablespoons butter. 2 tablespoons flour. ½ teaspoon salt. 1½ cups of milk. 2½ cups of shredded Swiss cheese. 2½ tablespoons of grated sapsago. ½ cup of dry white wine. pepper, black and red, freshly ground, fingers of toast. Over boiling water, stir the first 4 ingredients into a smooth, fairly thick cream sauce. Then stir in Swiss cheese until well melted. After that, add the sapsago finely grated and wine in small splashes. Stir steadily in one direction only until velvety. Season sharply with the contrasting peppers and serve over fingers of toast. This is also nice when served bubbling in individual preheated pastry shells, casseroles, or ramekins, although this way most of the fun of the dunking party is left out. To make up for it, however, cooked slices of mushrooms are sometimes added. At the cheese cellar in the New York World's Fair Swiss Pavilion, where a continual dunking party was in progress, thousands of amateurs learned such basic things as not to overcook the fondue lest it become stringy, and the protocol of dunking in turn and keeping the mass in continual motion until the next on the fondue line dips in his cube of bread. The success of the dish depends on making it quickly, keeping it gently a bubble, and never letting it stand still for a split second. The Swiss, who consume 3 or 4 times as much cheese per capita as we, and almost twice as much as the French, are willing to share fondue honors with the French Alpine province of Savoy, a natural cheese cellar with almost 24 distinctive types of its very own, such as fat cheese, also called death's head, La Grande Bornand, a luscious half-dried ship's milker, Chevrotin, small, dry goat milk cheeses, and Les Vacherins. The latter, made in both Savoy and Switzerland, boasts 2 interesting variants. Vacherin fondue, or spiced fondue, made about the same as Emmentaler, ripened to sharp age and then melted, spices added, and the cheese reformed. It is also called spiced fondue and sells for about $2 a pound. Named fondue from being melted, though it's really recooked. Vacherin à la main. This is a curiosity in cheeses, resembling a cold, uncooked fondue. Made of cow's milk, it is round, a foot in diameter, and half a foot high. It is salted and aged until the rind is hard, and the inside more runny than the ripest camembert, so it can be eaten with a spoon, like the cooked fondue, as well as spread on bread. The local name for it is tome de montagne. Here is a good assortment of fondues. Vacherin Fribourg fondue. 2 tablespoons butter. 1 clove of garlic, crushed. 2 cups of shredded Vacherin cheese. 2 tablespoons of hot water. This authentic quickie is started by cooking the garlic in butter until the butter is melted. Then remove garlic and reduce heat. Add the soft cheese and stir with silver fork until smooth and velvety. Add the water in little splashes, stirring constantly in one direction. Dunk. In this melted Swiss, a little water takes the place of a lot of wine. La Fondue Comtois. This regional specialty of Franche-Comté is made with white wine. Sauterne, Chablis, Riesling, or any Rhenish type will serve splendidly. Also, use butter, grated Gruyère, beaten eggs, and that touch of garlic. Chive fondue. 3 cups of grated Swiss cheese. 3 tablespoons of flour. 2 tablespoons of butter. 1 garlic clove, crushed. 3 tablespoons of finely chopped chives. 1 cup of dry white wine. Salt. Freshly ground pepper. A pinch of nutmeg. 1/4 cup of kirsch. Mix cheese and flour. Melt butter in chafing dish blazer rubbed with garlic. Cook chives in butter for 1 minute. Add wine and heat just under boiling. Keep simmering as you add cheese and flour mix gradually, stirring always in one direction. Salt according to age and sharpness of cheese. Add plenty of freshly ground pepper and a pinch of nutmeg. When everything is stirred smooth and bubbling, toss in the kirsch without missing a stroke of the fork and get to dunking. Large, crisp, hot potato chips make a pleasant change for dunking purposes, or try assorted crackers alternating with the absorbent bread or hard rolls. Tomato fondue. 2 tomatoes, skinned, seeded, and chopped. Half a teaspoon of dried sweet basil. 1 clove of garlic. 2 tablespoons of butter. Half a cup of dry white wine. 2 cups of grated cheddar cheese. Paprika. Mix basil with chopped tomatoes. Rub chafing dish with garlic, melt butter, add tomatoes and much paprika. Cook 5 to 6 minutes. Add wine. Stir steadily to boiling point. Then add cheese, half a cup at a time, and keep stirring until everything is smooth. Serve on hot toast like Welsh rabbit. Here, the 2 most popular melted cheese dishes tangle, but they're held together with the common ingredient, tomato. Fondue also appears as a sauce to pour over baked tomatoes. Stale breadcrumbs are soaked in tomato juice to make tomato baked fondue. 1 cup of tomato juice, 1 cup of stale breadcrumbs, 1 cup of grated sharp American cheese, 1 tablespoon of melted butter, salt, 4 eggs separated and well beaten. Soak crumbs in tomato juice, stir cheese in butter until melted, season with a little or no salt, depending on saltiness of the cheese. Mix in the beaten yolks, fold in the white, and bake about 50 minutes in moderate oven. Baked fondues. Although Savarin's dunking fondue was first to make a sensation on these shores and is still in highest esteem among epicures, the fondue America took to its bosom was baked. The original recipe came from the Supercassius province of Savoy under the explicit title La Fondue au fromage. La fondue au fromage. Make the usual creamy mixture of butter, flour, milk, yolks of eggs, and Gruyere in thin slices for a change. Use red pepper instead of black. Splash in a jigger of kirsch but no white wine. Finally, fold in the egg whites and bake in a mold for 45 minutes. We adapted this to our national taste, which had already based the whole business of melted cheese on the Welsh rabbit with stale ale or milk instead of white wine and Worcestershire, mustard and hot peppers. Today we have come up with this 100% American fondue. 2 cups of scalded milk, 2 cups of stale breadcrumbs, half a teaspoon of dry English mustard, salt, dash of nutmeg, dash of pepper, 2 cups of American cheese, cheddar, 2 egg yolks well beaten, 2 egg whites beaten stiff. Soak crumbs and milk. Season and stir in the cheese until melted. Add the beaten egg yolks and stir until you have a smooth mixture. Let this cool while beating the whites stiff, leaving them slightly moist. Fold the whites into the cool, custardy mix and bake in a buttered dish until firm, about 50 minutes in a moderate oven. This is more of a baked cheese job than a true fondue to our way of thinking, and the scalded milk doesn't exactly take the place of the wine or kirsch. It is characteristic of our bland cookery. Other fondues, plain and fancy, baked and not. Quickie ketchup tummy fondue. 3/4 of a pound of sharp cheese diced. 1 can of condensed tomato soup. Half a cup of ketchup. Half a teaspoon of mustard. 1 egg lightly beaten. In double boiler, melt cheese in soup. Blend thoroughly by constant stirring. Remove from heat, lightly whip or fold in the ketchup and mustard mixed with eggs. Serve on Melba toast or rusks. This might be suggested as a novel midnight snack with a cup of cocoa for a change. Cheese and rice fondue. 1 cup of cooked rice, 2 cups of milk, 4 eggs separated and well beaten, half a cup of grated cheese, half a teaspoon of salt, cayenne, Worcestershire sauce or Tabasco sauce, or all three. Heat rice instead of breadcrumbs and milk. Stir in cheese until melted. Add egg yolks beaten lemon yellow. Season. Fold in stiff egg whites. Serve hot on toast. Corn and cheese fondue. 1 cup of breadcrumbs. 1 large can of creamed corn. 1 small onion, chopped. Half a green pepper, chopped. 2 cups of cottage cheese. Half a teaspoon of salt. Half a cup of milk. 2 eggs well beaten. Mix all ingredients together and bake in buttered casserole set in pan of hot water. Bake about 1 hour in moderate oven or until set. Cheese fondue. 1 cup of grated cheddar. Half a cup of crumbled Roquefort. 1 cup of pimento cheese. 3 tablespoons of cream. 3 tablespoons of butter. 1 teaspoon of Worcestershire. Stir everything together over hot water until smooth and creamy. Then whisk until fluffy, moistening with more cream or mayonnaise if too stiff. Serve on Melba toast or assorted thin toasted crackers. Brick fondue. Half a cup of butter. 2 cups of grated brick cheese. Half a cup of warm milk. Half a teaspoon of salt. 2 eggs. Melt butter and cheese together. Use wire whisk to whip in the warm milk. Season. Take from fire and beat in the eggs, one at a time. Please note that fondue protocol calls for each egg to be beaten separately in cases like this. Serve over hot toast or crackers. Cheddar dunk bowl. 3/4 of a pound of sharp cheddar cheese. 3 tablespoons of cream. 2/3 of teaspoon of dry mustard. 1½ teaspoons of Worcestershire. Grate the cheese powdery fine and mash it together with the cream until fluffy. Season and serve in a beautiful bowl for dunking in the original style of Savarin, although this is a static imitation of the real thing. All kinds of crackers and colorful dips can be used, from celery stalks and potato chips to thin petals cut from Bombay duck. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Book of Cheeses by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 7. Souffles, Puffs, and Ramekins. There isn't much difference between cheese souffles, puffs, and ramekins. The English Encyclopedia of Practical Cookery, the oldest, biggest, and best of such works in English, lumps cheese puffs and ramekins together, giving the same recipes for both, although it treats each extensively under its own name when not made with cheese. Cheese was the basis of the original French ramekin, cheese and bread crumbs or puff paste baked in a mold, with puff again the principal factor in soufflé, from the French souffler, puff up. Basic soufflé: 3 tablespoons butter or margarine, 4 tablespoons flour, 1 1/4 cups hot milk, scalded, 1 teaspoon salt, a dash of cayenne, a half cup of grated cheddar cheese, sharp, 2 egg yolks, beaten lemon yellow, 2 egg whites, beaten stiff. Melt butter, stir in flour and milk gradually until thick and smooth. Season and add the cheese, continuing the cooking and slow stirring until velvety. Remove from heat and let cool somewhat. Then stir in the egg yolks with a light hand and an upward motion. Fold in the stiff whites, and when evenly mixed, pour into a big round baking dish. Some butter it and some don't. To make sure the top will be even when baked, run a spoon or knife around the surface about 1 inch from the edge of the dish before baking slowly in a moderate oven until puffed high and beautifully browned. Serve instantly, for fear the soufflé may fall. The baking takes up to an hour, and the egg whites shouldn't be beaten so stiff they are hard to fold in and contain no air to expand and puff up the dish. To perk up the seasonings, mustard, Worcestershire sauce, lemon juice, nutmeg, and even garlic are often used to taste, especially in England. While cheddar is the preferred cheese, Parmesan runs it a close second. Then comes Swiss. You may use any two or all three of these together. Sometimes Roquefort is added, as in the Ramekin recipes below. Parmesan soufflé. Make the same as basic soufflé with these small modifications in the ingredients. 1 full cup of grated Parmesan, 1 extra egg in place of the 1/2 cup of cheddar cheese, a little more butter, black pepper, not cayenne. Swiss soufflé. Make the same as basic soufflé with these slight changes. 1 1/4 cups grated Swiss cheese instead of the cheddar cheese, nutmeg in place of the cayenne. Parmesan Swiss soufflé. Make the same as basic soufflé with these little differences: 1/2 cup grated Swiss cheese and 1/2 cup grated Parmesan in place of the cheddar cheese. 1/4 teaspoon each of sugar and black pepper for seasoning. Any of these makes a light, lovely luncheon or a proper climax to a grand dinner. Cheese corn soufflé. Make as basic soufflé, substituting for the scalded milk 1 cup of sieved and strained juice from cream-style canned corn. Cheese spinach soufflé. Sauté 1 1/2 cups of finely chopped drained spinach in butter with 1 teaspoon finely grained onion, and then whip it until light and fluffy. Mix well into the white sauce of the basic soufflé before adding the cheese and following the rest of the recipe. Cheese tomato soufflé. Substitute hot tomato juice for the scalded milk. Cheese seafood soufflé. Add 1 1/2 cups finely chopped or ground lobster, crab, shrimp, other seafood or mixture thereof, with any preferred seasoning added. Cheese mushroom soufflé. 1 1/2 cups grated sharp cheddar, 1 cup cream of mushroom soup, paprika to taste, salt, 2 egg yolks well beaten, 2 egg whites beaten stiff, 2 tablespoons chopped cooked bacon, 2 tablespoons sliced blanched almonds. Heat cheese with soup and paprika, adding the cheese gradually and stirring until smooth. Add salt and thicken the sauce with egg yolks, still stirring steadily, and finally fold in the whites. Sprinkle with bacon and almonds and bake until golden brown and puffed high, about 1 hour. Cheese potato soufflé. Potato puff. 6 potatoes, 2 onions, 1 tablespoon butter or margarine, 1 cup hot milk, 3/4 cup grated cheddar cheese, 1 teaspoon salt, a dash of pepper, 2 egg yolks well beaten, 2 egg whites beaten stiff, 1/4 cup grated cheddar cheese. Cook potatoes and onions together until tender and put through a ricer. Mix with all the other ingredients except the egg whites and the cheddar. Fold in the egg whites, mix thoroughly, and pour into a buttered baking dish. Sprinkle the 1/4 cup of cheddar on top and bake in moderate oven about 1/2 hour until golden brown and well puffed. Serve instantly. Variations of this popular soufflé leave out the onion and simplify matters by using 2 cups of mashed potatoes. Sometimes 1 tablespoon of ketchup and another of minced parsley is added to the mixture, or onion juice alone to take the place of the cooked onions, about a tablespoon, full or scant. The English, in concocting such a potato puff or soufflé, are inclined to make it extra peppery, as they do most of their cheese soufflés, with not only a dust of black pepper, but as much cayenne as may be stood on the face of a sixpence. Cheese fritter soufflés. These combine ham with Parmesan cheese, and are even more delicately handled in the making than crepe Suzette. Puffs. 3-in-1 puffs. 1 cup grated Swiss, 1 cup grated Parmesan, 1 cup cream cheese, 5 eggs, lightly beaten, salt and pepper. Mix the cheeses into one mass moistened with the beaten eggs, splashed on at intervals. When thoroughly incorporated, put in ramekins, tiny tins, cups, or any sort of little mold of any shape. Bake in hot oven about 10 minutes until richly browned. Such miniature soufflés serve as liaison officers for this entire section, since they are baked in ramekins or Ramekins, from the French word for the small baking dish that holds only one portion. These may be paper boxes, usually round, earthenware, china, Pyrex, of any attractive shape in which to bake or serve the puffs. More commonly, in America at least, puffs are made without ramekin dishes as follows. Fried puffs. 2 egg whites beaten stiff, 1/2 cup grated cheese, 1 tablespoon flour, salt, paprika. Into the stiff egg whites fold the cheese, flour, and seasonings. When thoroughly mixed, pat into shape desired. Roll in crumbs and fry. Roquefort puffs. 1/8 pound genuine French Roquefort, 1 egg white beaten stiff, 8 crackers or 2-inch bread rounds. Cream the Roquefort, fold in the egg white, pile on crackers, and bake 15 minutes in slow oven. The constant repetition of beaten stiff in these recipes may give the impression that the whites are badly beaten up, but such is not the case. They are simply whipped to peaks and left moist and glistening as a teardrop, with a slight sad droop to them that shows there is still room for the air to expand and puff things up in cooking. Parmesan puffs. Make a spread of mayonnaise or other salad dressing with equal parts of imported Parmesan, grated fine. Spread on a score or more of crackers in a roomy pan and broil a couple of minutes till they puff up golden brown. Use only the best Parmesan, imported from Italy, or second best from Argentina, where the rich pampas grass and Italian settlers get together on excellent Parmesan and Romano. Never buy Parmesan already grated. It quickly loses its flavor. Breakfast puffs. 1 cup flour, 1 cup milk, 1/4 cup finely grated cheese, 1 egg lightly beaten, 1/2 teaspoon salt. Mix all together to a smooth, light batter and fill ramekins or cups half full. Then bake in quick oven until they are puffing over the top and golden brown. Danish Fondue Puffs. 1 stale roll, 1/2 cup boiling hot milk, salt, pepper, 2 cups freshly grated cheddar cheese, 4 egg yolks beaten lemon yellow, 4 egg whites beaten stiff. Soak roll in boiling milk and beat to a paste. Mix with cheese and egg yolks. When smooth and thickened, fold in the egg whites and fill ramekins, tins, cups, or paper forms and slowly bake until puffed up and golden brown. New England Cheese Puffs. 1 cup sifted flour, 1 teaspoon baking powder, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1/2 teaspoon Hungarian paprika, 1/4 teaspoon dry mustard, 2 egg yolks beaten lemon yellow, 1/2 cup milk, 1 cup freshly grated cheddar cheese, 2 egg whites beaten stiff but not dry. Sift dry ingredients together, mix yolks with milk and stir in. Add cheese, and when thoroughly incorporated, fold in the egg whites to make a smooth batter. Drop from a big spoon onto hot deep fat and cook until well browned. Caraway seeds are sometimes added. Poppy seeds are also used, and either of these makes a snappier puff, especially tasty when served with soup. A few drops of Tabasco give this an extra tang. Cream cheese puffs. 1/2 pound cream cheese, 1 cup milk, 4 eggs lightly beaten, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1/2 teaspoon dried mustard. Soften cheese by heating over hot water. Remove from heat and add milk, eggs, and seasoning. Beat until well blended, then pour into custard cups, ramekins, or any other individual baking dishes that are attractive enough to serve the puffs in. Ramekins or Ramekins. Some ramekin dishes are made so exquisitely that they may be collected like snuff bottles. Ramekins are utterly French. Both the cooked puffs and the individual dishes in which they are baked. Essentially a cheese puff, this is also au gratin when topped with both cheese and browned breadcrumbs. By a sort of poetic cook's license, the name is also applied to any kind of cake containing cheese and cooked in the identifying one-portion ramekin. It is used chiefly in the plural, however, together with the name of the chief ingredient, such as chicken ramekins and cheese ramekins 1, 2 eggs, 2 tablespoons flour, 1/8 pound butter melted, an 1/8 pound grated cheese. Mix well and bake in individual molds for 15 minutes. Cheese ramekins 2, 3 tablespoons melted butter, 1/2 teaspoon each salt and pepper, 3/4 cup bread crumbs, 1/2 cup grated cheese, 2 eggs lightly beaten, 1 1/2 cups milk. Mix the first 4 dry ingredients together. Stir eggs into the milk and add. Stir to a smooth batter and bake in buttered ramekins, standing in water, in moderate oven. Serve piping hot, for, like souffles and all associated puffs, the hot air will puff out of them quickly. Then they will sink and be inedible. 2 ancient English recipes, still going strong. Cheese ramekins, 3. Grate 1/2 pound of any dry, rich cheese. Butter a dozen small paper cases or little boxes of stiff writing paper like souffle cases. Put a saucepan containing 1/2 pint of water over the fire. Add 2 tablespoons of butter, and when the water boils, stir in 1 heaping tablespoon of flour. Beat the mixture until it shrinks away from the sides of the saucepan. Then stir in the grated cheese. Remove the paste thus made from the fire and let it partly cool. In the meantime, separate the yolks from the whites of 3 eggs and beat them until the yolks foam and the whites make a stiff froth. Put the mixture at once into the buttered paper cases, only half filling them, since they rise very high while being baked, with small slices of cheese, and bake in a moderate oven for about 15 minutes. As soon as the puffs are done, put the cases on a hot dish covered with a folded napkin and serve very hot. The most popular cheese for ramekins has always been, and still is, Gruyere. But because the early English also adopted Italian Parmesan, that followed as a close second, and remains there today. Sharp cheddar makes tangy ramekins, as will be seen in this second oldster, for though it prescribes Gloucester and Cheshire, arf and arf, both are essentially cheddars. Gloucester has been called a glorified Cheshire, and the latter has long been known as a peculiarly rich and colorful elder brother of cheddar, described in Kennelme Digby's Closet Opened as a quick, fat, rich, well-tasted cheese. Cheese ramekins, 4. Scrape fine 1/4 pound of Gloucester cheese and 1/4 pound of Cheshire cheese. Beat the scraped cheese in a mortar with the yolks of 4 eggs, 1/4 pound of fresh butter, and the crumbs of a French roll, boiled in cream until soft. When all this is well mixed and pounded to a paste, add the beaten whites of 4 eggs. Should the paste seem too stiff, 1 or 2 tablespoons of sherry may be added. Put the paste into paper cases and bake in a Dutch oven till nicely browned. The ramekins should be served very hot. Since both Gloucester cheese and Cheshire cheese are not easily come by even in London today, it would be hard to reproduce this in the States. So the best we can suggest is to use half and half of 2 of our own great cheddars, say half Coon and half Wisconsin Longhorn, or half Tillamook and half Herkimer County. For there's no doubt about it, contrasting cheeses tickle the taste buds, and as many as 3 different kinds put together make puffs all the more perfect. Ramekins à la Parisienne. 2 cups milk, 1 cup cream, 1 ounce salt butter, 1 tablespoon flour, a half cup grated Gruyere, coarsely ground pepper, an atom of nutmeg, a soupçon of garlic, a light touch of powdered sugar, 8 eggs separated. Boil milk and cream together. Melt butter. Mix in the flour and stir over heat 5 minutes, adding the milk and cream mixture a little at a time. When thoroughly cooked, remove from heat and stir in cheese, seasonings, and the yolks of all 8 eggs, well beaten, and the whites of 2, even better beaten. When well mixed, fold in the remaining egg whites, stiffly beaten, until you have a batter as smooth and thick as cream. Pour this into ramekins of paper, porcelain, or earthenware, filling each about 2/3 full to allow for them to puff up as they bake in a very slow oven until golden brown, or a little less than 20 minutes. Le Ramekin Moraisien. This celebrated specialty of Franche-Comté is described as a porridge of water, butter, seasoning, chopped garlic, and toast, thickened with minced Gruyère and served very hot. Several French provinces are known for distinctive individual puffs, usually served in the dainty fluted forms they are cooked in. In Jeanne d'Arc's Lorraine, for instance, there are the simply named Les Ramekins, made of flour, Gruyère, and eggs. Swiss Roquefort Ramekins. A 1/4 pound Swiss cheese, a 1/4 pound Roquefort cheese, a 1/2 pound butter, 8 eggs separated, 4 breakfast rolls, crusts removed, 1/2 cup cream. The batter is made in the usual way, with the soft insides of the rolls simmered in the cream and stirred in. The egg whites are folded in last, as always, the batter poured into ramekins part full and baked to a golden brown. Then they are served instantaneously, lest they fall. Puff paste ramekins. Puff or other pastry is rolled out flat and sprinkled with fine, tasty cheese, or any cheese mixture, such as Parmesan, with Gruyère and or Swiss Sapsago for a piquant change, but in lesser quantity than the other cheeses used. Parmesan has long been the favorite for these. Fold paste into 3 layers, roll out again, and dust with more cheese. Fold once more and roll this out and cut in small fancy shapes to bake 10 to 15 minutes in a hot oven. Brushing with egg yolk before baking makes these ramekins shine. Frying pan ramekins. Melt 2 ounces of butter, let it cool a little, and then mix with 1/2 pound of cheese. Fold in the whites of 3 eggs, beaten stiff but not dry. Cover frying pan with buttered papers. Put slices of bread on this and cover with the cheese mixture. Cook about 5 minutes, take it off and brown it with a salamander. There are 2 schools of salamandering among turophiles. One holds that it toughens the cheese and makes it less digestible. The other that it's simply swell. Some of the latter addicts have special cheese branding irons made with their monograms to identify their creations, whether they be burned on the skins of Welsh rabbits or frying pan ramekins. Salamandering with an iron that has a gay carnivalesque design can make a sort of harlequin ramekin. Casserole ramekin. Here is the Americanization of a French original. In a deep casserole lay alternate slices of white bread and Swiss cheese, with the cheese slices a bit bigger all round. Beat 2 eggs and 2 cups of milk, season with salt and, of all things, nutmeg. Proceed to bake like individual ramekins. End of chapter 7. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox.
Chapter 8 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 8. Pizzas, Blintzes, Pastes, Cheesecakes, etc. No matter how big or hungry your family, you can always appease them with pizza. Pizza, the tomato pie of Sicily. Dough. 1 package yeast dissolved in warm water. 2 cups sifted flour. 1 teaspoon salt. 2 tablespoons olive oil. Make dough of this. Knead 12 to 20 minutes. Pat into a ball, cover it tight, and let stand 3 hours in warm place until twice the size. Tomato paste. 3 tablespoons olive oil. 2 large onions, sliced thin. 1 can Italian tomato paste. 8 to 10 anchovy fillets cut small. Half a teaspoon of oregano. Salt. Crushed chili pepper. 2 1/2 cups water. In the oil fry onion tender, but not too brown. Stir in tomato paste and keep stirring 3 or 4 minutes. Season, pour water over, and simmer slowly 25 to 30 minutes. Add anchovies when sauce is done. Cheese. 1/2 cup grated Italian, Parmesan, Romano or Pecorino, depending on your pocketbook. Procure a low, wide, and handsome tin pizza pan, or reasonable substitute, and grease well before spreading the well-raised dough 1/2 to 3/4 inch thick. Poke your fingertips haphazardly into the dough to make marks that will catch the sauce when you pour it on generously. Shake on Parmesan or Parmesan-type cheese and bake in a hot oven 1/2 hour. Then 1/4 hour more at lower heat until the pizza is golden brown. Cut in wedges like any other pie and serve. The proper pans come all tin and a yard wide, down to regular apple pie size, but 12-inch pans are the most popular. Miniature pizzas. Miniature pizzas are split English muffins rubbed with garlic or onion and brushed with olive oil. Cover with tomato sauce and a slice of mozzarella cheese, anchovy, oregano and grated Parmesan, and heat 8 minutes. Italian Swiss scallopini. 1 pound paper-thin veal cutlets, 1/2 cup flour, 1/2 cup grated Swiss and Parmesan mixed, 1 egg yolk lightly beaten with water, butter, salt, paprika. Moisten veal with egg and roll in flour mixed with cheese. Quickly brown, lower flame and cook 4 to 5 minutes till tender. Dust with paprika and salt. Neapolitan baked lasagna or stuffed noodles. 1 pound lasagna or other wide noodles. 1 1/2 cups cooked thick tomato sauce with meat. 1/2 pound ricotta or cottage cheese. 1 pound mozzarella or American cheddar. 1/4 pound grated Parmesan, Romano or Pecorino. Salt. Pepper, preferably crushed red pods. A shaker filled with grated Parmesan or reasonable substitute. Cook wide or broad noodles 15 to 20 minutes in rapidly boiling salted water until tender but not soft, and drain. Pour 1/2 cup of tomato sauce in baking dish or pan. Cover with about half of the noodles. Sprinkle with grated Parmesan, a layer of sauce, a layer of mozzarella, and dabs of ricotta. Continue in this fashion, alternating layers and seasoning each, ending with a final spread of sauce, Parmesan and red pepper. Bake firm in moderate oven about 15 minutes, and serve in wedges like pizza with canisters of grated Parmesan, crushed red pepper pods, and more of the sauce to taste. Little hats, capelletti. Freshly made and still moist capelletti, little hats, contrived out of tasty paste, may be had in any Little Italy macaroni shop. These may be stuffed sensationally in 4 different flavors with only 2 cheeses. Brown slices of chicken and ham separately in butter. Mince each very fine and divide in half, to make 4 mixtures in equal amounts. Season these with salt, pepper, and nutmeg, and a binding of 2 parts egg yolk to 1 part egg white. With these meat mixtures you can make 4 different flavoured fillings: ham and mozzarella chicken, and mozzarella ham and ricotta chicken, and ricotta. Fill the little hats alternately, so you'll have the same number of each different kind. Pinch edges tight together to keep the stuffings in, while boiling fast for 5 minutes in chicken broth, or salted water if you must. Since these cappelletti are only a pleasing form and shape of ravioli, they are served in the same way, on hot plates, with plain tomato sauce and Parmesan or reasonable substitute. If we count this final seasoning as an ingredient, this makes 3 cheeses, so that each of half a dozen taste buds can be getting individual sensations without letting the others know what it's doing. Dauphiny Ravioli. This French variant of the famous Italian pockets of pastry follows the Cappelletti pattern, with any fresh goat cheese and Gruyère melted with butter and minced parsley and boiled in chicken broth. Italian fritters. 1/4 cup flour, 2 tablespoons sugar, 1/4 pound fresh ricotta, 2 eggs beaten, 1/2 cup shredded mozzarella, rind of half lemon grated, 3 tablespoons brandy, salt. Stir and mix well together in the order given, and let stand 1 hour or more to thicken the batter, so it will hold its shape while cooking. Shape batter like walnuts, and hold one at a time in the bowl of a long-handled spoon dipped for 10 seconds in boiling hot oil. Fritter the walnuts so, and serve at once with powdered sugar. To make fascinating cheese croquettes, mix several contrasting cheeses in this batter. Italian asparagus and cheese. This gives great scope for contrasting cheeses in one and the same dish. In a shallow baking pan put a foundation layer of grated cheddar and a little butter. Cover with a layer of tender parts of asparagus, lightly salted. Next, a layer of grated Gruyère with a bit of butter, and another of asparagus. From here you can go as far as you like with varied layers of melting cheeses, alternating with asparagus, until you come to the top, where you add 2 more kinds of cheese, a mixture of powdered Parmesan with Sapsago to give the new mown hay scent. Garlic on cheese. For 1 sandwich prepare 30 or 40 garlic cloves by removing skins and frying out the fierce pungence in smoking olive oil. They skip in the hot pan like Mexican jumping beans. Toast one side of a thickish slice of bread, put this side down on a grilling pan, cover it with a slice of imported Swiss Emmentaler or Gruyère of about the same size, shape, and thickness. Stick the cooked garlic cloves, while still blistering hot, in a close pattern into the cheese, and brown for a minute under the grill. Salt lightly, and dash with paprika for the colour. Recipe by Bob Brown in Merle Armitage's collection Fit for a King. Spaniards call garlic cloves teeth. Englishmen call them toes. It was cheese and garlic together that inspired Shakespeare to Hotspur's declaration in King Henry IV, "I had rather live with cheese and garlic in a windmill far, than feed on cates, and have him talk to me in any summer house in Christendom." Some people can take a mere soupçon of the stuff, while others can down it by the soup spoon, so we feel it necessary in reprinting our recipe to point to the warning of another early English writer. Garlic is very dangerous to young children, fine women, and hot young men. Blintzes. This snow-white member of the Crêpe Suzette sorority is the most popular deb in New York's fancy cheese dishes set. Almost unknown here a decade or 2 ago, it has joined blinis, kreplach, and cheeseburgers as a quick and sustaining lunch for office workers. 2 eggs, 1 cup water, 1 cup sifted flour, salt, cooking oil, ½ pound cottage cheese, 2 tablespoons butter, 2 cups sour cream. Beat 1 egg light and make a batter with the water, flour and salt to taste. Heat a well-greased small frying pan and make little pancakes with 2 tablespoons of batter each. Cook the cakes over low heat and on one side only. Slide each cake off on a white cloth with the cooked side down. While these are cooling, make the blintz filling by beating together the second egg, cottage cheese and butter. Spread each pancake thickly with the mixture and roll or make into little pockets or envelopes with the end tucked in to hold the filling. Cook in foil till golden brown and serve at once with sufficient sour cream to smother them. Vatroushki. Russia seems to have been the cradle of all sorts of blinis and blintzes, and perhaps the first of them to be made was vatroushki, a variant of the blintzes above. The chief difference is that rounds of puff paste dough are used instead of the hot cakes. 1 teaspoon of sugar is added to the cottage cheese filling, and the sour cream, ½ cup, is mixed into this instead of being served with it. Little cups filled with this mix are made by pinching the edges of the dough together. The tops are brushed with egg yolk and baked in a brisk oven. Cottage cheese pancakes. 1 cup prepared pancake. 4 tablespoons top milk or light cream. 1 teaspoon salt. 4 eggs well beaten. 1 tablespoon sugar. 2 cups cottage cheese put through ricer. Mix batter and stir in cheese last until smooth. Cheese waffles. 2 cups prepared waffle flour. 3 egg yolks lightly beaten. 1/4 cup melted butter. 3/4 cup grated sharp cheddar. 3 egg whites beaten stiff. Stir up a smooth waffle batter of the first 4 ingredients and fold in egg whites last. Today you can get imported canned Holland cheese waffles to heat quickly and serve. Napkin dumpling. 1 pound cottage cheese, 1/8 pound butter softened, 3 eggs beaten, 3/4 cup farina, ½ teaspoon salt, cinnamon and brown sugar. Mix together all ingredients except the cinnamon and sugar to form a ball. Moisten a linen napkin with cold water and tie the ball of dough in it. Simmer 40 to 50 minutes in salted boiling water, remove from napkin, sprinkle well with cinnamon and brown sugar, and serve. This is on the style of Hungarian potato and other succulent dumplings, and may be served with goulash or as a meal in itself. Butter and cheese. Where fish is scant and fruit of trees, supply that want with butter and cheese. Thomas Tusser, in The Last Remedy. Butter and cheese are mixed together in equal parts for cheese butter. Serbia has a cheese called butter that more or less matches Turkey's durak, of which butter is an indispensable ingredient, and French cancoillotte is based on sour milk simmered with butter. The English have a cheese called margarine made with the butter substitute. In Westphalia there are no 2 schools of thought about whether 'tis better to eat butter with cheese or not, for in Westphalia sour milk cheese butter is mixed in as part of the process of making. The Arabs press curds and butter together to store in vats, and the Scots have crowdy or cruddy butter. Buttermilk cheese. The value of buttermilk is stressed in an extravagant old Hindu proverb. A man may live without bread, but without buttermilk he dies. Cheese was made before butter, being the earliest form of dairy manufacturing, so buttermilk cheese came well after plain milk cheese, even after whey cheese. It is very tasty and a natural with potato salad. The curd is salted after draining, and sold in small parchment packages. German leather cheese has buttermilk mixed with the plain. The Danes make their Appetitost with sour buttermilk. Ricotta Romano, for a novelty, is made of sheep buttermilk. Cottage cheese. In America, cottage cheese is also called pot, Dutch, and smearcase. It is the easiest and quickest to make of all cheeses by simply letting milk sour or adding buttermilk to curdle it, then stand a while on the back of the kitchen stove, since it is home-made as a rule. It is drained in a bag of cheesecloth and may be eaten the same day, usually salted. The Pilgrims brought along the following 2 tried and true recipes from Old England, and both are still in use and good repute. Cottage cheese No. 1. Let milk sour until clotted. Pour boiling water over and it will immediately curd. Stir well and pour into a colander. Pour a little cold water on the curd, salt it, and break it up attractively for serving. Cottage cheese No. 2. A very rich and tasty variety is made of equal parts whole milk and buttermilk, heated together to just under the boiling point. Pour into a linen bag and let drain until next day. Then remove, salt to taste, and add a bit of butter or cream to make a smooth, creamy consistency, and pat into balls the size of a Seville orange. Cream cheese. In England there are 3 distinct manners of making cream cheese. 1. Fresh milk strained and lightly drained. 2. Scalded cream dried and drained dry, like Devonshire. 3. Rennet curd ripened, with thin edible rind or none, packaged in small blocks or miniature bricks by dairy companies, as in the U.S. Philadelphia cream cheese. American cream cheeses follow the English pattern, being named from their region or established brands owned by Breakstone, Borden, Kraft, Shefford, etc. Cream cheese such as the first listed above is easier to make than cottage cheese or any other. Technically, in fact, it is not a cheese, but the dried curd of milk, and is often called virginal. Fresh milk is simply strained through muslin in a perforated box, through which the whey and extra moisture drains away for 3 or 4 days, leaving a residue as firm as fresh butter. In America, where we mix cream cheese with everything, a popular assortment of 12 sold in New York bears these ingredients and names: chives, cherry, garden, caviar, lax, pimiento, olive and pimiento, pineapple, relish, scallion, strawberry, and triple-decker of relish, pimiento, and cream in layers. In Italy there is stracchino cream, in Sweden chantilly. Finally, to come to France, la foncée or fromage de pot, a cream also known around the world as crème d'Isigny, double crème, fromage à la crème de Gien, pot de crème Saint-Gervais, etc., etc. The French go even farther by eating thick fresh cream with chevreton du Beaujolais and fromage blanc, in the style that adds à la crème to their already glorified names. The English came along with snow cream cheese that is more of a dessert, similar to Italian cream cheese. We'd like to have a cheese ice cream to contrast with 2 sweet ones. Attempts at this have been made, both here and in England. Scottish Caledonian cream came closest. We have frozen cheese with fruit, to be sure, but no true cheese ice cream as yet, though some cream cheeses seem especially suitable. The farmer's daughter hath soft brown hair, butter and eggs and a pound of cheese. And I met with a ballad I can't say where, that wholly consisted of lines like these, butter and eggs and a pound of cheese. In this parody by Calverley, The Farmer's Daughter, the ingredients suggest cheesecake dating back to 1381 in England. From that year, Kettner, in his Book of the Table, quotes this recipe: "Take cream of almonds or of cow milk, and beat them well together, and make small coffins, that is, cases of pastry, and do it (put it) therein, and do (put) thereto sugar and good powders. Or take good fat cheese and eggs, and make them of divers colours, green, red, or yellow, and bake them or serve them forth." This primitive receipt grew up into Richmond Maids of Honour, that caused Kettner to wax poetic with "At Richmond we are permitted to touch with our lips a countless number of these maids, light and airy as the airy fairy Lilian. What more can the finest poetry achieve in quickening the things of earth into tokens and foretastes of heaven, with glimpses of higher life and ethereal worlds?" Cheesecakes. Coronation cheesecake. The Oxford Dictionary defines cheesecake as a tartlet filled with sweet curds, etc. This shows that the cheese is the main thing, and the "and so forth" just a matter of taste. We are delighted to record that the Lord Mayor of London picked traditional cheese tarts, the Maids of Honour mentioned earlier in this section, as the coronation dessert with which to regale the second Queen Elizabeth at the City luncheon in Guildhall. This is most fitting, since these tarts were named after the Maids of Honour at the court of the first Queen Elizabeth. The original recipe is said to have sold for £1,000. These Richmond Maids of Honour had the usual cheesecake ingredients, butter and eggs and pounds of cheese, but what made the subtle flavour? Nutmeg, brandy, lemon, orange flower water, or all four? More than 2000 years before this land of coronation cheesecake, the Greeks had a word for it, several in fact: Apician cheesecake, Aristoxenian, and Philoxenian among them. Then the Romans took it over, and we read from an epistle of the period: "30 times in this one year, Carinus, while you have been arranging to make your will, have I sent you cheesecakes dripping with Hyblaean thyme. Celestial honey, such as that of Mount Hymettus, we still get from Greece." Plato mentioned cheesecake, and a town near Thebes was named for it before Christ was born, at a time when cheesecakes were widely known as dainty food for mortal man. Today cheesecakes come in a half dozen popular styles, of which the ones flavoured with fresh pineapple are the most popular in New York, but buyers delight in every sort, including the 100% American type called cheese pies. Indeed, there seems to be no dividing line between cheese cakes and cheese pies. While most of them are sweet, some are made piquant with pimientos and olives. We offer a favourite of ours, made from popcorn-style pot cheese put through a sieve. Pineapple cheesecake. 2½ pounds sieved pot cheese, 1-inch piece vanilla bean, 1/4 pound sweet butter melted, half a small box graham crackers crushed fine, 4 eggs, 2 cups sugar, 1 small can crushed pineapple drained, 2 cups milk, 1/3 cup flour. In a big bowl mix everything except the graham crackers and pineapple in the order given above. Butter a square Pyrex pan and put in the graham cracker dust to make a crust. Cover this evenly with the pineapple and pour in the cheese custard mixture. Bake 1 hour in a quiet oven, as the English used to say for a moderate one, and when done set aside for 12 hours before eating. Because of the time and labour involved, maybe you had better buy your cheesecakes, even though some of the truly fine ones cost a dime a bite, especially the pedigreed Jewish American ones in Manhattan. Reuben's and Lindy's are two leaders at about $5 a cake. Some are fruited with cherries or strawberries. Cheese custard. 4 eggs, slightly beaten. Half a teaspoon salt. 1 cup milk. A dash of pepper or paprika. 3 tablespoons melted butter. A few drops of onion juice, if desired. 4 tablespoons grated Swiss, imported. Mix all together, set in moulds in pan of hot water, and bake until brown. Open-faced cheese pie. 3 eggs, 1 cup sugar, 2 pounds soft smear case. Whip everything together and fill 2 pie crusts. Bake without any upper crust. The apple pie affinity. Hot apple pie was always accompanied with cheese in New England, even as every slice of apple pie in Wisconsin has cheese for a sidekick, according to law. Pioneer hot pies were baked in brick ovens and flavored with nutmeg, cinnamon, and rose geranium. The cheese was cheddar, but today all sorts of pie and cheese combinations are common, such as banana pie and gorgonzola, mince with Danish blue, pumpkin with cream cheese, peach pie with hablé, and even a green dusting of sapsago over raisin pie. Apple pie au gratin, thickly grated over with parmesan, caciocavallo, or sapsago, is something special when served with black coffee. Cider, too, or applejack, is a natural accompaniment to any dessert of apple with its cheese. Apple pie adorned. Apple pie is adorned with cream and cheese by pressing cream cheese through a ricer and folding in plenty of double cream, beaten thick and salted a little. Put the mixture in a pastry tube and decorate top of pie in fanciful fashion. Apple pie à la cheese. Lay a slice of melting cheese on top of apple or any fruit or berry pie and melt under broiler 2 to 3 minutes. Cheese crusty apple pie. In making an apple pie, roll out the top crust and sprinkle with sharp cheddar, grated. Dot with butter and bake golden brown. Flan au fromage. To make this Franche-Comté tart of crisp paste, simply mix coarsely grated Gruyère with beaten egg. Fill the tart cases and bake. For any cheese pastry or fruit and custard pie crusts, work in tasty shredded sharp cheddar in the ratio of 1 to 4 parts of flour. Christmas cake sandwiches. A traditional Christmas carol begs for a little bit of spice cake, a little bit of cheese, a glass of cold water, a penny, if you please. For a festive handout, cut the spice cake or fruit cake in slices and sandwich them with slices of tasty cheese between. To maintain traditional Christmas cheer for the elders, serve apple pie with cheese and applejack. Angelic Camembert. 1 ripe camembert, imported. 1 cup Anjou dry white wine. ½ pound sweet butter, softened. 2 tablespoons finely grated toast crumbs. Lightly scrape all crusty skin from the camembert, and when its creamy interior stands revealed, put it in a small round covered dish. Pour in the wine, cover tightly so no bouquet or aroma can possibly escape, and let stand overnight. When ready to serve, drain off and discard any wine left. Dry the cheese and mash with the sweet butter into an angelic paste. Reshape in original camembert form, dust thickly with the crumbs, and there you are. Such a delicate dessert is a favourite with the ladies, since some of them find a prime Camembert a bit too strong if taken straight. Although A. W. Fulton's observation in For Men Only is going out of date, it is none the less amusing. Quote, "In the course of a somewhat varied career, I have only met one woman who appreciated cheese. This quality in her seemed to me so deserving of reward that I did not hesitate to acquire her hand in marriage." End quote. Another writer has said that only gourmets among women seem to like cheese, except farm women and foreigners. The association between gourmet and farm women is borne out by the following urgent plea from early Italian landowners: "Ai contadini non far sapere quanto è buono il cacio con le pere." Don't let the peasants know how good are cheese and pears. Having found out for ourselves, we suggest a golden slice of taleggio, stracchino, or pale gold bel paese to polish off a good dinner, with a juicy Lombardy pear or its American equivalent, a Bartlett, let us say. This celestial association of cheese and pears is further accented by the French. Entre la poire et le fromage, between the pear and the cheese. This places the cheese after the fruit as the last course, in accordance with early English usage set down by John Clarke in his Paremiologia. After cheese comes nothing. But in his epigrams Ben Jonson serves them together. Digestive cheese and fruit there sure will be. That brings us back to cheese and pippins. I will make an end of my dinner, there's pippins and cheese to come. Shakespeare's Merry Wives of Windsor. When should the cheese be served? In England it is served before or after the fruit, with or without the port. Following the Book of Carving in modern spelling, we note when it was published in 1431, the proper thing after meat was pears, nuts, strawberries, whortleberries (American huckleberries), and hard cheese. In modern practice we serve some suitable cheese like Camembert directly on slices of apple and pears, Gorgonzola on sliced banana, Hablé spread on pineapple, and a cheese dessert tray to match the Lazy Lou, with everything crunchy down to crackerjacks. Good, too, are figs, both fresh and preserved, stuffed with cream cheese, kumquats, avocados, fruity dunking mixtures of pineapple cheese, served in the scooped out casque of the cheese itself, and apple or pear and provolone, creamed and put back in the rind it came in. Pots of liquored and wined cheeses no end, those of your own making being the best. Champagned Roquefort or Gorgonzola. 1/2 pound mellow Roquefort, 1/4 pound sweet butter softened, a dash cayenne, 3/4 cup of champagne. With a silver fork mix cheese and butter to a smooth paste, moistening with champagne as you go along, using a little more or less champagne according to consistency desired. Serve with the demitasse and cognac, offering besides crackers gilt gingerbread in the style of Holland Dutch cheese tasters, or just plain bread. After dinner cheeses suggested by Phil Alpert are: from France, Port Salut, Roblochon, Coulommiers, Camembert, Brie, Roquefort, Calvados. Try it with a spot of Calvados apple brandy. From the US, Liederkranz, blue, cheddar. From Sweden, Hablé crème chantilly. From Italy, Taleggio, Gorgonzola, Provolone, Bel Paese. From Hungary, Cascaval. From Switzerland, Swiss Gruyère. From Germany, Kümmelkäse. From Norway, Getost, Bontost. From Holland, Edam, Gouda. From England, Stilton. From Poland, Warszawski Sir. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Stearns. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 9. Au gratin, soups, salads, and sauces. He who says au gratin says Parmesan. Thomas Gray, the English poet, saluted it 2 centuries ago with Parma, the happy country where huge cheeses grow. On September 4th, 1666, Pepys recorded the bearing of his pet Parmesan, as well as my wine and some other things, in a pit in Sir W. Batten's garden. And on the self-same 4th of September, more than a century later, in 1784, Woodford, in his Diary of a Country Parson, wrote, "I sent Mr. Custance about 3 dozen more of apricots, and he sent me back another large piece of fine Parmesan cheese. It was very kind of him." The second most popular cheese for au gratin is Italian Romano, and, for an entirely different flavor, Swiss Sapsago. The French, who gave us this cookery term, use it in its original meaning for any dish with a browned topping, usually of breadcrumbs, or crumbs and cheese. In America, we think of au gratin as grated cheese only, although, Webster says, with a browned covering, often mixed with butter or cheese, as potatoes au gratin. So, let us begin with that. Potatoes au gratin. 2 cups diced cooked potatoes, 2 tablespoons grated onion, 1/2 cup grated American Cheddar cheese, 2 tablespoons butter, 1/2 cup milk, 1 egg, salt, pepper, more grated cheese for covering. In a buttered baking dish, put a layer of diced potatoes, sprinkle with onion and bits of butter. Next, scatter on a thin layer of cheese and alternate with potatoes, onions, and butter. Stir milk, egg, salt, and pepper together and pour it on the mixture. Top everything with plenty of grated cheese to make it authentically American au gratin. Bake until firm in moderate oven about half an hour. Eggs au gratin. Make a white sauce flavored with minced onion to pour over any desired number of eggs broken into a buttered baking dish. Begin by using half of the sauce and sprinkling on a lot of grated cheese. After the eggs are in, pour on the rest of the sauce, cover it with grated cheese and breadcrumbs, drop in bits of butter, and cook until brown in oven, or about 12 minutes. Tomatoes au gratin. Cover bottom of shallow baking pan with slices of tomato and sprinkle liberally with breadcrumbs and grated cheese. Season with salt, pepper, and dots of butter. Add another layer of tomato slices, season as before, and continue this, alternating with cheese until pan is full. Add a generous topping of crumbs, cheese, and butter. Bake 50 minutes in moderate oven. Onion soup au gratin. 4 or 5 onions sliced. 4 or 5 tablespoons butter. 1 quart stock or canned consommé. 1 quart bouillon made from dissolving 4 or 5 cubes. Rounds of toasted French bread. 1 1/2 cups grated Parmesan cheese. Sauté onions in butter in a roomy saucepan until light golden, and pour the stock over. When heated, put in a larger casserole, add the bouillon, season to taste, and heat to boiling point. Let simmer 15 minutes and serve in deep, well-heated soup plates, the bottoms covered with rounds of toasted French bread, which have been heaped with freshly grated Parmesan, and browned under the boiler. More cheese is served for guests to sprinkle on as desired. At gala parties where wine flows, a couple of glasses of champagne are often added to the bouillon. In the famed onion soup au gratin at Les Halles in Paris, grated Gruyère is used in place of Parmesan. They are interchangeable in this recipe. American cheese soups.
In this era of fine canned soups, a quick cheese soup is made by heating cream of tomato soup, ready made, and adding finely grated Swiss or Parmesan to taste. French bread, toasted and topped with more cheese and broiled golden, makes the best base to pour this over, as is done with the French onion soup above. The same cheese toasts are the basis of a simple milk cheese soup, with heated milk poured over and a seasoning of salt, pepper, chopped chives, or a dash of nutmeg. Chicken cheese soup. Heat together 1 cup milk, 1 cup water in which 2 chicken bouillon cubes have been dissolved, and 1 can of condensed cream of chicken soup. Stir in a 1/4 cup grated American Cheddar cheese, and season with salt, pepper, and plenty of paprika until cheese melts. Other popular American recipes simply add grated cheese to lima bean or split bean soup, peanut butter soup, or plain cheese soup with rice. Imported French marmites are de rigueur for real onion soup or gratin, and an imported Parmesan grinder might be used for freshly ground cheese. In preparing, it is well to remember that they are basically only melted cheese, melted from the top down. Cheese salads. When a Frenchman reaches the salad, he is resting and in no hurry. He eats the salad to prepare himself for the cheese. Henri Charpentier, Life à la Henri. Green cheese salad julienne. Take endive, watercress, and as many different kinds of crisp lettuce as you can find, and mix well with provolone cheese cut in thin julienne strips and marinated 3 to 4 hours in French dressing. Crumble over the salad some blue cheese, and toss everything thoroughly, with plenty of French dressing. American cheese salad. Slice a sweet ripe pineapple thin and sprinkle with shredded American cheddar. Serve on lettuce dipped in French dressing. Nut and cheese salad. Mix American cheddar with an equal amount of nut meats and enough mayonnaise to make a paste. Roll these in little balls and serve with fruit salads, dusting lightly with finely grated sapsago. Brie or Camembert salad. Fill ripe pear or peach halves with creamy imported Brie or Camembert, sprinkle with honey, serve on lettuce drenched with French dressing, and scatter shredded almonds over. Cream cheese will do in a pinch. If the Camembert isn't creamy enough, mash it with some sweet cream. 3-in-1 mold. 3/4 cup cream cheese, 1/2 cup grated American Cheddar cheese, 1/2 cup Roquefort cheese crumbled, 2 tablespoons gelatin, dissolved and stirred into 1/2 cup boiling water, juice of 1 lemon, salt, pepper, 2 cups cream, beaten stiff, 1/2 cup minced chives. Mash the cheeses together, season gelatin liquid with lemon, salt, and pepper, and stir into cheese with the whipped cream. Add chives last, put in ring mold or any mold you fancy. Chill well and slice at table to serve on lettuce with a little mayonnaise or plain. Swiss cheese salad. Dice 1/2 pound of cheese into 1/2-inch cubes. Slice 1 onion very thin. Mix well in a soup plate. Dash with German mustard, olive oil, wine vinegar, Worcestershire sauce. Salt lightly and grind in plenty of black pepper. Then stir, preferably with a wooden spoon so you won't mash the cheese, until every hole is drenched with the dressing. Rosy Swiss breakfast cheese salad. Often Emmentaler is cubed in a salad for breakfast, relished especially by males on the morning after. We quote the original recipe brought over by Rosie from the Swiss Tyrol to thrill the writers and artists colony of Ridgefield, New Jersey, in her brother Emil's White House Inn. First, Rosie cut a thick slice of prime imported Emmentaler into 1/2-inch cubes. Then she mixed imported French olive oil, German mustard, and Swiss white wine vinegar with salt and freshly ground pepper in a deep soup plate, sprinkled on a few drops of pepper sauce, scattered in the chunks of Schweitzer, and stirred the cubes with a light hand, using a wooden fork and spoon to prevent bruising. The salad was ready to eat only when each and every tiny shiny cell of the Swiss from the homeland had been washed, oiled, and polished with a soothing mixture. Drink down the juice, too, when you have finished fine breakfast cheese salad, Rosie advised the customers. It is the best cure in the world for the worst hangover. Gorgonzola and banana salad. Slice bananas lengthwise, as for a banana split. Sprinkle with lemon juice and spread with creamy gorgonzola. Sluice with French dressing, made with lemon juice in place of vinegar, to help bring out the natural banana flavor of ripe gorgonzola. Cheese and pea salad. Cube half pound of American Cheddar and mix with can of peas, 1 cup of diced celery, 1 cup of mayonnaise, half cup of sour cream, and 2 tablespoons each of minced pimentos and sweet pickles. Serve in lettuce cups with a sprinkling of parsley and chopped radishes. Apple and cheese salad. Half cup cream cheese, 1 cup chopped pecans, salt and pepper, apples, sliced half-inch thick, lettuce leaves, creamy salad dressing. Make tiny seasoned cheese balls, center on the apple slices standing on lettuce leaves, and sluice with creamy salad dressing. Roquefort cheese salad dressing. No cheese sauce is easier to make than the American favorite of Roquefort cheese mashed with a fork and mixed with French dressing. It is often made in a pint mason jar and kept in the refrigerator to shake up on occasion and toss over lettuce or other salads. Unfortunately, even when the Roquefort is the French import, complete with a picture of the sheep in red, and garantie véritable, the dressing is often ruined by bad vinegar and cottonseed oil, of all things. When bottled to sell in stores, all sorts of extraneous spice, oils, and mustard flour are used where nothing more is necessary than the manipulation of a fork, fine olive oil, and good vinegar, white wine, tarragon, or malt. Some ardent amateurs must have their splash of Worcestershire sauce or lemon juice with salt and pepper. This Roquefort dressing is good on all green salads, but on endive is something special. Sauce Mornay. Sauce Mornay has been hailed internationally as the greatest culinary achievement in cheese. Nothing is simpler to make. All you do is prepare a white sauce, this French sauce bechamel, and add grated Parmesan to your liking, stirring it in until melted and the sauce is creamy. This can be snapped up with cayenne or minced parsley, and when used with fish, a little of the cooking broth is added. Plain cheese sauce. 1 part of any grated cheese to 4 parts of white sauce. This is a mild sauce that is nice with creamed or hard cooked eggs. When the cheese content is doubled, 2 parts of cheese to 4 of white sauce, it is delicious on boiled cauliflower, baked potatoes, macaroni, and crackers soaked in milk. The sauce may be made richer by mixing melted butter with the flour in making the white sauce, or by beating egg yolk in with the cheese. From thin to medium to thick, it serves diverse purposes. Thin, it may be used instead of milk to make tasty milk toast, sometimes spiced with curry. Medium, for baking by pouring over crackers soaked in milk. Thick, serves as a sort of Welsh rabbit when poured generously over bread toasted on one side only, with the untoasted side up to let the sauce sink in. Parsley cheese sauce. This makes a mild, pleasantly pungent sauce to enliven the cabbage family. Hot cauliflower, broccoli, cabbage, and Brussels sprouts. Croutons help when sprinkled over. Cornucopia of cheese recipes. Since this is the complete book of cheese, we will fill a bounteous cornucopia here with more or less essential, if not indispensable, recipes and dishes not so easy to classify, or overlooked or crowded out of the main sections devoted to the classic fondues, rabbits, souffles, etc. Stuffed celery, endive, anise, and other suitable stocks. Use any soft cheese you like, or firm cheese softened by pressing through a sieve, at room temperature, of course, with any seasoning or relish. Suggestions: cream cheese and chopped chives, pimentos, olives, or all 3, with or without a touch of Worcestershire. Cottage cheese and piccalilli or chili sauce. Sharp cheddar mixed with mayonnaise, mustard, cream, minced capers, pickles, or minced ham. Roquefort and other blues are excellent fillings for your favorite vegetable stock, or scooped out dill pickle. This last is especially nice when filled with snappy cheese creamed with sweet butter. All canapé butters are ideally suited to stuffing stocks. Pineapple cheese, especially that part close to the pineapple flavored rind, is perfect when creamed. A masterpiece in the line of filled stocks. Cut the leafy tops off an entire head of celery, endive, anise, or anything similarly suitable. Wash and separate stalks, but keep them in order to resemble in the head after each is stuffed with a different mixture, using any of the above, or a tangy mix of your own concoction. After all stalks are filled, beginning with the baby center ones, press them together in the form of the original head, tie tight and chill. When ready, slice in rolls about 8-inch thick and arrange as a salad on a bed of watercress or lettuce, moistened with French dressing. Cold dunking. Besides hot dunking in Swiss fondue, cold dunking may be had by moistening plenty of cream cheese with cream or lemon in a dunking bowl. When the cheese is sufficiently liquefied, it is liberally seasoned with chopped parsley, chives, onions, pimento, and/or other relish. Then a couple of tins of anchovies are macerated and stirred in, oil and all. Cheese charlotte. Line a baking dish from bottom to top with decrusted slices of bread dipped in milk. Cream 1 tablespoon of sweet butter with 2 eggs and season before stirring in 2 cups of grated cheese. Bake until golden brown in slow oven. Straws. Roll pastry dough thin and cover with grated cheddar, fold and roll at least twice more, sprinkling with cheese each time. Chill dough in refrigerator and cut into straw-sized strips. Stiffly salt a beaten egg yolk and glaze with that to give a salty taste. Bake for several minutes until crisp. Soupa Secchia. Note. From Cheese Cookery by Helmut Ripperger. End note. This is a famous cheese soup of the Engadine and little known in this country. One of its seasonings is nutmeg, and until one has used it in cheese dishes, it is hard to describe how perfectly it gives that extra something. The recipe, as given, is for each plate, but there is no reason why the old-fashioned tureen could not be used and the quantities simply increased. Put a slice of stale French bread, toasted or not, into a soup plate and cover it with 4 tablespoons of grated or shredded Swiss cheese. Place another slice of bread on top of this and pour over it some boiling milk. Cover the plate and let it stand for several minutes. Season with salt, pepper, and nutmeg. Serve topped with browned, hot butter. Use whole nutmeg and grate it freshly. With a cheese shaker on the table. Italians are so dependent on cheese to enrich all their dishes, from soups to spaghetti, and indeed any vegetable, that a shaker of grated Parmesan, Romano, or reasonable substitute stands ready at every table, or is served freshly grated on a side dish. Thus any Italian soup might be called a cheese soup, but we know of only one, the great minestrone, in which cheese is listed as an indispensable ingredient, along with the pasta, peas, onion, tomatoes, kidney beans, celery, olive oil, garlic, oregano, potatoes, carrots, and so forth. Likewise, a chunk of melting or toasting cheese is essential in the fritto misto, the finest mixed grill we know, and it's served up as a separate tidbit with the meats. Italians grate on more cheese for seasoning than any other people, as the French are wont to use more wine in cooking. Pfeffernusse and caraway. The gingery little pepper nuts, pfeffernusse, imported from Germany in barrels at Christmas time, make one of the best accompaniments to almost any kind of cheese. For contrast, try a dish of caraway. Diablotins. Small rounds of buttered bread or toast heaped with a mound of grated cheese and browned in the oven is a French contribution. Cheese omelets. Cheddar omelet. Make a plain omelet your own way. When the mixture has just begun to cook, dust over it evenly ½ cup grated cheddar. A. Use young cheddar if you want a mild, bland omelet. B. Use sharp, aged cheddar for a full-flavored one. C. Sprinkle B. with Worcestershire sauce to make what might be called a wild omelet. Cook as usual, fold and serve. Parmesan omelet, mild. Cook as above, but use a 1/4 cup only of Parmesan, grated fine, in place of the ½ cup cheddar. Parmesan omelet, full flavored. As above, but use ½ cup Parmesan, finely grated, as follows. Sift a 1/4 cup of the Parmesan into your egg mixture at the beginning, and dust on the second 1/4 cup evenly just as the omelet begins to set. A meal in one omelet. Fry ½ dozen bacon slices crisp, and keep hot while frying a cup of diced boiled potatoes in the bacon fat to equal crispness. Meanwhile, make your omelet mixture of 3 eggs, beaten, and 1 1/2 tablespoons of shredded Emmentaler or domestic Swiss, with 1 tablespoon of chopped chives and salt and pepper to taste. Tomato and make plain omelet, cover with thin rounds of fresh tomato, and dust well with any grated cheese you like. Put under broiler until cheese melts to a golden brown. Omelet with cheese sauce. Make a plain French fluffy or puffy omelet, and when finished, cover with a hot, seasoned, reinforced white sauce, in which a 1/4 pound of shredded cheese has been melted, and mixed well with 1/2 cup cooked diced celery and 1 tablespoon of pimento minced. The French use grated Gruyère for this, with all sorts of sauces, such as the Savoyard de Savoy, with potatoes, chervil, tarragon, and cream. A delicious appearance and added flavor can be had by browning with a salamander. Spanish flan quesillo. For the caramel, 1/2 cup sugar, 4 tablespoons water. For the flan, 4 eggs, beaten separately, 2 cups hot milk, 1/2 cup sugar, salt. Brown sugar and mix with water to make the caramel. Pour it into a baking mold. Make flan by mixing together all the ingredients. Add to caramel mold and bake in pan of water in moderate oven about 3/4 hour. Italian Fritto Misto. The distinctive Italian mixed fry, Fritto Misto, is made with whatever fish, sweetbreads, brains, kidneys, or tidbits of meat are at hand. Say a 1/2 dozen different cubes of meat and giblets, with as many hearts of artichokes, finocchi, tomato, and different vegetables as you can find, but always with a hunk of melting cheese, to fork out in golden threads with each mouthful of the mixture. Polish pierogs, a pocketful of cheese. Make noodle dough with 2 eggs and 2 cups of flour, roll out very thin, and cut into 2-inch squares. Cream a cupful of cottage cheese with a tablespoon of melted butter, flavor with cinnamon, and toss in a handful of seedless currants. Fill pastry squares with this and pinch edges tight together to make little pockets. Drop into a lot of fast boiling water, lightly salted, and boil steadily 30 minutes, lowering the heat so the pockets won't burst open. Drain and serve on a piping hot platter with melted butter and a sprinkling of breadcrumbs. This is a cross between ravioli and blintzes. Cheese mashed potatoes. Whip into a steaming hot dish of creamily mashed potatoes some old cheddar with melted butter and a crumbling of crisp cooked bacon. If there's a chafing dish handy, a first-rate nightcap can be made via a sautéed Swiss sandwich. Tuck a slice of Swiss cheese between 2 pieces of thickly buttered bread, trim crust, cut sandwich in 2, surround it with 1 well-beaten egg, slide it into sizzling butter, and fry on both sides. A chef at the New York Athletic Club once improved on this by first sandwiching the Swiss between a slice of ham and a slice of chicken breast, then beating up a brace of eggs with a jigger of heavy sweet cream and soaking his sandwich in this until it sopped up every drop. A final frying in sweet butter made strong men cry for it. End of chapter 9. Recording by Jennifer Stearns, Concord, New Hampshire.
Section 12, which is Chapter 10 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 10. Appetizers, crackers, sandwiches, savories, snacks, spreads, and toasts. In America, cheese got its start in country stores in our Cracker Barrel days, when every man felt free to saunter in, pick up the cheese knife, and cut himself a wedge from the big-bellied rat-trap cheese standing under its glass bell or wire mesh hood that kept the flies off, but not the free lunchers. Cheese by itself being none too palatable, the taster would saunter over to the Cracker Barrel, shoo the cat off, and help himself to the old-time crackers that can't be beat today. At that time, Wisconsin still belonged to the Indians, and Vermont was our leading cheese state, with its sage and cheddar and Vermont country store crackers, as V. Rest Orton of Weston, Vermont, calls them. When Orton heard we were writing this book, he sent samples from the store his father started in 1897, which is still going strong. Together with the Vermont good old-fashioned natural cheese and the sage came a handy, handmade cracker basket, all wicker, 10 crackers long and just 1 double cracker wide. A snug little casket for those puffy, old-time, 2-in-1 soda biscuits that have no salt to spoil the taste of the accompanying cheese. Each does double duty because it's made to split in the middle, so you can try one kind of cheese on one half and another on t'other, or sandwich them in between. Some Pied Piper took the country cheese and crackers to the corner saloon and led a free lunch procession that never faltered till Prohibition came. The same old store cheese was soon pepped up as saloon cheese with a saucer of caraway seeds, bowls of pickles, peppers, pickled peppers, and rye bread with plenty of mustard, pretzels or cheese straws, smearcase, and Schwarzbrot. Beer and cheese forever together, as in the free lunch ditty of that great day. I am an Irish hunter. I am. I ain't. I do not hunt for deer, but beer. O Otto, ring the bar rag. I do not hunt for fleas, but cheese. O Adolf, bring the free lunch. It was there and then that cheese came of age from coast to coast. In every bar there was a choice of Swiss, cottage, Limburger, manly cheeses, walkie-talkie oldsters that could sit up and beg, golden yellow, tangy mellow, always cut in cubes. Cheese takes the cube form as naturally as eggs take the oval, and honeycombs the hexagon. On the more elegant handout buffets, besides the shapely cubes, free Welsh rabbit started at 4 every afternoon to lead the tired businessman in by the nose, or a smear of Canadian snappy out of a pure white porcelain pot in the classy places, on a Bent's water biscuit. Sandwiches and savory snacks. Next to nibbling cheese with crackers and appetizers, of which there is no end in sight, cheese sandwiches help us consume most of our country's enormous output of brick, cheddar, and Swiss. To attempt to classify and describe all of these would be impossible, so we will content ourselves by picking a few of the cold and hot, the plain and the fancy, the familiar and the exotic. Let's use the alphabet to sum up the situation. A. Alpine Club Sandwich. Spread toast with mayonnaise and fill with a thick slice of imported Emmentaler, well mustarded and seasoned, and the usual club sandwich toppings of thin slices of chicken or turkey, tomato, bacon, and a lettuce leaf. B. Boston Beanie, open face. Lightly butter a slice of Boston brown bread, cover it generously with hot baked beans and a thick layer of shredded cheddar. Top with bacon and put under a slow broiler until cheese melts and the bacon crisps. C. Cheeseburgers. Pat out some small seasoned hamburgers exceedingly thin and, using them instead of slices of bread, sandwich in a nice slice of American cheddar well covered with mustard. Crimp edges of the hamburgers all around to hold in the cheese when it melts and begins to run. Toast under a brisk broiler and serve on soft, toasted sandwich buns. D. Deviled rye. Butter flat Swedish rye bread and heat quickly in hot oven. Cool until crisp again. Then spread thickly with cream cheese, bedeviled with ketchup, paprika, or pimiento. E. Egg, open-faced. Sauté minced small onion and small green pepper in 2 tablespoons of butter and make a sauce by cooking with a cup of canned tomatoes. Season and reduce it to about half. Fry 4 eggs and put 1 in the center of each of 4 pieces of hot toast spread with the red sauce. Sprinkle each generously with grated cheddar. Broil until melted and serve with crisp bacon. F. French fried Swiss. Simply make a sandwich with a noble slice of imported Gruyere. Soak it in beaten egg and milk and fry slowly till cheese melts and the sandwich is nicely browned. This is a specialty of Franche-Comté. G. Grilled chicken, ham, cheddar. Cut crusts from 2 slices of white bread and butter them on both sides. Make a sandwich of these with 1 sliced cooked chicken, 1/2 slice sharp cheddar cheese, and a sprinkling of minced ham. Fasten tight with toothpicks, cut in half, and dip thoroughly in a mixture of egg and milk. Grill golden on both sides and serve with lengthwise slices of dill pickle. H. He-Man sandwich, open-faced. Butter a thick slice of dark rye bread. Cover with a layer of mashed cold baked beans and a slice of ham, then 1 of Swiss cheese and a wheel of Bermuda onion topped with mustard and a sowing of capers. I. International sandwich. Split English muffins and toast on the hard outsides. Cover soft, untoasted insides with Swiss cheese. Spread lightly with mustard. Top that with a wheel of Bermuda onion and 1 or 2 slices of Italian type tomato. Season with cayenne and salt. Dot with butter. Cover with Brazil nuts and brown under the broiler. J. Jurassiennes or Croûte Comtoise. Soak slices of stale buns in milk. Cover with a mixture of onion browned in chopped lean bacon and mixed with grated Gruyere. Simmer until cheese melts and serve. K. Kümmelkäse. If you like caraway flavor, this is your sandwich. On well-buttered but lightly mustarded rye, lay a thickish slab of Milwaukee Kümmelkäse, which translates caraway cheese. For good measure, sprinkle caraway seeds on top, or serve them in a saucer on the side. Then dash on a splash of Kümmel, the caraway liqueur that's best when imported. L. Limburger onion or Limburger ketchup. Marinate slices of Bermuda onion in a peppery French dressing for 1/2 hour. Then butter slices of rye. Spread well with soft Limburger, top with onion, and you will have something super duper, if you like Limburger. When ketchup is substituted for marinated onion, the sandwich has quite another character and flavor. So true Limburger addicts make 1 of each and take alternate bites for the thrill of contrast. M. Meringue, open-faced. From the Brown's 10,000 Snacks. Allow 1 egg and 4 tablespoons of grated cheese to 1 slice of bread. Toast bread on one side only. Spread butter on untoasted side. Put 2 tablespoons grated cheese over butter and the yolk of an egg in the center. Beat egg white stiff with a few grains of salt and pile lightly on top. Sprinkle the other 2 tablespoons of grated cheese over that and bake in a moderate oven until the egg white is firm and the cheese has melted to a golden brown. N. Neufchâtel and honey. We know no sandwich more ethereal than one made with thin, decrusted white bread spread with sweet butter, then with Neufchâtel topped with some fine honey. Mount Hymettus, if possible. Any creamy Petite Suisse will do as well as the Neufchâtel, but nothing will take the place of the honey to make this heavenly sandwich that must have been the original ambrosia. O. Oscar's Ham Cam. Oscar Davidson of Copenhagen, whose 5-foot menu lists 186 superb sandwiches and snacks, each with a character all its own, perfected the ham cam base for a flock of fancy ham sandwiches, open-faced on rye or white, soft or crisp, sweet or sour, almost any one-way slice you desire. He uses as many contrasting kinds of bread as possible, and his butter varies from salt to fresh and whipped. The ham cam base involves a juicy, tender slice of freshly boiled, mild-cured ham with imported camembert spread on the ham as thick as velvet. The ham cam is built up with such splendors as goose liver paste and Madeira wine jelly, fried calf's kidney and remoulade, Bombay curry salad, bird's liver and fried egg, a slice of red roast beef, and more of that red Madeira jelly, with anything else you say, just as long as it does credit to camembert on ham. P. Pickled camembert. Butter a thin slice of rye or pumpernickel and spread with ripe imported camembert, when in season, which isn't summer. Make a mixture of sweet, sour, and dill pickles, finely chopped, and spread it on top. Top this with a thin slice of white bread for pleasing contrast with the black. Q. Queijo da Serra sandwich. On generous rounds of French flute or other crunchy, crusty white bread, place thick portions of any good Portuguese cheese made of sheep's milk in the mountains. This last translates back into Queijo da Serra, the fattest, finest cheese in the world, on a par with fine Greek feta. Bead the open-faced creamy cheese lightly with imported capers, and you'll say it's scrumptious. R. Roquefort nut. Butter hot toast and cover with a thickish slice of genuine Roquefort cheese. Sprinkle thickly with genuine Hungarian paprika. Put in moderate oven for about 6 minutes. Finish it off with chopped pine nuts, almonds, or a mixture thereof. S. Smoky sandwich and sturgeon smoked sandwich. Skin some juicy little, jolly little sprats, lay on thin rye or a slice of miniature loaf rye studded with caraway. Spread with sweet butter and cover with a slice of smoked cheese. Hickory is preferred for most of the smoking in America. In New York, the best smoked cheese, whether from Canada or nearer home, is usually cured in the same room with sturgeon. Since this king of smoked fish imparts some of its regal flavor to the Cheddar, there is a natural affinity peculiarly suited to sandwiching as above. Smoked salmon, eel, whitefish, or any other is also good with cheese smoked with hickory, or anything with a salubrious savor, while a sandwich of smoked turkey with smoked cheese is out of this world. We accompany it with a cup of smoky Lapsang Souchong China tea. Tea. Tangy sandwich. On buttered rye spread cream cheese, and on this bed lay thinly sliced dried beef. In place of mustard, dot the beef with horseradish and pearl onions, or those reliable old chopped chives. And, by the way, if you must use mustard on every cheese sandwich, try different kinds for a change. Sharp English, freshly mixed by your own hand out of the tin of powder, or Dijon for a French touch. U. Unusual sandwich of flowers, hay, and clover. On a sweet buttered slice of French white bread lay a layer of equally sweet English flower cheese, made with petals of rose, marigold, violet, etc., and top that with French fromage de foin. This French hay cheese gets its name from being ripened on hay, and holds its new-mown scent. Sprinkle on a few imported capers, the smaller they are, the better, with a little of the luscious lime, and dust lightly with sapsago. V. Vegetarian sandwich. Roll your own of alternate leaves of lettuce, slices of store cheese, avocados, cream cheese sprinkled heavily with chopped chives, and anything else in the vegetable or caseous kingdoms that suit your fancy. W. Witch's sandwich. Butter 2 slices of sandwich bread, cover one with a thin slice of imported Emmentaler, dash with cayenne and a drop or two of Tabasco. Slap on a sizzling hot slice of grilled ham and press it together with the cheese between the 2 bread slices. Put in a hot oven and serve piping hot with a handful of moonstones, those outsize pearl onions. X. Xochomilco sandwich. In spite of the milko in Xochomilco, there isn't a drop to be had that's native to the festive floating gardens near Mexico City, for there, instead of the cow, a sort of century plant gives milky white pulque, the fermented juice of this cactus-like desert plant. With this goes a vegetable cheese, curded by its own vegetable rennet. It's called tuna cheese, made from the milky juice of the prickly pear that grows on yet another cactus-like plant of the drylands. This tuna cheese sometimes teams up in arid lands with the juicy, thick cactus leaf sliced into a tortilla sandwich. The milky pulque of Xochomilco goes as well with it as beer with a Swiss cheese sandwich. Y. Yolk picnic sandwich. Hard-cooked egg yolk worked into a yellow paste with cream cheese, mustard, olive oil, lemon juice, celery salt, and a touch of Tabasco, spread on thick slices of whole wheat bread. Z. Zebra. Take a tip from Oscar over in Copenhagen and design your own zebra sandwich as decoratively as one of those oft-photoed skins in El Morocco. Just alternate stripes of black bread with various white cheeses in between, to follow the black and white zebra pattern. For good measure, we will toss in a couple of toasted cheese sandwiches. Toasted cheese sandwich. Butter both sides of 2 thick slices of white bread and sandwich between them a seasoned mixture of shredded sharp cheese, egg yolk, mustard, and chopped chives, together with stiffly beaten egg white, folded in last to make a light filling. Fry the buttered sandwich in more butter until well melted and nicely gilded. This toasted cheeser is so good, it's positively sinful. The French, who outdo us in both cooking and sin, make one of their own in the form of fried fingers of stale bread, doused in an arf and arf Welsh rabbit, and fondue melting of Gruyere, that serves as a liaison to further sandwich the two. Garlic is often used in place of chopped chives, and in contrast to this wild one, there's a mild one, made of Dutch cream cheese by the equally Dutch Pennsylvanians. England, of course, together with Wales, holds all-time honors with such celebrated regional toasting cheeses as Devonshire and Dunlop. Even British Newfoundland is known for its simple version that's quite as pleasing as its rich Prince Edward Island oyster stew. Newfoundland toasted cheese sandwich: 1 pound grated cheddar, 1 egg well beaten, 1/2 cup milk, 1 tablespoon butter. Heat together and pour over well buttered toast. End of section 12, which is chapter 10 of the Complete Book of Cheeses, read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lawrence. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 11. Fit for Drink. A country without a fit drink for cheese has no cheese fit for drink. Greece was the first country to prove its Epicurean fitness, according to the old saying above, for it had wine to tipple and sheep's milk cheese to nibble. The classical Greek cheese has always been feta, and no doubt this was the kind that Circe combined most suitably with wine to make a farewell drink for her lovers. She put further sweetness and body into the stirrup cup by stirring honey and barley meal into it. Today we might whip this up in an electric mixer to toast her memory. While a land flowing with milk and honey is the ideal of many, France, Italy, Spain, or Portugal, flowing with wine and honey, suit a lot of gourmets better. Indeed, in such vinous caseous places, cheese is on the house at all wine sales for prospective customers to snack upon, and thus bring out the full flavor of the cellared vintages. But professional wine tasters are forbidden any cheese between sips. They may clear their palates with plain bread, but nary a crumb of Roquefort or cube of Gruyere in working hours, lest it give the wine a spurious nobility. And, speaking of Roquefort, Romanée has the closest affinity for it. Such affinities are also found in Pont l'Evêque and Beaujolais, Brie, and red Champagne, Coulommiers, and any other good vin rosé. Heavenly marriages are made in Burgundy between red and white wines of both Côte, de Nuit, and de Beaune, and Burgundian cheeses such as Époix, Saumaterin, and Saint-Florentin, Pommernard, and Port-Salut seem to be made for each other, as do Chateau Margaux and Camembert. A great cheese for a great wine is the rule that brings together in the neighboring provinces such notables as Samoir, Valençay, Vendôme, and the Loire wines, Vouvray, Saumur, and Anjou. Gruyere mates with Chablis, Camembert with Saint-Emilion, and any dry red wine, most commonly claret, is a fit drink for the hundreds of other fine French cheeses. Every country has such happy marriages, an Italian standard being Provolone and Chianti. Then there is a most unusual pair, French Neufchâtel cheese and Swiss Neuchâtel wine from just across the border. Switzerland also has another cheese favorite at home, Tabin, grape cheese, named from the Neuchâtel wine in which it is aged. One kind of French Neufchâtel cheese, Fondue, is also uniquely suited to the company of any good wine because it is made in the exact shape and size of a wine barrel bung. A similar relation is found in Blintzes, or Brindzes, that are packed in miniature wine barrels, strongly suggesting what should be drunk with such excellent cheeses, Hungarian Tokay. Other foreign cheeses go to market wrapped in vine leaves. The affinity has clearly been laid down in heaven. Only the English seem to have a fortissimo taste in the go-with wines, according to these matches registered by André Simon in The Art of Good Living. Red Cheshire with light tawny port, White Cheshire with Oloroso sherry, Blue Leicester with old vintage port, Green Roquefort with new vintage port. To these we might add brittle chips of Greek Césaire with nips of Amontillado for an eloquent appetizer. The English also pour port into Stilton and sundry other wines and liquors into Cheddars and such. This doctoring leads to fraudulent imitation, however, for either port or stout is put into counterfeit Cheshire cheese to make up for the richness it lacks. While some combinations of cheeses and wines may turn out palatable, we prefer taking ours straight. When something more fiery is needed, we can twirl the flecks of pure gold in a chalice of eau de vie de Danzig and nibble on legitimate Danzig cheese unadulterated. Goldwasser, or eau de vie, was a favorite liqueur of cheese-loving Franklin Roosevelt, and we can be sure he took the two separately. Another perfect combination, if you can take it, is imported Kummel, with any caraway-seeded cheese, or cream cheese with a handy saucer of caraway seeds. In the section of France devoted to gin, the juniper berries that flavor the drink also go into a local cheese, Fromage Port. This is further fortified with brandy, white wine, and pepper. One regional tipple with such brutally strong cheese is black coffee laced with gin. French La Jangie is another potted thriller with not only coffee and rum mixed in during the making, but orange flower water too. Then there is La Petrofina, made with brandy and absinthe, Hazebrook with brandy alone, and La Cachat with white wine and brandy. In Italy, white Gorgonzola is also put up in crocks with brandy. In Oporto, the sharp cheese of that name is enlivened by port. Cider and the greatest of applejacks, Cavendoz, seem made to go with the regional Cavendoz cheese. This is also true of our native Jersey Lightning and hard cider with their accompanying New York State cheese. In the Auge Valley of France, farmers also drink homemade cider with their own Augelot, a piquant kind of Pont l'Evêque. The English sip pear cider, perry, with almost any British cheese. Milk would seem to be redundant, but sage cheese and buttermilk do go well together. Wine and cheese have other things in common. Some wines and some cheeses are aged in caves, and there are vintage cheeses no less than vintage wines, as in the case with Stilton. End of chapter 11. Recording by David Lawrence in Brampton, Ontario, August 2009.
Chapter 12 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 12. Lazy Lou. Once, so goes the sad story, there was a cheesemonger unworthy of his heritage. He exported a shipload of inferior Swiss made somewhere in the USA. Bad to begin with, it had worsened on the voyage. Rejected by the health authorities on the other side, it was shipped back, reaching home in the unhappy condition known as cracked. to cut his losses, the rascally cheesemonger had his cargo ground up, and its flavour disguised with hot peppers and chili sauce. Thus there came into being the abortion known as the cheese spread. The cheese spread, or food, and its cousin, the processed cheese, are handy, cheap, and nasty. They are available everywhere, and some people even like them. So any cheese book is bound to take formal notice of their existence. I have done so, and now an unfond farewell to them. My academic cheese education began at the University of Wisconsin in 1904. I grew up with our great Midwest industry. I have read with profit hundreds of pamphlets put out by the learned Aggies of my alma mater. Mostly they treat of honest, natural cheeses, the making, keeping, and enjoying of authentic Longhorn Cheddars, short bricks, and naturalized Limburgers. At the School of Agriculture the students still, I am told, keep their hand in by studying the classical layout on a cheese board. One booklet recommends the following for freshman contemplation: Caraway brick, select brick, Edam, Wisconsin Swiss, Longhorn American, Shefford. These 6 sturdy samples of Wisconsin's best will stimulate any amount of classroom discussion. Does the Edam go better with German American black bread or with Swedish rye crisp? To butter or not to butter? And if to butter, with which cheese? Salt or sweet? How close do we come to the excellence of the genuine Alpine Swiss? Primary school stuff, but not unworthy of thought. Pass on down the years. You are now ready to graduate. Your cheese board can stand a more sophisticated setup. Try 2 boards, play the teams against each other. The All-American champs, New York Coon, Philadelphia Cream, Ohio Liederkranz, Vermont Sage, Kentucky Trappist, Wisconsin Limburger, California Jack, Pineapple, Minnesota Blue, Brick, Tillamook, versus the European giants, Portuguese Trás Montes, Dutch Gouda, Italian Parmesan, Yugoslavian Kakavai, French Roquefort, Swiss Emmentaler, English Stilton, Danish Blue, German Münster, Greek Feta, Hablé. The postgraduate may play the game using as counters the great and distinctive cheeses of more than 50 countries. Your Scandinavian board alone, just to give an idea of the riches available, will shine with blues, yellows, whites, smoky browns, and chocolates, representing Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, and Lapland. For the Britisher, only blue-veined Stilton is worthy to crown the banquet. The Frenchman defends Roquefort, the Dane his own regal blue. The Swiss sticks to Emmentaler before, during, and after all 3 meals. You may prefer to finish with a delicate Brie, a smoky slice of Provolone, a bit of baby Gouda, or some Liptauer Garniert, about which more later. We load them all on Lazy Lou, Lazy Susan's big twin brother, a giant roulette wheel of cheese, every number a winner. A second Lazy Lou will bear the Savories and go-withs. For these titbits the English have a divine genius. Think of the devilled shrimps, smoked oysters, herring roe on toast, snips of broiled sausage. But we will make do with some olives and radishes, a few pickles, nuts, capers. With our 2 trusty Lazy Lous on hand, plus wine or beer, we can easily dispense with the mere dinner itself. Perhaps it is an Italian night. Then Lazy Lou is happily burdened with imported latticini, incanestrato, still bearing the imprint of its wicker basket, pepato, which is but incanestrato peppered, melfina, deep yellow buttery scanno with its slightly burned flavour, tangy Asiago, caciocavallo, so called because the two cheeses, tied in pairs and hung over a pole, look as though they were sitting in a saddle, cheese on horseback, or cacio a cavallo. Then we ring in Lazy Lou's first assistant, an old silver-plated revolving Florentine magnum holder. It's designed to spin a gigantic flask of Chianti. The flick of a finger and the bottle is before you. Gently pull it down and hold your glass to the spout. True, imported wines and cheeses are expensive, but native American products and reasonably edible imitations of the real thing are available as substitutes. Anyway, protein for protein, a cheese party will cost less than a steak barbecue, and it can be more fun. Encourage your guests to contribute their own latest discoveries. One may bring along as his ticket of admission a primavera from Brazil, another some cubes of an Andean specialty just flown in from Colombia's mountain city Merida, and still wrapped in its aromatic leaves of Frailejon lanudo. Another a few wedges of savoury sweet English flower cheese, some flavoured with rose petals, others with marigolds. Another a tube of South American Kräuterkäse. Provide your own assortment of breads, and try to include some of those fat, flaky, old-fashioned crackers that country stores in New England can still supply. Mustard? Sure, if you like it. If you want to be fancy, use a tricky little gadget put out by the Maille condiment makers in France and available here in the food specialty shops. It's a miniature painter's palette holding 5 mustards of different shades and flavours and 2 mustard paddles. The mustards, in proper chromatic order, are jonquil yellow strong Dijon, green herbs, brownish tarragon, golden ora, crimson tomato flavoured. And just to keep things moving, we have restored an antique whirling cruet holder to deliver Worcestershire sauce, soy sauce, A1, tap sauce, and Major Grey's chutney. Salt shakers and pepper mills are handy, with a big holed tin canister filled with crushed red pepper pods, chili powder, Hungarian paprika, and such small matters. Butter, both sweet and salt, is on hand, together with saucers or bowls of curry, capers, chives, sliced, not chopped, minced onion, fresh mint leaves, chopped pimientos, caraway, quartered lemons, parsley, fresh tarragon, tomato slices, red and white radishes, green and black olives, pearl onions, and assorted nut meats. Some years ago, when I was collaborating with my mother Cora and my wife Rose in writing 10,000 Snacks, which, by the way, devotes nearly 40 pages to cheeses, we staged a rather elaborate tasting party just for the 3 of us. It took a 2-tiered Lazy Lou to twirl the load. The 8 wedges on the top round were English and French samples, and the lower one carried the rest, as follows: English Cheddar, Cheshire, English Stilton, Canadian Cheddar, rum flavoured, French Münster, French Brie, French Camembert, French Roquefort, Swiss Sapsago, Swiss Gruyère, Swiss Edam, Dutch Gouda, Italian Provolone, Czech Ostiepki, Italian Gorgonzola, Norwegian Getost, Hungarian Liptauer. The tasting began with familiar English Cheddars, Cheshires, and Stiltons from the top row. We had cheese knives, scoops, graters, scrapers, and a regulation wire saw, but for this line of crumbly Britishers, fingers were best. The Cheddar was a light lemony yellow, almost white, like our best domestic bar cheese of old. The Cheshire was mouldy and milky, with a slightly fermented flavour that brought up the musty dining room of Fleet Street's Cheshire cheese and called for draughts of beer. The Stilton was strong but mellow, as high in flavour as in price. Only the rum-flavoured Canadian Cheddar from Montreal, by courtesy English, let us down. It was done up as fancy as a bridegroom in waxed white paper, and looked as smooth and glossy as a gardenia, but there its beauty ended. Either the rum that flavoured it wasn't up to much, or the mixture hadn't been allowed to ripen naturally. The French Münster, however, was hearty, cheery, and better made than most German Münster, which at that time wasn't being exported much by the Nazis. The Brie was melting prime. The Camembert was so perfectly matured we ate every scrap of the crust, which can't be done with many American Camembert, or, indeed, with the dead, dry French ones sold out of season. Then came the Roquefort, a regal cheese we voted the best buy of the lot, even though it was the most expensive. A plump piece, pleasantly unctuous but not greasy, sharp in scent, stimulatingly bittersweet in taste, unbeatable. There is no American pretender to the Roquefort throne. Ours is invariably chalky and tasteless. That doesn't mean we have no good blues. We have, but they are not Roquefort. The Sapsago, or Kräuterkäse, from Switzerland, it has been made in the canton of Glarus for over 500 years, was the least expensive of the lot. Well cured and dry, it lent itself to grating, and tasted fine on an old-fashioned buttered soda cracker. Sapsago has its own seduction, derived from the clover-leaf powder with which the curd is mixed, and which gives it its haunting flavour and spring-like sage-green colour. Next came some truly great Swiss Gruyère, delicately rich, and nutty enough to make us think of the sharp white wines to be drunk with it at the sauce. As for the Provolone, notable for the water buffalo milk that makes it, there's an example of really grown-up milk. Perfumed as spring flowers drenched with a shower of Anjou, having a bouquet all its own and a trace of a wine-like kick, it made us vow never to taste another American imitation. Only a smooth-cheeked, thick slab cut from a pedigreed Italian Provolone of medium girth, all in one piece and with no sign of a crack, satisfy the gourmet. The second Italian classic was Gorgonzola. Gorgeous Gorgonzola, as fruity as apples, peaches, and pears sliced together. It smells so much like a ripe banana we often eat them together, plain or with the crumbly formaggio lightly forked into the fruit, split lengthwise. After that, the Edam tasted too lipsticky, like the red paint job on its rind, and the Gouda seemed only half-hearted. Both too obviously ready-made for commerce, with nothing individual or custom-made about them, rolled or bounced over from Holland by the boatload. The Ostiepki from Czechoslovakia might have been a link of smoked ostrich sausage put up in the skin of its own red neck. In spite of its pleasing lemon-yellow interior, we couldn't think of any use for it except maybe crumbling 30 or 40 cents worth into a 10-cent bowl of bean soup. So we set it aside to try in tiny chunks on crackers as an appetizer some other day, when it might be more appetizing. We felt much the same about the chocolate-brown Norwegian Getoast that looked like a slab of boarding-school fudge, and which had the same cloying cling to the tongue. We were told by a native that our piece was entirely too young. That's what made it so insipid, undeveloped in texture and flavour. But the next piece we got turned out to be too old and decrepit, and so strong it would have taken a Paul Bunyan to stand up under it. When we complained to our expert about the shock to our palates, he only laughed, pointing to the nail on his little finger. You should take just a little bit like that, a pill no bigger than a couple of aspirins or an Alka-Seltzer. It's only in the morning you take it when it's old and strong like this for a pick-me-up, a cure for a hangover, you know, like a prairie oyster well soused in Worcestershire. That made us think we might use it up to flavour a Welsh rabbit instead of the Worcestershire sauce, but we couldn't melt it with anything less than a blowtorch. To bring the party to a happy end, we went to town on the Hungarian Liptauer, garnishing that fine, granulating, buttery base after mixing it well with some cream cheese. We mixed the mixed cheese with sardine and tuna mashed together in a little of the oil from the can. We juiced it with lemon, sluiced it with bottled sauces, worked in the leftovers, some tarragon, mint, spicy seeds, parsley, capers, and chives. We peppered it and paprikaed it, salted and spiced it, then spread it thicker than butter on pumpernickel and went to it. That's Liptauer garniert. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 15 from The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. From The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 15. Aberdeen, Scotland. Soft, creamy, mellow. Abertam, Bohemia, made near Carlsbad. Hard, sheep, distinctive, with a savory smack all its own. Absinthe, see Petafina. Acidophilus, see Saint Ival. Eatkees, Belgium, November to May, winter made and eaten. Affiné, Carré, see Ancien Impérial. Affumicata, Mozzarella, see Mozzarella. After dinner cheeses, see Chapter 8. Agricultural school cheeses, see college educated. Aiguille fromage de Alpine, France, named cheese of the needles from the sharp alpine peaks of the district where it is made. Cendré d'Azy, see Cendré. Ajaccio, Corsica. Semi-hard, piquant, nut flavor, named after the chief city of French Corsica, where a cheese lover, Napoleon, was born. A la crème, see fromage, fromage blanc, chevretons. A la main, see vacherin. A la pie, see fromage. A la rechette, see bain. Albini, northern Italy, semi-hard, made of both goat and cow milk, white, mellow, pleasant-tasting table cheese. Albula, Switzerland, rich with the flavor of cuds of green herbs chewed into creamy milk that makes tasty curds, made in the fertile Swiss valley of Albula, whose proud name it bears. Alderney, Channel Islands. The French, who are fond of this special product of the very special breed of cattle named after the Channel Island of Alderney, translate it phonetically, Fromage d'Origny. Alemtejo, Portugal. Called in full Queijo de Alemtejo, cheese of Alemtejo, in the same way that so many French cheeses carry along the fromage title, soft, sheep and sometimes goat or cow, in cylinders of 3 sizes, weighing respectively about 2 ounces, 1 pound and 4 pounds. The smaller sizes are the ones most often made with mixed goat and sheep milk. The method of curdling without the usual animal rennet is interesting and unusual. The milk is warmed and curdled with vegetable rennet made from the flowers of a local thistle, or cardoon, which is used in 2 other Portuguese cheeses, Queijo da Cardiga and Queijo da Serra da Estrela, and probably in many others not known beyond their locale. In France, La Caillebotte is distinguished for being clabbered with chardonnay, a wild artichoke seed. In Portugal, where there isn't so much separating of the sheep from the goats, it takes several weeks for Alemtejo to ripen, depending on the lactic content and difference in sizes. Alfalfa. See Sage. Alice Saint-Reine, France. Soft, summer made. Allgäuer Bergkäse, Allgäuer Rundkäse, or Allgäuer Emmentaler, Bavaria. Hard, Emmentaler type. The small district of Allgäu names a mountain of cheeses almost as fabulous as our rock candy mountain. There are 2 principal kinds, vintage Allgäuer Bergkäse and soft Allgäuer Rumkäse, described below. This celebrated cheese section runs through rich pasture lands right down and into the Swiss valley of the Emme that gives the name Emmentaler to one of the world's greatest. So it is no wonder that Allgäuer Bergkäse can compete with the best Swiss. Before the Russian Revolution, in fact, all vintage cheeses of Allgäu were brought up by wealthy Russian noblemen and kept in their home caves in separate compartments for each year, as far back as the early 1900s. As with fine vintage wines, the price of the great years went up steadily. Such cheeses were shipped to the Russian owners only when the chief cheese pluggers of Allgäu found that they had reached their prime. Allgäuer Rumkäse, Bavaria. Full cream, similar to Romadur and Limburger, but milder than both. This sets a high grade for similar cheeses made in the Bavarian mountains, in monasteries such as the Andechs. It goes exquisitely with the rich, dark Bavarian beer. Some of it is as slippery as the stronger, smellier Bergkäse, or the old-time slipcoat of England. Like so many North Europeans, it is often flavored with caraway. Although entirely different from its big brother, vintage Bergkäse, Rumkäse can stand proudly at its side as one of the finest cheeses in Germany. Alp. See Fiori di Alpe. Alpepe, Italy. Hard and peppery, like its name. Similar to Pepato. See. Alpes, France. Similar to Bel Paese. Alpestre, Austria. A smoked cheese that tastes, smells, and inhales like whatever fish it was smoked with. The French Alps has a different Alpestre. Italy spells hers Alpestro. Alpin Alpestre, or Fromage de Briançon, France. Hard, goat, dry, small, slightly salted, made at Briançon and Gap. Alpestro, Italy. Semi-soft, goat, dry, lightly salted. Alpin or Clérembert, Alpine, France. The milk is coagulated with rennet at 80 degrees Fahrenheit in 2 hours. The curd is dipped into molds, 3 to 4 inches in diameter and 2½ inches in height, allowed to drain, turned several times for 1 day only, then salted and ripened 1 to 2 weeks. Altenburg, or Altenburger Ziegenkäse, Germany. Soft goat, small and flat, 1 to 2 inches thick, 8 inches in diameter, weight 2 pounds. Alt Kuhkäse, old cow cheese, Germany. Hard, well aged, as its simple name suggests. Altsohi, see Brinza. Ambert, or Forme d'Ambert, Le Mans, Auvergne, France. A kind of Cheddar made from November to May and belonging to the Cantal, Forme la Tome tribe. American, American Cheddar, USA. Described under their home states and distinctive names are a dozen fine American Cheddars, such as Coon, Wisconsin, Herkimer County, and Tillamook, to name only a few. They come in as many different shapes, with traditional names such as Daisies, Flats, Longhorns, Midgets, Picnics, Prince, and Twins. The ones simply called Cheddars weigh about 60 pounds. All are made and pressed and ripened in about the same way, although they differ greatly in flavor and quality. They are ripened anywhere from 2 months to 2 years and become sharper, richer, and more flavorsome, as well as more expensive, with the passing of time. See Cheddar States and Cheddar Types in Chapter 4. American Romano, USA. Hard, brittle, sharp. Amaux, Béarn, France. Winter cheese, October to May. Anatolian, Turkey. Hard, sharp. Anchovy Links, USA. American processed cheese that can be mixed up with anchovies or any fish from whitebait to whale, made like a sausage and sold in handy links. Ancien Impérial, Normandy, France. Soft, fresh cream, white, mellow, and creamy, like Neufchâtel, and made in the same way. Tiny bricks packaged in tin foil, 2 inches square, 1/2 inch thick, weighing 3 ounces. Eaten both fresh and when ripe. It is also called Carré, and has separate names for the new and the old. A. Petit Carré when newly made. B. Carré affiné when it has reached a ripe old age, which doesn't take long, about the same time as Neufchâtel. Ancona. See Pecorino. Andean, Venezuela. A cow's milker made in the Andes near Mérida. It is formed into rough cubes and wrapped in the pungent aromatic leaves of Frailejón lanudo Espeletia schultzi, which imparts to it a characteristic flavor. Description given in Buen Provecho by Dorothy Kamen Kay. Andechs, Bavaria. A lusty Allgäuer type. Monk made on the monastery hill at Andechs on Ammersee. A superb snack with equally monkish dark beer, black bread, and blacker radishes, served by the brothers in dark brown robes. Antwerp, Belgium. Semi-hard, nut-flavored, named after its place of origin. Appenzeller, Switzerland. Bavaria and Baden. Semi-soft Emmentaler type made in a small 20-pound wheel, a pony cart wheel in comparison to the big Swiss. There are 2 qualities. A. Common, made of skim milk and cured in brine for a year. B. Festive, full milk steeped in brine with wine, plus white wine lees and pepper. The only cheese we know of that is ripened with lees of wine. Appetitost, Denmark. Semi-soft, sour milk, nut-like flavor. It's an appetizer that lives up to its name, eaten fresh on the spot from the loose bottom pans in which it is made. Appetost, Denmark. Sour buttermilk, similar to Primula, with caraway seeds added for snap. Imitated in USA. Apple, USA. A small New York State Cheddar put up in the form of a red-cheeked apple for New York City trade. Inspired by the pear-shaped Provolone and Baby Gouda, no doubt. Arer, Bohemia. Semi-hard, sour milk, yellow, mellow, and creamy. Made in mountains between Bohemia and Silesia. Argentine, Argentina. Argentina is specially noted for fine reproductions of classical Italian hard grating cheeses such as Parmesan and Romano, rich and fruity because of the lush pampas grass feeding. Armavir, Western Caucasus. Soft, whole sour sheep milk. A hand cheese made by stirring cold, sour buttermilk or whey into heated milk, pressing in forms and ripening in a warm place, similar to hand cheese. Arnauten, see Travnik. Arovatur, Italy. Water buffalo milk. Cour d'Arras, see Cour. Arinée, Champagne, France. Made only in winter, November to May, since gourmet products of the same province often have a special affinity. Arinée and Champagne are specially well suited to one another. Artichoke, cardoon, or thistle for rennet. See Caillebotte. Artificial dessert cheese. In the lavish days of Old England, artificial dessert cheese was made by mixing 1 quart of cream with 2 of milk and spiking it with powdered cinnamon, nutmeg, and mace. 4 beaten eggs were then stirred in with 1/2 cup of white vinegar and the mixture boiled to a curd. It was then poured into a cheesecloth and hung up to drain 6 to 8 hours. When taken out of the cloth it was further flavored with rosewater, sweetened with castor sugar, left to ripen for an hour or 2, and finally served up with more cream. Asadero, or Oaxaca, Jalisco and Oaxaca, Mexico. White, whole milk. Curd is heated, and hot curd is cut and braided, or kneaded into loaves from 8 ounces to 11 pounds in weight. Asadero means suitable for roasting. Asco, Corsica, France. Made only in the winter season, October to May. Asiago, 1, 2, and 3. Vicenza, Italy. Sometimes classed as medium and mild, depending mostly on age. Loaves weigh about 18 pounds each and look like American Cheddar, but have a taste all their own. 1. Mild, nutty, and sharp. Used for table slicing and eating. 2. Medium, semi-hard, and tangy. Also used for slicing until 9 months old. 3. Hard, old, dry, sharp, brittle. When over 9 months old, it's fine for grating. Asin, or water cheese. Northern Italy. Sour milk, washed curd, whitish, soft, buttery. Made mostly in spring and eaten in summer and autumn. Dessert cheese, frequently eaten with honey and fruit. Au Cumin, see Munster. Au Fenouil, see Tome de Savoie. Au Fond and de Fond, a style of ripening on the hay. See Pithiviers au Fond and Fromage de Fond. Augelot, Vallée d'Or, Normandy, France. Soft, tangy, piquant, Pont l'Evêque type. D'Oreille, see Saint-Anne. Fromage d'Arena, see Alderney. Aurillac, see Bleu d'Auvergne. Aurore and Triple Aurore, Normandy, France. Made and eaten all year. Australian and New Zealand. Australia and New Zealand. Enough cheese is produced for local consumption. chiefly Cheddar, some Gruyere, but unfortunately mostly processed. Autun, Nivernais, France. Produced and eaten all year. Fromage de vache is another name for it, and this is of special interest in a province where the chief competitors are made of goat's milk. Bleu d'Auvergne, see Bleu. Au vin blanc, confits, see Époisses. Avesnes, Boulette d'Avesnes, see Boulette. Les Aides, Orléanais, France. Not eaten during July, August, or September. Season, October to June. Queijo do Azeitão, Portugal. Soft sheep, sapid, and extremely oily as the superlative so implies. There are no finer, fatter cheeses in the world than those made of rich sheep milk in the mountains of Portugal and named for them. Azeitoso, Portugal. Soft, mellow, zestful, and as oily as it is named. Azuldoch Mountain, Turkey. Mild and mellow mountain product. End of Chapter 15.
Section 16 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Stearns. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. B. Backsteiner, Bavaria. Resembles Limburger, but smaller, and translates brick from the shape. It is aromatic and piquant, and not very much like the U.S. brick. Bagnes, or Fromage à la Raclette, Switzerland. Not only hard, but very hard, named from racler, French for scrape. A thick 1/2 inch slice is cut across the whole cheese and toasted until runny. It is then scraped off the pan it's toasted in with a flexible knife, spread on bread, and eaten like an open-faced Welsh rabbit sandwich. Bagozzo, Grana Bagozzo, Bresciano, Italy. Hard, yellow, sharp. Surface often colored red, Parmesan type. Baker's cheese. Skim milk, similar to cottage cheese, but softer and finer grained. Used in making bakery products, such as cheesecake, pie, and pastries, but may also be eaten like creamed cottage cheese. Ball, U.S.A. Made from thick sour milk in Pennsylvania in the style of the original Pennsylvania Dutch settlers. Ballakass, or Wommeldorf. Similar to Ball. Balls, Dutch red. English name for Edam. Banbury, England. Soft, rich cylinder, about 1 inch thick, made in the town of Banbury, famous for its spicy, citrus peel buns and its equestrienne. Banbury cheese with Banbury buns made a sensational snack in the early 19th century, but both are getting scarce today. Bannock, Armenia. White and sweet. Banja Luka, Bosnia. Port Salut type from its Trappist monastery. Banon, or Les Petits Banons. Provence, France. Small, dried sheep milker, made in the foothills of the Alps and exported through Marseille in season May to November. This sprightly summer cheese is generously sprinkled with the local brandy and festively wrapped in fresh green leaves. Bar cheese, USA. Any saloon Cheddar, formerly served on every free lunch counter in the U.S. before Prohibition. Free lunch cheese was the backbone of America's cheese industry. Barbacena, Minas Gerais, Brazil. Hard white, sometimes chalky, named from its home city in the leading cheese state of Brazil. Barbaret, or Fromage de Troyes, Champagne, France. Soft, creamy, and smooth, resembling Camembert, 5 to 6 inches in diameter and 1 1/4 inches thick. Named from its home town, Barbary, near Troyes, whose name it also bears. Fresh warm milk is coagulated by rennet in 4 hours. Uncut curd then goes into a wooden mold with a perforated bottom, to drain 3 hours, before being finished off in an earthenware mold. The cheeses are salted, dried, and ripened 3 weeks in a cave. The season is from November to May, and when made in summer they are often sold fresh. Barbu, France. Soft. Baronet, USA. A natural product, mild and mellow. Baron, France. Soft. Bassillac, see Blue. Bath, England. Gently made, lightly salted, drained on a straw mat in the historic resort town of Bath. Ripened in 2 weeks and eaten only when covered with a refined, fuzzy mold that's also eminently edible. It is the most delicate of English-speaking cheeses. Battlemont, Switzerland. St. Gothard Alps, northern Italy, and western Austria. An Emmentaler, made small where milk is not plentiful. The wheel is only 16 inches in diameter and 4 inches high, weighing 40 to 80 pounds. The cooking of the curd is done at a little lower temperature than Emmentaler. It ripens more rapidly, in 4 months, and is somewhat softer, but has the same holes and creamy though sharp, full nutty flavor. Baden, see also Koppen. Germany, Austria, Bohemia, and Silesia. Semi-soft, sour milk, hand type, made in herders' mountain huts in about the same way as Harkas, though it is bigger. In 2 forms, one cup shape, called Koppen, the other a cylinder. Strong and aromatic, whether made with or without caraway. Bavarian beer cheese. See Bayrischer Bierkäse. Bavarian cream. German. Very soft, smooth, and creamy. Made in the Bavarian mountains. Especially good with sweet wines and sweet sauces. Bavarois à la vanille. See Fromage Bavarois. Bayonne. See Fromage de Bayonne. Bayerischer Bierkäse, Bavaria. Bavarian beer cheese from the Tyrol is made not only to eat with beer, but to dunk in it. Beads of cheese, Tibet. Beads of hard cheese, 2 inches in diameter, are strung like a necklace of cowrie shells or a rosary, 50 to 100 on a string. See also money made of cheese. Bigues. See Tome de Savoie. Bean cake, tofu or tofu. China, Japan, the Orient. Soybean cheese, imported from Shanghai and other oriental ports, and also imitated in every Chinatown around the world. Made from the milk of beans and curdled with its own vegetable rennet. Beaujolais. See Chevreton. Beaumont or Tome de Beaumont. Savoy, France. A more or less successful imitation of Trappist Temi, a trade secret triumph of Savoy, at its best from October to June. Beaupe de Rouban. Dauphiné, France. A winter specialty made from November to April. Beckenried, Switzerland. A good mountain cheese from goat milk. Beer cheese, USA. While our beer cheese came from Germany, and the word is merely a translation of Bierkäse, we use it chiefly for a type of strong Limburger made mostly in Milwaukee. This fine aromatic cheese is considered by many as the very best to eat while drinking beer. But in Germany, Bierkäse is more apt to be dissolved in a glass or stein of beer, much as we mix malted powder in milk, and drunk with it rather than eaten. Beer Regis. Dorsetshire, England. This sounds like another beer cheese, but it's only a mild cheddar named after its hometown in Dorsetshire. Beast cheese, Scotland. A curiosity of the old days. The first milk after a calving, boiled or baked to a thick consistency. The result somewhat resembling new-made cheese, though this is clearly not a true cheese. McNeil. Belarno, Italy. Hard, goat, creamy dessert cheese. Belgian cooked, Belgian. The milk, which has been allowed to curdle spontaneously, is skimmed and allowed to drain. When dry, it is thoroughly kneaded by hand and is allowed to undergo fermentation, which takes ordinarily from 10 to 14 days in winter and 6 to 8 days in summer. When the fermentation is complete, cream and salt are added and the mixture is heated slowly and stirred until homogeneous, when it is put into molds and allowed to ripen for 8 days longer. A cheese ordinarily weighs about 3½ pounds. It is not essentially different from other forms of cooked cheese. Belle Sœur. See Domaci. Bellelay, Tête de Moine, or Monk's Head. Switzerland. Soft, buttery, semi-sharp spread. Sweet milk is coagulated with rennet in 20 to 30 minutes. The curd cut fairly fine and cooked not so firm as Emmentaler, but firmer than Limburger. After being pressed, the cheeses are wrapped in bark for a couple of weeks until they can stand alone. Since no eyes are desired in the cheeses, they are ripened in a moist cellar at a lowish temperature. They take a year to ripen and will keep 3 or 4 years. The diameter is 7 inches, the weight 9 to 15 pounds. The monk's head after cutting is kept wrapped in a napkin soaked in white wine, and the soft creamy spread is scraped out to butter bread and snacks that go with more white wine. Such combinations of old wine and old cheese suggest monkish influence, which began here in the 15th century with the Jolly Friars of the canton of Bern. There it is still made exclusively and not exported, for there's never quite enough to go around. Bel Paese. Italy. See under Foreign Greats Chapter 3. Also see Bel Fino, a blend, and Bel Paese types. French Boudin and German San Stefano. The American imitation is not nearly so good as the Italian original. Bel Paesino. A play on the Bel Paese name and fame. Weight 1 pound and diminutive in every other way. Percasse. See Alguer. Bergquara. Sweden. Semi-hard, fat, resembles Dutch Gouda. Tangy, pleasant taste. Gets sharper with age, as they all do. Molded in cylinders of 15 to 40 pounds. Popular in Sweden since the 18th century. Berkeley, England. Named after its hometown in Gloucester, England. Berliner Käse. Berlin, Germany. Cow cheese, pet named turkey cock cheese by Berlin students. Typical German hand cheese, soft, aromatic with caraway seeds, and that's about the only difference between it and Altkäse, without caraway. Bernande, Fromagelle Bernande. Italy. Cow's whole milk, to which about 10% of goat's milk is added for flavor. Cured for 2 months. Berck. France. Made of skim milk. Berry rennet. See Withania. Bessay, le. Bourbonnais, France. Soft, mild, and creamy. Bexhill, England. Cream cheeses, small, flat, round. Excellent munching. Bierkäse, Germany. There are several of these unique beer cheeses that are actually dissolved in a stein of beer and drunk down with it in the Bierstubs, notably Bayrischer, Dresdener, and Olmützer. Semi-soft, aromatic, sharp. Well imitated in Echt Douche American spots such as Milwaukee and Hoboken. Bifrost, Norway. Goat, white, mildly salt. Imitated in a process spread in 4 1/4 ounce package. Bin. Wallis, Switzerland. Exceptionally fine Swiss from the great cheese canton of Wallis. Bito, Northern Italy. Hard Emmentaler type made in the Valtellina. It is really 2 cheeses in one. When eaten fresh, it is smooth, sapid, big-eyed Swiss. When eaten after 2 years of ripening, it is very hard and sharp and has small eyes. Blanc à la crème. See Fromage Blanc. Blanc. See Fromage Blanc 1 and 2. Bleu. France. Brittle, blue-veined, smooth, biting. Bleu d'Auvergne or Fromage Bleu. Auvergne, France. Hard, sheep or mixed sheep, goat or cow, from Pontgibaud and Lanquear, ripening caves. Similar to better known Cantal of the same province. Akin to Roquefort and Stilton, and to Bleu de Laqueuille. Bleu de Bassillac, Limousin, France. Blue mold of Roquefort type that's prime from November to May. Bleu de Laqueuille, France. Similar to Bleu d'Auvergne, but with a different savor. Named for its originator, Antoine Roussel Laqueuille, who first made it a century ago, in 1854. Bleu de Limousin, fromage, Lower Limousin. Practically the same as Bleu de Bassillac, from Lower Limousin. Bleu de Salers, France. A variety of Bleu d'Auvergne from the same province distinguished for its blues that are green. With the majority, this is at its best only in the winter months from November to May. Bleu fromage. See Bleu d'Auvergne. Bleu Olivet. See Olivet. Blind. The name for cheeses lacking the usual holes of the type they belong to, such as Blind Swiss. Block Edam, USA. U.S. imitation of the classical Dutch cheese named after the town of Edam. Block, smoked, Austria. The name is self-explanatory and suggests a well-colored meerschaum. Bloder, or Schlicker Milch, Switzerland. Sour milker. Blue Cheddar. See Cheshire Stilton. Blue Danish. See Danish Blue. Blue Dorset. See Dorset. Blue Jura. See Jura Blue and Septmoncel. Blue and Blue with Port Links, USA. One of the modern American processed sausages. Blue Minnesota. See Minnesota. Blue Moon, USA. A processed product. Blue Vinny, Blue Vinid, Blue Vein Dorset or Double Dorset, Dorsetshire, England. A unique blue that actually isn't green veined. Farmers make it for private consumption because it dries up too easily to market. An Epicurean esoteric match for Truckles No. 1 of Wiltshire. It comes in a flat form, chalk white, crumbly and sharply flavored, with a royal blue vein running right through horizontally. The Vinny mold, from which it was named, is different from all other cheese molds and has a different action. Bocconi Giganti, Italy. Sharp and smoky specialty. Bocconi Provolone. See Provolone. Boîte. See Fromage de Boîte. Bombay, India. Hard, goat, dry, sharp. Good to crunch with a Bombay duck in place of a cracker. Bonds. See Bondon de Neufchâtel. Bondon de Neufchâtel, or Bond. Normandy, France. Nicknamed Bond de toute bien, from resemblance to the bung in a barrel of Neufchâtel wine. Soft, small loaf rolls, fresh and mild. Similar to Cornet, but sweeter because of 2% added sugar. Bondon de Rouen, France. A fresh Neufchâtel, similar to Petit Suisse, but slightly salted, to last up to 10 days. Bondost, Sweden. When caraway seed is added to this called Kommenost, spelled Kummenost in Norway. Bond Ost, USA. Imitation of Scandinavian cheese with small production in Wisconsin. Bon Larron, France. Romantically named the Penitent Thief. Borden's, USA. A full line of processed and naturals, of which Liederkranz is the leader. Borelli, Italy. A small water buffalo cheese. Boisson Macers, Provence, France. A winter product, December, January, February, and March only. Boudon, France. Whole or skimmed cow's milk, ripens in 2 to 3 months. Boud, Boudon. Normandy, France. Soft, fresh, smooth, creamy, mild child of the Neufchâtel family. Bougon Lamothe. See Lamothe. Boulet, la, Normandy, France. One of the most prolific provinces, 30 different notables. In season October to May. Boule de Lille, France. Name given to Belgian Eau de Casse by the French who enjoy it. Boulette d'Avenay or Boulette de Cambrai, Flanders, France. Made from November to May, eaten all year. Bourgain, France. Type of fresh Neufchâtel made in France. Perishable and consumed locally. Bourgogne. See Petite Bourgogne. Box. Württemberg, Germany. Similar to U.S. brick, it comes in two styles, firm and soft. One, also known as Schlachterkäse, boxed cheese, and Hohenheim, where it is made, a rather unimportant variety. Made in a copper kettle, with partially skimmed milk, colored with saffron and spiked with caraway, a handful to every 200 pounds. Salted and ripened for 3 months and shipped in wooden boxes. 2, also known by names of localities where made, Hohenberg, Mondes, and Weihenstephan. Made of whole milk. Mild but piquant. Bra No. 1. Piedmont, Italy. Hard, round form, 12 inches in diameter, 3 inches high, weight 12 pounds. A somewhat romantic cheese, made by nomads who wander with their herds from pasture to pasture in the region of Bra. Bra No. 2. Turin and Cuneo, Italy. Soft, creamy, small, round and mild, although cured in brine. Brand or Brandkäse, Germany. Soft, sour milk hand cheese, weighing 1/3 of a pound. The curd is cooked at a high temperature, then salted and set to ferment for a day. Butter is then mixed into it before pressing into small bricks. After drying, it is put in used beer kegs to ripen and is frequently moistened with beer while curing. Brandy. See Caledonian cream. Branja de Brăila, Rumania. Hard, sheep, extra salty because always kept in brine. Branja de Cosulet, Rumania. Described by Richard Wyndham in Wine and Food, winter 1937. A creamy sheep's cheese which is encased in pine bark. My only criticism of this most excellent cheese is that the center must always remain a gastronomical second best. It is no more interesting than a good English Cheddar, while the outer crust has a scented, resinous flavor, which must be unique among cheeses. Bratkäse, Switzerland. Strong, specially made to roast in slices over coal, fine grilled on toast. Breakfast, Frühstück, lunch, delicate, and other names. Germany. Soft and delicate, but with a strong tang. Small round for spreading. Lauterbach is a well-known breakfast cheese in Germany, while in Switzerland Emmentaler is eaten at all 3 meals. Breakstone, USA. Like Borden and other leading American cheesemongers and manufacturers, Breakstone offers a full line of which their cream cheese is an American product to be proud of. Bressogo, Savoy, France. Soft, white. Breslau, Germany. A proud Prussian dessert cheese. Bressans. See Les Petits. Bresse, France. Lightly cooked. Bretagne. See Montauban. Brevine, Switzerland. Emmentaler type. Briançon, see Alpin. Brick, see Chapter 4. Brickbat, Wiltshire, England. A traditional Wiltshire product since early in the 19th century. Made with fresh milk and some cream to ripen for 1 year before it's fit to eat. The French call it Briqueton. Bricotta, Corsica. Semi-soft, sour sheep, sometimes mixed with sugar and rum and made into luscious cakes. Brie. See Chapter 3. Also, see Cendres and Coulommiers. Brie Façon, France. The name of imitation Brie, or Brie type, made in all parts of France. Often it is dry, chalky, and inferior to the finest Brie véritable that is still made best in its original home, formerly called La Brie, now Seine-et-Marne or Ile-de-France. See Nivernais de Cis, Le Mont d'Or, and Ile-de-France. Brie de Meaux, France. This genuine Brie from the Meaux region has an excellent reputation for high quality. It is made only from November to May. Brie de Melun, France. This Brie véritable is made not only in the seasonal months, from November to May, but practically all the year around. It is not always prime. Summer Brie, called Maigre, is notably poor and thin. Spring Brie is merely maigre, half fat, as against the fat autumn Gras that ripens until May. Brillat Savarin, Normandy, France. Soft and available all year. Although the author of Physiologie du Goût was not noted as a caseophile, and wrote little on the subject beyond Le Fondue, see Chapter 6, this savory Normandy produce is named in his everlasting praise. Brina Dubrelia, Romania. Semi-soft sheep done in brine. Brinza, USA. Our imitation of this creamy sort of fresh white Roquefort is as popular in foreign colonies in America as back in its Hungarian and Greek homelands. On New York's East Side, several stores advertise Brinza Fresh daily, with an extra D crowded into the original Brinza. Brine. See Italian Bra, Caucasian Ekiwani, Brina Dubrelia, Briny. Briny, or brined. Syria. Semi-soft, salty sharp. So called from being processed in brine. Turkish Tullum Peni is of the same salt-soaked type. Brinza or Brinzen. Hungary, Romania, Carpathian Mountains. Goes by many local names: Assel, Cleanse, Landock, Liptauer, Nussol, Siebenberger, and Zips. Soft sheep milk or sheep and goat, crumbly, sharp, and biting, but creamy. Made in small lots and cured in a tub with beech shavings. Fatina Perino is its opposite number in Macedonia. Brioleur, see Westphalia. Brickbeck, see Providence. Brickton, England. The French name for English Wiltshire Brickbat, one of the very few cheeses imported into France. Known in France in the 18th century, it may have influenced the making of Trappist Port Salut at the Brickbeck Monastery in Manche. Brittle. See Greek Casera, Italian Ricotta, Turkish Ravishdermer, and U.S. Hoppy. Brizicon, Savoy, France. Imitation Reblochon made in the same Savoy province. Broccio, or Lobroconus, Corsica, France. Soft, sour sheep milk or goat, like Bricotta, and a first cousin to Italian Chiavari. Cream white, slightly salty, eaten fresh in Paris, where it is as popular as on its home island. Sometimes salted and half dried, or made into little cakes with rum and sugar. Made and eaten all year. Broodkaas, Holland. Hard, flat, nutty. Brousse de la Visibie, lait. Nice, France. Small, sheep, long, narrow bar shape, served either with powdered sugar or salt, pepper, and chopped chives. Made in Visibie. Brussels or Bruxelles, Belgium. Soft, washed skim milk, fermented, semi-sharp, from Louvain and Hall districts. Budapest, Hungary. Soft, fresh, creamy, and mellow, a favorite at home in Budapest and abroad in Vienna. Buderick, Germany. A specialty in Dusseldorf. Boule, Switzerland. A Swiss Gruyère. Bundost, Sweden. Semi-hard, mellow, tangy. Burgundy, France. Named after the province, not the wine, but they do go wonderfully together. Bushman, Australia. Semi-hard, yellow, tangy. Butter and cheese. See Chapter 8. Butter, Serbian. See Kajmar. Buttermilk, U.S. and Europe. Resembles cottage cheese, but of finer grain. End of Section 16. Recording by Jennifer Stearns, Concord, New Hampshire. Section 17 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Stearns. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. C. Cabesson, Le, Auvergne, France. Small goat from Moors. Cabrion, Auvergne, France. So much like the Cabesson, they might be called sister nannies under the rind. Cachet d'Étrechaud, Le, or Fromage Fort du Ventoux. Provence Mountains, France. Semi-hard, sheep, mixed with brandy, dry white wine, and sundry seasonings, well marinated, and extremely strong. Season May to November. Caciocavallo, Italy. Horse cheese. The ubiquitous cheese of classical greats, imitated all around the world and back to Italy again. See Chapter 3. Caciocavallo Siciliano. Sicily, also in USA. Essentially a pressed provolone, usually from cow's whole milk, but sometimes from goat's milk or a mixture of the two. Weight between 17 1/2 and 26 pounds. Used for both table cheese and grating. Cacciofiore or Cacciata, Italy. Soft as butter, sheep, in 4-pound square frames. Sweetish, eaten fresh. Cacio Pecorino Romano, see Pecorino. Cacio Romano, see Chiavari. Caerphilly, Wales and England, Devon, Dorset, Somerset, and Wiltshire. Semi-hard, whole fresh milk. Takes 3 weeks to ripen. Also sold green, young and innocent, at the age of 10 to 11 days, when weighing about that many pounds. Since it has little keeping qualities, it should be eaten quickly. Welsh miners eat a lot of it. Think it specially suited to their needs, because it is easily digested and does not produce so much heat in the body as long-keeping cheeses. Caillebotte, curds. France. Anjou, Poitou, Saintonge, and Vendée. Soft, creamy, sweetened fresh or sour milk clabbered with chardonnette. Wild artichoke seed, over slow fire. Cut in lozenges and served cold, 2 hours after cooking. Smooth, mellow, and aromatic. A high type of this unusual cheese is Jonchée. C. Other cheeses are made with vegetable rennet. Some from similar thistle or cardoon juice, especially in Portugal. Caille de Poitiers. See Petit Pot. Cal de Habas, Gascony, France. Clabbered or clotted sheep milk. Cajassou, Périgord, France. A notable goat cheese made in Cubjac. Calabrian, Italy. The Calabrians make good sheep cheese, such as this Caciocavallo. Calcagno, Sicily. Hard, ewe's milk, suitable for grating. Caledonian cream, Scotland. More of a dessert than a true cheese. We read in Scotland's Inner Man, a sort of fresh cream cheese flavored with chopped orange marmalade, sugar brandy, and lemon juice. It is whisked for about half an hour. Otherwise, if put into a freezer, it would be good ice pudding. Calvados, France. Medium hard, tangy. Perfect with Calvados applejack from the same province. Calvenzano, Italy. Similar to Gorgonzola, made in Bergamo. Cambrai, see Boulette. Cambridge, or York, England. Soft, fresh, creamy, tangy. The curd is quickly made in 1 hour and dipped into molds without cutting to ripen for eating in 30 hours. Camembert, see Chapter 3. Camembert, Germany, US, and elsewhere. A West German imitation that comes in a cute little heart-shaped box which nevertheless doesn't make it any more like the Camembert véritable of Normandy. Camousin U.S.A. Semi-soft, open-textured, resembling Monterey. Drained curd is pressed in hoops, cheese is salted in brine for 30 hours, then coated with paraffin and cured for 1 to 3 months in humid room at 50° to 60° Fahrenheit. Canadian Club. See Cheddar Club. Canconotte, Cancanot, Canquillotte, Quincolot, Cancoide, Fromagère, Tempête, and Purée de fromage très fort. Franche-Comté, France. Soft, sour milk, sharp and aromatic, with added eggs and butter and sometimes brandy or dry white wine. Sold in attractive small molds and pots. Other sharp seasonings besides the brandy or wine make this one of the strongest of French strong cheeses, similar to Fromage Fort. Canestrato Sicily, Italy. Hard, mixed goat and sheep, yellow and strong. Takes 1 year to mature and is very popular both in Sicily, where it is made to perfection, and in southern Colorado, where it is imitated by and for Italian settlers. Cantal, Fromage de Cantal, Auvergne or Auvergne Bleu, also Forme and La Tome. Auvergne, France. Semi-hard, smooth, mellow. A kind of Cheddar, lightly colored lemon, yellow, strong. Sharp taste but hardly any smell. 40 to 120 pound cylinders. The rich milk from Highland pastures is more or less skimmed, and being a very old variety, it is still made most primitively. Cured 6 weeks or 6 months, and when very old it's very hard and very sharp. A Cantal type is Languille or Guiole. Capitanata, Italy. Sheep. Caprian, Capri, Italy. Made from milk of goats that still overrun the original Goat Island and tangy as a buck. Caprino, Little Goat. Argentina. Semi-hard, goat, sharp, table cheese. Caraway loaf U.S.A. This is just one imitation of dozens of German caraway seeded cheeses that roam the world. In Germany there is not only Kümmelloaf cheese, but a loaf of caraway seeded bread to go with it. Milwaukee has long made a good Kümmelkäse or hand cheese, and it would take more than the fingers on both hands to enumerate all of the European originals, from Dutch Kumkaas through Danish King Christian IX, and Norwegian Kummenost, Italian Frischa, Pomeranian Rinnen, and Belgian Leyden to Pennsylvania Pot. Cardiga, Queijo da, Portugal. Hard, sheep, oily, mild flavor. Named from cardo, cardoon in English, a kind of thistle used as a vegetable rennet in making several other cheeses, such as French caillebotte, curdled with chardonnette, wild artichoke seed. Only classical Greek sharp cheeses, like Cassera, can compare with the superb ones from the Portuguese mountain districts. They are lusciously oily, but never rancidly so. Carlsbad, Bohemia. Semi-hard, sheep, white, slightly salted, expensive. Carré affiné, France. Soft, delicate, in small square forms, similar to Petit Carré and Ancien Impérial. See. Carré de l'Est, France. Similar to Camembert and imitated in the USA. Cascaval Penir, Turkey. Caccaccio Cavallo, imitation consumed at home. Cassarella, Greece. Semi-soft, sheep, mellow, creamy. Cassere, Greece. Hard, sheep, brittle, gray and greasy, but wonderful. Sour sweet tongue tickle. This classical, though greasy Grecian is imitated with goat milk instead of sheep in Southern California. Cachera, Armenia and Greece. Hard, goat or cow's milk, brittle, sharp, nutty, similar to Cassere and high in quality. Cachera, Turkey. Semi-hard, sheep. Kasher Penner, see Kasher. Cashcavallo, Syria. Mellow but sharp imitation of the ubiquitous Italian Cacciocavallo. Casigullo, Panada, Pera di Vacca, Sardinia. Plastic curd cheese made by the Caciocavallo method. Cascaval or Cashcavallo, see Feta. Caspian, Caucasus. Semi-hard, sheep or cow, milked directly into cone-shaped cloth bag to speed the making. Taste tangy, sharp, and biting. Cassaro, Italy. Locally consumed, seldom exported. Castelmagno, Italy. Blue mold, Gorgonzola type. Castello Branco, White Castle. Portugal. Semi-soft goat or goat and sheep, fermented, similar to Serra da Estrella. C. Castellon or Fromage de Gascony, France. Fresh cream cheese. Castle, Schlosskäse, North Austria. Limburger type. Catanzaro, Italy. Consumed locally, seldom exported. Cat's head. See Katzenkopf. Celery, Norway. Flavored mildly with celery seeds instead of the usual caraway. Cendré, la. France. Orléanais, Blois, and Aube. Hard sheep, round and flat. Other cendrés are champenois or ricey, brie, d'Azy, and olivet. Cendré d'Azy. Burgundy, France. Available all year. See La Cendrée. Cendré de la Brie. Ile-de-France, France. Fall and winter brie cured under the ashes. Season September to May. Cendré champenois or Cendré de Ricey. Aube and Marne, France. Made and eaten from September to June and ripened under the ashes. Cendré Olivet. See Olivet. Sennis, see Mont Cenis. Certoso Stracchino. Italy, near Milan. A variety of Stracchino named after the Carthusian friars who have made it for donkey's years. It is milder and softer and creamier than the Taleggio because it's made of cow instead of goat milk, but it has less distinction for the same reason. Ceva, Italy. Soft veteran of Roman times named from its town near Turin. Chabichou, Poitou, France. Soft, goat, fresh, sweet and tasty. A vintage cheese of the months from April to December, since such cheeses don't last long enough to be vintage like wine by the year. Changy, Orleans, France. Season September to June. Cham, Switzerland. One of those eminent Emmentaler's from Cham, the hometown of Mr. Pfister. See Pfister. Chamois milk. Aristotle said that the most savorous cheese came from the chamois. This small, goat-like envelope feeds on wild mountain herbs, not available to lumbering cows, less agile sheep, or domesticated mountain goats, so it gives, in small quantity but high quality, the richest, most flavorsome of milk. Champenois or Fromage de Ricey. Aube and Marne, France. Season from September to June, the same as Cendré Champenois and de Ricey. Champollion de Queyras. Haute Alpes, France. Hard, skim milker. Chantel. Natural Port du Salut type described as zesty by some of the best purveyors of domestic cheeses. It has a sharp taste and little odor, perhaps to fill the demand for a married man's Limburger. Chantilly, see Hable. Chaours, Champagne, France. Soft, nice to nibble with a bottle product of the same high-living Champagne province. A kind of Camembert. Chapelle, France. Soft. Charmy, fine. Switzerland. Gruyere type. Chassol or Chassolcy. Canton of Grisons, Switzerland. Hard, skim, small wheels, 18 to 22 inches in diameter by 3 to 4 inches high. Weight 22 to 40 pounds. Chasteau see Petit Fromage. Châteauroux see Fromage de Chèvre. Chaumont Champagne, France. Season November to May. Chavignol see Gratin. Chichelak Armenia. Soft, pot, flaky, creamy. Cheddar see Chapter 3. Cheese bread Russia and USA. For centuries Russia has excelled in making a salubrious cheese bread called Notruschki, and the cheese that flavors it is Tworog. See both. Only recently Schrafft's in New York put out a yellow, soft, and toothsome cheese bread that has become very popular for toasting. It takes heat to bring out its full cheesy flavor. Good when overlaid with cheese butter of contrasting piquance, say, one mixed with Sapsago. Cheese butter. Equal parts of creamed butter and finely grated or soft cheese and mixtures thereof. The imported but still cheap green Sapsago is not to be forgotten when mixing your own cheese butter. Cheese food USA. Any mixtures of various lots of cheese and other solids derived from milk with emulsifying agents, coloring matter, seasonings, condiments, relishes, and water, heated or not, into a homogeneous mass. A long and kind word for a homely, tasteless, heterogeneous mess. From an advertisement. Cheese hoppers see hoppers. Cheese mites see mites. Cheshire and Cheshire imitations see with Cheddar in Chapter 3. Cheshire Stilton, England. In making this combination of Cheshire and Stilton, the blue mold peculiar to Stilton is introduced into the usual Cheshire process by keeping out each day a little of the curd and mixing it with that in which the mold is growing well. The result is the Cheshire in size and shape and general characteristics, but with the blue veins of Stilton, making it really a blue Cheddar. Another combination is Yorkshire Stilton, and quite as distinguished. Chester, England. Another name for Cheshire, used in France, where formerly some was imported to make the visiting Britishers feel at home. Chevalier, France. Curd sweetened with sugar. Chevel, USA. A processed Wisconsin. Chèvre, see Fromage. Chèvre de Châteauroux, see Fromage. Chèvre Petit, see Petit Fromage. Chèvre Tome de, see Tome. Chevretin, Savoy, France. Goat, small and square. Named after the Mammy Nanny, as so many are. Chevrets, Ponta and Saint-Remy. Bresse and Franche-Comté, France. Dry and semi-dry, crumbly, goat, small squares, lightly salted. Season December to April. Such small goat cheeses are named in the plural in France. Chevreton de Beaujolais à la crème, lait. Lyonnais, France. Small goat milkers served with cream. This is a fair sample of the railroad names some French cheeses stagger under. Chevretons, Savoy, France. Soft dried goat milk, white, small, tangy, and semi-tangy. Made and eaten from March to December. Chhana, Asia. All we know is that this is made of the whole milk of cows, soured, and is not as unusual as the double H in its name. Chiavari, Italy. There are two different kinds named for the Chiavari region, and both are hard. One, sour cow's milk, also known as Cacio Romano. 2. Sweet whole milker, similar to Corsican Braccio. Chiavari, the historic little port between Genoa and Pisa, is more noted as the birthplace of the Bavaric chivalry rising of newlyweds, with its raucous serenade of dishpans, sour note bugling, and such. Chives cream cheese. Of the world's many fine fresh cheeses, further freshened with chives, there is Belgian Hervé and French Claqueret, with onion added. See both. For our taste, it's best when the chives are added at home, as it's done in Germany, in person at the table or just before. Kristallina, Canton, Graubünden, Switzerland. Hard, smooth, sharp, tangy. Christian 9, Denmark. A distinguished spice cheese. Ciclo, Italy. Soft, small cream cheese. Sirop de Luchon, France. made from November to May in the Comte de Foix, where it has the distinction of being the only local product worth listing with France's 300 notables. Citeaux, Burgundy, France. Trappist Port Salut. Clabber cheese England. Simply cottage cheese left in a cool place until it grows soft and it automatically changes its name from cottage to clabber. Clairvaux France. Formerly made in a Benedictine monastery of that name. Claqueret le Lyonnais, France. Fresh cream whipped with chives, chopped fine with onions. See chives. Clarembert. See Alpin. Cleves, France. French imitation of the German imitation of a Holland Dutch original. Cloves. See Nagelkäse. Club, potted club, snappy, cold pack, and comminuted cheese. USA and Canada. Probably McLaren's Imperial Club in pots was first to be called Club, but others credit Club to the US. In any case, McLaren's was bought by an American company and is now all American. Today there are many Clubs that may sound swanky, but taste very ordinary, if at all. They are made of finely ground aged sharp cheddar mixed with condiments, liquors, olives, pimentos, etc., and mostly carry come-on names to make the customers think they are getting something from Old England or some aristocratic private club. All are described as tangy. Originally, butter went into the better clubs, which were sold in small porcelain jars, but in these processed days they are wrapped in smaller tin foil and wax paper packets and called snappy. Cocktail cheeses. Recommended from stock by Phil Alpert's Cheeses of All Nations stores. Argentine aged Gruyère, Canadian Doka, French Bleu, Brie, Camembert, Fontainebleau, Port d'Evêque, Port de Salut, Robuchon, Roquefort, Grecian Feta, Hungarian Brinza, Polish Wasarski Ski, Romanian Cascaval, Swiss Schwarzkase, American Cheddar and Brandy, Hoppy, Indian. Coeur à la crème, Burgundy, France. This becomes fromage à la crème, too, see, when served with sugar, and it is also called a heart of cream after being molded into that romantic shape in a wicker or willow twig basket. Coeur d'Arras, Artois, France. These hearts of Arras are soft, smooth, mellow, caressingly rich with the cream of Arras. Coffee flavored cheese. Just as the Dutch captivated coffee lovers all over the world with their coffee flavored candies, Hagischt Hopjes, so the French with Jonchée cheese and Italians with ricotta satisfy the universal craving by putting coffee in for flavor. Coimbra, Portugal. Goat or cow, semi-hard, firm, round, salty, sharp. Not only one of those college-educated cheeses, but a postgraduate one, bearing the honored name of Portugal's ancient academic center. Colby, USA. Similar to Cheddar, but of softer body and more open texture, contains more moisture, and doesn't keep as well as Cheddar. College educated. Besides Coimbra, several countries have cheeses brought out by their colleges. Even Brazil has one in Minas Gerais, and Transylvania another called Colas Monastor, while our agricultural colleges in every big cheese state from California through Ames in Iowa, Madison in Wisconsin, all across the continent to Cornell in New York, vie with one another in turning out Diploma Ed American Cheddars in such a high degree. It is largely to the agricultural colleges that we owe the steady improvement in both quality and number of foreign imitations since the University of Wisconsin broke the curds early in this century by importing Swiss professors to teach the high art of Emmentaler. Colwick. See Slipcote. Coulme Air, France. Small, similar to Italian's Tocchino in everything but size. Commission. Holland. Hard, ball-shaped like Edam, and resembling it except being darker in color and packed in a ball weighing about twice as much, around 8 pounds. It is made in the province of North Holland and in Friesland. It is often preferred to Edam for size and nutty flavor. Compiègne, France. Soft. Comté. See Gruyère. Conches, France. Emmentaler type. Condroux, Regat, de la. Rhone Valley, below Lyon, France. Semihard, goat, small, smooth, creamy, mellow, tasty. A cheese of cheeses for epicures, only made from May to November, when pasturage is rich. Confit au Marc de Bourgogne. See Époisse. Confit au Vin Blanc. See Époisse. Cooked or Pennsylvania pot. U.S.A. Named from cooking sour clabbered curd to the melting point. When cool, it is allowed to stand 3 or 4 days until it is colored through. Then it is cooked again with salt, milk, and usually caraway. It is stirred until it's as thick as molasses and strings from a spoon. It is then put into pots or molds, whose shape it retains when turned out. All cooked cheese is apt to be tasteless unless some of the milk flavor cooked out is put back in, as wheat germ is now returned to white bread. Almost every country has cooked cheese all its own, with or without caraway, such as the following: Belgium, Konstukas; Germany, Kochkas, Topfen; Luxembourg, Kochenkas; France, Fromage Oui and Le Peuteur; Sardinia, Panadas, Fresa. Coon. See Chapter 4. Cornhusker, U.S.A. A Nebraska product similar to Cheddar and Colby, but with softer body and more moisture. Cornimont, Vosges, France. A splendid French version of Alsatian Munster, spiked with caraway, in flattish cylinders, with mahogany red coating. It is similar to Jérémie and the harvest cheese of Jérémar in the same lush Vosges valley. Corse Roquefort de Corsica, France. Corsican imitation of the real Roquefort, and not nearly so good, of course. Cossack, Caucasus. Cow or sheep. There are 2 varieties. 1, soft, cured in brine, and still soft and mild after 2 months in the salt bath. 2, semihard and very sharp after aging in brine for 1 year or more. Cotherstone, Yorkshire, England. Also known as Yorkshire Stilton and Wensleydale No. 1. See both. Cotrone, Cotonese. See Pecorino. Cotta, see Pasta. Cottage cheese. Made in all countries where any sort of milk is obtainable. In America it's also called pot, Dutch, and smearcase. The English, who like playful names for homely dishes, call cottage cheese smearcase from the German Schmierkäse. It is also called Glumse in Deutschland, and together with cream, formed the basis of all of our fine Pennsylvania Dutch cuisine. Cottenham or double Cottenham. English Midlands. Semihard, double cream, blue mold. Similar to Stilton, but creamier and richer, and made in flatter and broader forms. Cotslow, Cotswold, England. A brand of cream cheese named for its home in Cotswold, Gloucester. Although soft, it tastes like hard Cheddar. Coulommiers Frais or Petit Moule. Ile-de-France, France. Fresh cream similar to Petit Suisse. See. Coulommiers, le or Brie de Coulommiers, France. Also called Petit Moule from its small form. This genuine Brie is a pocket edition, no larger than a camembert, standing only 1 inch high and measuring 5 or 6 inches across. It is made near Paris and is a great favorite from the autumn and winter months, when it is made, on until May. The making starts in October, a month earlier than most Brie, and is off the market by July, so it's seldom tasted by the avalanche of American summer tourists. Cow cheese. Sounds redundant, and is used mostly in Germany, where an identifying word is added, such as Berliner Kuhkäse and Alt Kuhkäse, old cow cheese. Cream cheese. International. England, France, and America go for it heavily. English cream begins with Devonshire, the world-famous thick fresh cream that is sold cool in earthenware pots and makes fresh berries, especially the small wild strawberries of rural England, taste out of this world. It is also drained on straw mats and formed into fresh hardened cheeses in small molds. See Devonshire cream. Among regional specialties are the following, named from their place of origin or commercial brands: Cambridge, Cotslow, Cornwall, Farmvale, Guilford, Homer's, Italian, Lincoln, New Forest, Rush, from being made on rush or straw mats, see Rush, St. Ivel, distinguished for being made with acidophilus bacteria, Scotch Caledonian, Slipcote, famous in the 18th century, Victoria, York. Crème Chantilly, see Hablé. Crème de Guyenne, see Fromage. Crème de Gruyère, Franche-Comté, France. Soft Gruyère cream cheese arrives in America in perfect condition in tin foil packets, expensive but worth it. Crème de Vosges, Alsace, France. Soft cream, season October to April. Crème double, see Double Crème. Crème fromage à la, see Fromage. Crème fromage blanc à la, see Fromage blanc. Crème Saint-Gervais, see Pot de Crème Saint-Gervais. Cremette Nantais, Lower Loire, France. Soft fresh cream of Nantes. Cremette lait, Anjou, France. A fresh cream equal to English Devonshire, served more as a dessert than a dessert cheese. The cream is whipped stiff with egg whites, drained and eaten with more fresh cream, sprinkled with vanilla and sugar. Cremini, Italy. Soft small cream cheese from Cremona, the violin town. And, by the way, art-loving Italians make ornamental cheeses in the form of musical instruments, statues, still-life groups, and everything. Creole, Louisiana, USA. Soft, rich, unripened cottage cheese type, made by mixing cottage-type curd and rich cream. Crescenza, Stracchino Crescenza, Crescenza Lombardy. Lombardy, Italy. Uncooked, soft, creamy, mildly sweet, fast ripening, yellowish whole milk, made from September to April. Creuse, France. A 2-in-1 farm cheese of skim milk, resulting from 2 different ways of ripening. After the cheese has been removed from perforated earthen molds 7 inches in diameter and 5 or 6 inches high, where it has drained for several days. 1. It is salted and turned frequently until very dry and hard. 2. It is ripened by placing in tightly closed mold lined with straw. This softens flavors and turns it golden yellow. See Hay or Fromage de Foin. Creusot or Gruyette, Limousin, France. Season October to June. Croissant Demi-sel, France. Soft, double cream, semi-salty all year. Gratin de Chavignon, Berry, France. Semi-hard, goat's milk, small, lightly salted, mellow. In season April to December. The name is not exactly complimentary. Crowdie or Cruddy butter, Scotland. Named from the combination of fresh sweet milk curds pressed together with fresh butter. A popular breakfast food in Inverness and the Ross Shires. When kept for months it develops a high flavor. A similar curd and butter is made by Arabs and stored in vats, the same as in India, the land of ghee, where there's no refrigeration. Crying Kebbuck. F. Mary McNeill, in the Scots Kitchen, says that this was the name of a cheese that used to be part of the Kimmer's feast at a lying in. Cuajada, see Venezuela. Cubjac, see Casajou. Cuit, see Fromage Cuit. Cumin, Munster O, see Munster. Cup, see Koppen. Curd, see granular curd, sweet curd, and York curd. Curds and butter, Arabia. Fresh sweet milk curd and fresh butter are pressed together as in making crowdie or cruddy butter in Scotland. The Arabs put this strong mixture away in vats to get it even stronger than East Indian ghee. Curé fromage de, see Nantais. End of section 17. Read by Jennifer Stearns, Concord, New Hampshire.
Chapter 18 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miriam Esther Goldman. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 18, D to F. D. Daisies, fresh. A popular type and packaging of mild Cheddar, originally English. Known as an all-around cheese to eat raw, cook, let ripen, and use for seasoning. Dalmatian, Austria. Hard ewe's milker. Dambo, Denmark. Semi-hard and nutty. Damen, or Glory of the Mountain. Loire de Montagne, Hungary. Soft, uncured, mild ladies' cheese, as its name asserts. Popular alpine snack in Viennese cafes with coffee gossip in the afternoon. Danish Blue, Denmark. Semi-hard, rich, blue-veined, piquant, delicate, excellent imitation of Roquefort. Sometimes called Danish Roquefort, and because it is exported around the world, it is Denmark's best-known cheese. Although it sells for 20 to 30% less than the international triumvirate of blues, Roquefort, Stilton, and Gorgonzola, it rivals them and definitely leads lesser blues. Danish export, Denmark. Skim milk and buttermilk, round and flat, mild and mellow. A fine cheese, as many Danish exports are. Dansk Schweizerost, Denmark. Danish Swiss cheese, imitation Emmentaler, but with small holes. Nutty, sweet dessert or picnic cheese, as Swiss is often called. Danzig, Poland. A pleasant cheese to accompany a glass of the great liqueur, Goldwasser, eau de vie de Danzig, from the same celebrated city. Darling, USA. One of the finest Vermont cheddars, handled for years by one of America's finest fancy food suppliers, S.S. Pierce of Boston. Dauphin, Flanders, France. Season November to May. D'Arigny fromage. See Alderney. Daventry, England. A Stilton type, white, small, round, flat, and very rich, with blue veins of a darker green. Decize, Nivernais, France. In season all year. Soft, creamy, mellow, resembles Brie. De Foin fromage. See Hay. De Fontaine, Spain. Crumbly, sharp, nutty. De Gascony fromage. See Castillon. De Gerardmer. See Récollet. Delft, Holland. About the same as Leyden. See. Delicioux, the brand name of a truly delicious Brie. Delicat, USA. A mellow breakfast spread on the style of the German Frühstück original. See. De Lille Boule, French name for Belgian Oeil de Casse. Demi-étouffe, half-size étouffe. See. Demi-petite Suisse, the name for an extra small petite Suisse to distinguish it from the gros. Demi-sel. Normandy, France. Soft, whole, creamy, lightly salted. Resembles Gournay, but slightly saltier. Also like U.S. cream cheese, but softer and creamier. Demi-sel croissant. See croissant demi-sel. Derby or Derbyshire, England. Hard, shaped like Austrian Nagelkäse, and the size of Cheshire, though sometimes smaller. Dry, large, flat, round, flaky, sharp, and tangy. A factory cheese, said to be identical with Double Gloucester and similar to Warwickshire, Wiltshire, and Leicester. The experts pronounce it a somewhat inferior Cheshire, but deficient in its quality and the flavor of Cheddar. So it's unlikely to win in any cheese derby in spite of its name. Devonshire cream and cheese, England. Devonshire cream is world famous for its thickness and richness. Superb with wild strawberries, almost a cream cheese by itself. Devonshire cream is made into a luscious cheese, ripened on straw, which gives it a special flavor, such as that of French foin or hay cheese. Dolce Verde, Italy. This creamy blue vein variety is named sweet green because cheesemongers are colorblind when it comes to the blue greens and the green blues. Domaći Beli Sir, Yugoslavia. Sir is not a title, but the word for cheese. This is a typical used milker cured in a fresh sheepskin. Domestic Gruyere, USA. An imitation of a cheese impossible to imitate. Domestic Swiss, USA, same as domestic Gruyere, maybe more so, since it is made in ponderous 150 to 200 pound wheels, chiefly in Wisconsin and Ohio. The trouble is, there is no alpine pasturage and Emmentaler Valley in our country. Domiati, Egypt. Whole or partly skimmed cow's or buffalo's milk. Soft, white, no openings. Mild and salty when fresh and cleanly acid when cured. It's called a pickled cheese and is very popular in the Near East. Dorset, Double Dorset, Blue Dorset, or Blue Vinny, England. Blue mold type from Dorsetshire. Crumbly, sharp, made in flat forms. Its manufacture has been traced back 150 years in the family of F.E. Dare, who says that in all probability it was made longer ago than that. See Blue Vinny. Dotter, Nuremberg, Germany. An entirely original cheese, perfected by G. Leuchs in Nuremberg. He enriched skim milk with yolk of eggs and made the cheese in the usual way. When well ripened, it is splendid. Doubles. The English name cheese made of whole milk double, such as Double Cottenham, Double Dorset, Double Gloucester. Singles are cheese from which some of the cream has been removed. Double Cream, England. Similar to Wensleydale. Double Crème, France. There are several of this name, made in the summer when milk is richest in cream. The full name is Fromage à la double crème, and pommel is one well known. They are made throughout France in season and are much in demand. Dresdener Bierkäse, Germany. A celebrated hand cheese made in Dresden. The typical soft skim milker, strong with caraway and drunk dissolved in beer, as well as merely eaten. Drinking cheeses. Not only Dresdener, but dozens of regional hand cheeses in Germanic countries are melted in steins of beer or glasses of wine to make distinctive cheesed drinks for strong stomachs and noses. This peps up the drink in somewhat the same way as ale and beer are laced with pepper sauce in some parts. Dry, Germany. From the drinking cheese just above to dry cheese is quite a leap. This cheese, known as Sperrkäse and Trockenkäse, is made in the small dairies of the eastern part of the Bavarian Alps and in the Tyrol. It is an extremely simple product, made for home consumption and only in the winter season, when the milk cannot be profitably used for other purposes. As soon as the milk is skimmed, it is put into a large kettle which can be swung over a fire, where it is kept warm until it is thoroughly thickened from souring. It is then broken up and cooked quite firm. A small quantity of salt and sometimes some caraway seed are added, and the curd is put into forms of various sizes. It is then placed in a drying room where it becomes very hard, when it is ready for eating. From U.S. Department of Agriculture, Bulletin Number 608. Dobreala, see Brina. Dual, Austria. Soft, skim milk, hand type, 2 by 2 by 1 inch cube. Dunlop, Scotland. One of the national cheeses of Scotland, but now far behind Cheddar, which it resembles, although it is closer in texture and moisture. Semi-hard, white, sharp, buttery, tangy, and rich in flavor. It is one of the toasting cheeses, resembling Lancashire too in form and weight. Made in Ayr, Lanark, Renfrew, and sold in the markets of Kilmarnock, Kirkcudbright, and Wigton. Durak, Turkey. Mixed with butter, mellow and smoky. Costs $3 a pound. Durlag or Begug Panir, Armenia. Sheep. Semi-soft to brittle hard. Square, sharp, but mellow and tangy with herbs. Sometimes salty from lying in a brine bath from 2 days to 2 months. Durmar Rarouche, see Rarouche. Dutch, Holland. Cream cheese of skim milk, very perishable spread. Dutch cheese, American vernacular for cottage or pot cheese. Dutch cream cheese, England. Made in England, although called Dutch. Contains eggs and is therefore richer than Dutch cream cheese in Holland itself. In America, we call the original Holland kind Dutch, cottage, pot, and farmer. Dutch Mill, USA, a specialty of Oakland, California. Dutch red balls, English name for Edam. E. Echourgnac Trappe de Périgord, France. Trappist Monastery, Port Salut. Made in Limousin. Edam. See Chapter 3. Egg. Finland. Semi-hard. One of the few cheeses made by adding eggs to the curds. Others are Dutch cream cheese of England, German Dotter, French fromage cuit, cooked cheese, and Westphalian. Authorities agree that these should be labeled egg cheese, so the buyers won't be fooled by their richness. The Finns age their eggs even as the Chinese ripen their 100-year-old eggs by burying them in grain, as all Scandinavians do, and the Scotch as well in the oat bin. But none of them is left a century to ripen, as eggs are said to be in China. Elbinger, or Elbing. West Prussia. Hard, crumbly, sharp. Made of whole milk except in winter, when it is skimmed. Also known as Werderkäse and Niederungskäse. Ekiwani. Caucasus. Hard, sheep. White, sharp, salty, with some of the brine it's bathed in. Elisavet Polen, or Eriwani. Caucasus. Hard, sheep, sweetish, sharp, and slightly salty when fresh from the brine bath. Also called Kasach, Cossack, Tali, Kurini, and Carib in different locales. El Moltable, Italy. Soft, mellow, tasty. Emiliano, Italy. Hard. Flavor varies from mild to sharp. Parmesan type. Emmentaler, Switzerland. There are so many types of this celebrated Swiss all around the world that we're not surprised to find Lapland reindeer milk cheese listed as similar to Emmentaler of the hardest variety. See Chapter 3, also Vacherin and Fondue. En envelope. French phrase of packaged cheese in the envelope. Similar to English packet and our process. Raw natural cheese the French refer to frankly as nu, in the nude. Engadin, Graubünden, Switzerland. Semi-hard, mild, tangy sweet. English dairy, England and USA. Extra hard, crumbly and sharp. Resembles cheddar and has long been imitated in the States, chiefly as a cooking cheese. Entrechaux le Cachat. See Cachat. Époissé, Fromage de Côte d'Or, Upper Burgundy, France. Soft, small cylinder with flattened end, about 5 inches across. The season is from November to July. Equally proud of their wine and cheese, the Burgundians marry white wine to mark to d'Époissé in making confits with that name. Erbo, Italy. Similar to Gorgonzola, the Galvani cheesemakers of Italy, who put out both Bel Paese and Taleggio, also export Erbo to our shores. Ercé, Languedoc, France. Soft, smooth, and sharp. A winter cheese in season only from November to May. Eriwani. See Elisabethpolen. Hervé, Champagne, France. Soft, yellow rind, smooth, tangy, piquant, 7 by 2½ inches, weight 4 pounds. Resembles Camembert. A washed cheese, also known as Fromage de Troyes. In season November to May. Essex, USA. Imitation of an extinct or at least dormant English type. Estrella. See Serra de Estrella. Étuve and demi-étuve. Holland. Semi-hard, smooth, mellow. In full size and demi-half size. In season all year. Evergleice. Yugoslavia. Sharp, nutty flavor. Excelsior. Normandy, France. Season all year. F. Factory Cheddar, USA. Very old factory cheddar is the trade name for well-aged sharp cheddar. New factory is just that. Mild, young, and tractable. Too tractable, in fact. Farm, France. Known as Ferme, Magre, thin. Fromage à la pie. Nothing to do with apple pie. And Mou, weak. About the same as our cottage cheese. Farmer. This is curd only, and is nowadays mixed with pepper, lox, nuts, fruits, and almost anything. A very good base for your own fancy spread, or season a slab to fancy and bake it like a hoe cake, but in the oven. Farmhouse. See Herrgårdsost. Farm Vale, England. Cream cheese of Somerset wrapped in tinfoil and boxed in wedges, 8 to a box. Fat cheese. See Frontage Gras and Malpener. Faneuil. See Tomé de Savoie. Ferme. See Farm. Feta. See Chapter 3. Fil de Dreux. Bern, France. November to May. Filled cheese, England. Before our processed and food cheese era, some scoundrels in the cheese business over there added animal fats and margarine to skimmed milk to make it pass as whole milk in making cheese. Such adulteration killed the flavor and quality, and no doubt some of the customers. Luckily, in America, we put down this vicious counterfeiting with pure food laws. But such foreign fats are still stuffed into the skimmed milk of many foreign cheeses. To take the place of the natural butter fat, the phony fats are whipped in violently, and extra rennet is added to speed up coagulation. Fin de Sicile, Normandy, France. Although this is an all-year cheese, its name dates it back to the years at the close of the 19th century. Fiore di Alpe, Italy. Hard, sharp, tangy. Romantically named Flowers of the Alps. Fiore Sardo, Italy. Ewe's milk, hard, table cheese when immature, a condiment when fully cured. Flandre Toulde, France. A kind of Marole. Fleur de Deauville, France. A type of Brie. In season December to May. Fleur de Alpe. See Belpae and Millefiore. Fledeost. Norway. Like Gedeost, but not so rich because it is made of cow's milk. Fløtost. Norway. Although the name translates cream cheese, it is made of boiled whey. Similar to Mysost, but fatter. Flour, England. Soft and fragrant, with petals of roses, violets, marigolds, and such, delicately mixed in. Since the English are so fond of oriental teas scented with jasmine and other flowers, perhaps they imported the idea of mixing petals with their cheese, since there is no oriental cheese for them to import except bean curd. Fodder cheese. A term for cheese made from fodder in seasons when there is no grass. Good fresh grass is the essence of all fine cheese, so silo or barn-fed cows can't give the kind of milk it takes. Foggiano. Apulia, Italy. A member of the big Pecorino family because it's made of sheep's milk. Foin fromage de. See Hay. Fondue Vacherin. See Vacherin Fondue. Fontainebleau, France. Named after its own royal commune. Soft, fresh cream, smooth, mellow, summer variety. Fontina, Val d'Acosta, Italy. Soft, goat, creamy, with a nutty flavor and delightful aroma. Fontaine de Franche-Comté, France. A favorite all-year product. Fontanelli, Italy. Semi-dry, flaky, nutty, sharp. Fontini, Parma, Italy. Hard, goat, similar to Swiss, but harder and sharper, from the same region as Parmesan. Food cheese, USA. An unattractive type of processed mixes, presumably with some cheese content to flavor it. Forêt, also called d'Ambert, France. The process of making this is said to be very crude and the ripening unusual. The cheeses are cylindrical, 10 inches in diameter and 6 inches high. They are ripened by placing them on the floor of the cellar, covering with dirt and allowing water to trickle over them. Many are spoiled by the unusual growths of mold and bacteria. The flavor of the best of these is said to resemble Roquefort, from Bulletin number 608 of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, to which we are indebted for descriptions of hundreds of varieties in this alphabet. Formagelle, Northwest Italy. Soft, ripened specially, put up in half-pound packages. Formaggi di pasta filata, Italy. A group of Italian cheeses, made by curdling milk with rennet, warming and fermenting the curd, heating it until it is plastic, drawing it into ropes, and then kneading and shaping, while hot provolone, caciocavallo, and mozzarella are in this group. Formaggini and Formaggini del Lecco, Italy. Several small cheeses answer to this name, of which Lecco is typical. A Lombardy dessert cheese measuring 1 1/4 by 2 inches, weighing 2 ounces. It is eaten from the time it is fresh and sweet until it ripens to piquance. Sometimes made of cow and goat milk mixed, with the addition of oil and vinegar, as well as salt, pepper, sugar, and cinnamon. Formaggio d'Oro, Northwest Italy. Hard, sharp, mountain-made. Formaggio duro, dry, and Formaggio Tenero. See Nostrale. Fort, see Fromage Fort. Forme, Cantal, and Latome, Auvergne, France. This is a big family in the rich cheese province of Auvergne, where many mountain varieties are baptized after their districts, such as Aubrac, Aurelia, Grand Mural, Roche, and Salaire. See Forme d'Albert and Cantal. Forme de Montebrisson, Auvergne, France. This belongs to the Forme clan and is in season from November to May. Forme de Salaire. See Cantal, which it resembles so closely it is sometimes sold under that name. Frisa, or Panadas. Sardinia, Italy. A soft, mild, and sweet cooked cheese. Fribourg, Italy and Switzerland. Hard, cooked curd. Swiss type very similar to Spalen. C. Frise Kaas, fresh cheese. Holland. Dutch generic name for any soft, fresh spring cheese, although some is made in winter, beginning in November. Frisian. See West Frisian. Fromage à la crème, France. 1. Sour milk drained and mixed with cream, eaten with sugar. That of Guyenne is a noted produce, and so is d'Isigny. 2. Franche-Comté. Fresh sheep milk melted with fresh thick cream, whipped egg whites, and sugar. Morvan. Homemade cottage cheese. When milk has soured solid, it is hung in cheesecloth in a cool place to drain, then mixed with a little fresh milk and served with cream. 4. When Morvan or other type is put into a heart-shaped wicker basket for a mold and marketed in that, it becomes a coeur à la crème, heart of cream, to be eaten with sugar. Fromage à la Pie. See Fromage Blanc just below, and Farm. Fromage Bavarois à la Vanille, France. Dessert cheese, sweetened and flavored with vanilla, and named after Bavaria, where it probably originated. Fromage Blanc, France. Soft cream or cottage cheese, called à la Pie too, suggesting pie à la mode. Also Farm from the place it's made. Usually eaten with salt and pepper, in summer only. It is the ascetic version of fromage à la crème, usually eaten with salt and pepper and without cream or sugar, except in the province of Bresse, where it is served with cream and called fromage blanc à la crème. Every milky province has its own blanc. In Champagne, it's made of fresh ewe milk. In Upper Brittany, it is named after Nantes and is also called fromage de Corée. Other districts devoted to it are Alsace-Lorraine, Auvergne, Languedoc, and Ile-de-France. Fromage bleu, see Bleu d'Auvergne. Fromage Huit, cooked cheese. Thionville, Lorraine, France. Although a specialty of Lorraine, this cooked cheese is produced in many places. First it is made with fresh whole cow milk, then pressed and potted. After maturing a while, it is depotted, mixed with milk and egg yolk, recooked and repotted. Fromage d'Aurigny, see Alderney. Fromage de Bayonne, Bayonne, France, made with ewe's milk. Fromage de Boîte, Doubs, France. Soft, mountain-made, in the fall only. Resembles Pont-l'Évêque. Fromage de Bourgogne, see Burgundy. Fromage de Chèvre de Châteauroux, a seasonal goat cheese. Fromage de Curé, see Nantes. Fromage de Fontenay-le-Comté, Poitou, France. Half goat and half cow milk. Fromage de Gascony, see Castellon. Fromage de Pau, see Le Foncé. Fromage de Saint-Remy, see Chèvre. Fromage de Serac, Savoy, France. Half and half, cow and goat, from Serac d'Alou. Fromage de Troyes, France. 2 cheeses have this name. See Barberry and Hervey. Fromage de Vache, another name for Autun. Fromage de Monsieur Fromage, Normandy, France. This cheese of Mr. Cheese is as exceptional as its name. Its season runs from November to June. It comes wrapped in a green leaf, maybe from a grapevine, suggesting what to drink with it. It is semi-dry, mildly snappy, with a piquant pungence all its own. The playful name suggests the celebrated dish, Poulette de Madame Poulet, chick of Mrs. Chicken. Fromage Fort, France. Several cooked cheeses are named Fort, strong, chiefly in the department of Ain. Well-drained curd is melted, poured into a cloth, and pressed, then buried in dry ashes to remove any whey left. After being fermented 8 to 10 days, it is grated, mixed with butter, salt, pepper, wine, juniper berries, butter, and other things before fermenting some more. Similar extra strong cheeses are the one in Lorraine called Fondue and Fromagère of eastern France, classed as the strongest cheeses in all France. Fort number 1, that of Flanders, potted with juniper berries, as the gin of this section is flavored, plus pepper, salt, and white wine. Fort number 2, that from Franche-Comté. Small dry goat cheeses pounded and potted with thyme, tarragon, leeks, pepper, and brandy. See Hazebrook. Fort number 3, from Provence, also called Cachat d'Entrechaux. In production from May to November. Semi-hard sheep milk mixed with brandy, white wine, strong herbs, and seasonings, and well maintained. Fromage Gras, fat cheese. Savoy, France. Soft, round, fat ball called tête de mort, death's head. Winter Brie is also called Gras, but there is no relation. This macabre name incited Victor Mussy to these lines. Les gens à l'humeur morose prenant la tête de mort. People of a morose disposition take the death's head. Fromage mou, any soft cheese. Fromage piquant, see Remoudon. Fromagère, see Canculotte. Fromage de chèvre, Orléanais, France. Small, dried goat milkers. Frühstück, also known as breakfast and lunch cheese. Small rounds 2½ to 3 inches in diameter. Limburger type. Cheeses on which many Germans and Americans break their fast. Ftinoporino, Macedonia, Greece. Sheep's milker. Similar to Blintzes. End of chapter 18. Recording by Miriam Esther Goldman.
Chapter 19 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 19. G. Gaiskäsle, Germany and Switzerland. A general name for goat's milk cheese. Usually a small cylinder 3 inches in diameter and 1.5 inches thick, weighing up to ½ pound. In making, the curds are set on a straw mat in molds, for the whey to run away. They are salted and turned after 2 days to salt the other side. They ripen in 3 weeks with a very pleasing flavor. Gamelost, Norway. Hard, golden brown, sour milker. After being pressed, it is turned daily for 14 days and then packed in a chest with wet straw. So far as we are concerned, it can stay there. The color all the way through is tobacco brown, and the taste, too. It has been compared to medicine, chewing tobacco, petrified Limburger, and worse. In his Encyclopedia of Food, Artemus Ward says that in Gamelost the ferments absorb so much of the curd that in consequence, instead of eating cheese flavored by fungi, one is practically eating fungi flavored with cheese. Garda, Italy. Soft, creamy, fermented. A truly fine product made in the resort town on Gardasee where D'Annunzio retired. It is one of those luscious little ones exported in tinfoil to America, and edible including the moldy crust that could hardly be called a rind. Garden, U.S.A. Cream cheese with some greens or vegetables mixed in. Garlic, U.S.A. A processed Cheddar type flavored with garlic. Garlic onion link, U.S.A. A strong processed Cheddar put up to look like links of sausage, nobody knows why. Gascony, fromage de. See Castillon. Gautrias, Mayenne, France. Soft cylinder weighing about 5 pounds and resembling Port Salut. Gavot, Haute-Alpes, France. A good Alpine cheese, whether made of sheep, goat, or cow milk. Geheimrat, Netherlands. A factory cheese turned out in small quantities. The color is deep yellow, and it resembles a baby Gouda in every way, down to the weight. Gérardmer, de. See Récollet. German-American adopted types: Bierkäse, Delikat, Grinnen, Hand, Harzkäse, Kümmelkäse, Koppen, Lager, Liederkranz, Main-Käse, Münster, Old Heidelberg Schafkäse, Silesian, Stein, Tilsit, Weißlach, piquant like Bavarian Allgäuer. Jérôme la Vaud, France. Semi-hard. Cylinders up to 11 pounds. Brick red rind like Münster but larger. Strong, fragrant and flavorsome, sometimes with anise seed. It stands high at home, where it is in season from October to April. Gervais, Île-de-France, France. Cream cheese like Neuchâtel, long made by Maison Gervais, near Paris. Sold in tiny tinfoil squares not much larger than old-time yeast. Like Petit Suisse, it makes a perfect luncheon dessert with honey. Gesundheitkäse, Holsteiner. See Holstein Health. Getmesost, Sweden. Soft, goat, whey, sweet. Gex, Pays de Gex, France. Semi-hard, skim milk, blue-veined. A little Roquefort, in season from November to May. Gex Marbré, France. A very special type, marbled with rich milks of cow, goat, and sheep mixed. A full-flavored ambassador of the big international Blues family that are green in spite of their name. Gien. See Fromage à la crème. Gislev, Scandinavia. Hard, mild, made from skimmed cow's milk. Gjetost, Norway. A traditional chocolate-colored companion piece to Gamelost, but made with goat's milk. Glavis, Switzerland. The brand name of a cone of Sapsago. Glattkäse or Gelbkäse, Germany. Smooth cheese or yellow cheese, a classification of sour milkers that includes Olmützer Quargel. Cloire des Montagnes, see Damen. Gloucester, Gloucestershire, England. There are two types. 1. Double, the better of the two Gloucesters, is eaten only after 6 months of ripening. It has a pronounced but mellow delicacy of flavor, the tiniest morsel being pregnant with savor. To measure its refinement, it can undergo the same comparison as that we apply to vintage wines. Begin with a small piece of red Cheshire. If you then pass to a morsel of double Gloucester, you will find that the praises accorded to the latter have been no whit exaggerated. A Concise Encyclopedia of Gastronomy by André L. Simon. 2. Single. By way of comparison, the spring and summer single Gloucester ripens in 2 months and is not as big as its large grindstone brother. And neither is it glorified Cheshire. It is mild and as different in quality of flavor as a young and crisp wine is from an old vintage. Glumse, West Prussia, Germany. A common, undistinguished cottage cheese. Glux, Nivernais, France. Season all year. Goat, France. A frank and fair name for a semi-hard, brittle mouthful of flavor. Every country has its goat specialities. In Norway, the milk is boiled dry, then fresh milk or cream added. In Czechoslovakia, the peasants smoke the cheese up the kitchen chimney. No matter how you slice it, goat cheese is always notable or noble. Gold Enrich, USA. Golden in color and rich in taste. Bland as American taste demands. Like Bel Paese, but not so full-flavored and a bit sweet. A good and deservedly popular cheese nonetheless, easily recognized by its red rind. Gomost, Norway. Usually made from cow's milk, but sometimes from goat's. Milk is curdled with rennet and condensed by heating until it has a butter-like consistency. See Maisost. Gorgonzola, Italy. Besides the standard type exported to us, see Chapter 3, there is a white Gorgonzola, little known outside Italy, where it is enjoyed by local caseophiles, who like it put up in crocks with brandy, too. Gouda, see Chapter 3. Gouda, kosher, Holland. The same semi-hard good Gouda, but made with kosher rennet. It is a bit more mellow than most, and like all kosher products, is stamped by the Jewish authorities who prepare it. Goya, Corrientes, Argentina. Hard, dry, Italian type for grating. Like all fine Argentine cheeses, the milk of pedigreed herds fed on prime pampas grass distinguishes Goya from lesser Parmesan types, even back in Italy. It is interesting that the nitrate in Chilean soil makes their wines the best in America, and the richness of Argentine milk does the same for their cheeses, most of which are Italian imitations and some of which excel the originals. Gournay, Seine, France. Soft, similar to demi-sel, comes in round and flat forms about a 1/4 pound in weight. Those shaped like bondons resemble corks about 3/4 inch thick and 4 inches long. Grana, Italy. Another name for Parmesan, from grains, the size of big shot, that the curd is cut into. Grana Lombardo, Lombardy. The same hard type for grating, named after its origin in Lombardy. Grana Reggiano, Reggio, Italy. A brand of Parmesan type made near Reggio and widely imitated, not only in Lombardy and Mantua, but also in the Argentine, where it goes by a pet name of its own, Reggionito. Grand Bonin, la. Switzerland. A luscious, half-dried sheep's milker. Granular curd, see stirred curd. Gras, or velvet kaas, Holland. Named from its butterfat content and called Moor's head, tête de mort, in France, from its shape and size. The same is true of fromage de gras in France, called tête de mort, death's head. Gras is also the popular name for brie that's made in the autumn in France and sold from November to May. See brie. Gratairon, France. Goat milk, named, as so many are, from the place it was made. Graubünden, Switzerland. A luscious, half-dried sheep's milker. Green Bay, USA. Medium sharp, splendid white cheddar from Green Bay, Wisconsin, the Limburger county. Gray, Germany and Austrian Tyrol. Semi-soft, sour skim milk with salty flavor from curing in brine bath. Named from the gray color that pervades the entire cheese when ripe. It has a very pleasant taste. Gruyère, see Chapter 3. Güssing, or Landelkäse, Austria. Similar to brick. Weight between 4 and 8 pounds. H. Habas, see Kai. Ablé crème chantilly, Ösmo, Sweden. Soft, ripened dessert cheese made from pasteurized cream by the old Walla Creamery. Put up in 5-ounce wedge-shaped boxes for export and sold for a high price, well over $2 a pound, in fancy, big city groceries. Truly an aristocrat of cheeses to compare with the finest French Brie or Camembert. See Chapter 3. Hand. See Chapter 3. Hard, Puerto Rico. Dry, tangy. Harzkäse, Harz. Harz Mountains, Germany. Tiny hand cheese. Probably the world's smallest soft cheese, varying from 2½ inches by 1½ down to 1/4 by 1½ Packed in little boxes a dozen together, rubbing rinds as close as sardines. And like Harz canaries, they thrive on seeds, chiefly caraway. Harzé, Belgium. Port Salut type from the Trappist monastery at Harzé. Hasandach, Turkey. Bland, sweet. Hauskäse, Germany. Limburger type, disc-shaped. Haute-Marne, France. Soft, square. Ail, or fromage au foin. Seine, France. A skim milker resembling a poor grade of Livarot. Nothing to write home about, except that it is ripened on new mown hay. Hazebrook. There are two kinds. 1. Flemish, a fromage fort type with white wine, juniper, salt and pepper, excessively strong for bland American tasters. 2. Franche Comté, France, small, dry goat's milker, pounded, potted, and marinated in a mixture of thyme, tarragon, leeks, pepper, and brandy. Head. 4 cheeses are called head. The French Death's Head, Swiss Monk's Head, Dutch Cat's Head, Moor's Head. There's head cheese besides, but that's made of a pig's head, and is only a cheese by discourtesy. Health, see Holstein. Herbesthal, Germany, named from a valley full of rich herbs for grazing. Herkimer, USA, Cheddar type, nearly white. See Chapter 4. Herrgårdsost, farmhouse or manor house. West Gotland and Jämtland, Sweden. Hard Emmentaler type in 2 qualities, full cream and half cream. Weighs 25 to 40 pounds. It is the most popular cheese in all Sweden, and the best is from West Gotland and Jutland. Herrgårdstyp, see Hushållsost. Hervé, Belgium. Soft, made in cubes and peppered with herbs such as tarragon, parsley, and chives. It flourishes from November to May and comes in 3 qualities: extra cream, cream, and part skim milk. Hickory smoked, USA. Good smoke is often wasted on bad cheese. Hohenburg, see box No. 2. Hohenheim, Germany. Soft, part skimmed milk, half-pound cylinders. See box No. 1. Hoi Poi, China. Soybean cheese developed by vegetable rennet. Exported in jars. Oha, see Queso de. Hollander, North Germany. Imitation Dutch Goudas and Edams, chiefly from Neukirchen in Holstein. Holstein dairy, see leather. Holsteiner or Old Holsteiner, Germany. Eaten best when old, with butter, or in the north with dripping. Holstein Health or Holsteiner Gesundheitskäse, Germany. Sour milk curd, pressed hard and then cooked in a tin kettle with a little cream and salt. When mixed and melted, it is poured into half-pound molds and cooled. Holstein skim milk or Holstein Magerkäse, Germany. Skim milker colored with saffron. Its name, thin cheese, tells all. Hopfen, Germany. Small, 1 inch by 2½ inches, packed in hops to ripen. An ideal beer cheese, loaded with lupulin. Hopi, USA. Hard, goat, brittled, sharp. Supposed to have been made first by the Hopi Indians out west, where it's still at home. Horner's, England. An old cream cheese brand in Redditch, where Worcestershire sauce originated. Horse cheese. Not made of mare's milk, but the nickname for Caciocavallo, because of the horse's head used to trademark the first edition of it. Hum, Holland. Brand name of one of those mild little red baby Goudas that make you say ho-hum. Hushållsost, household cheese, Sweden. Popular in 3 types: Herrgårdstyp, farmhouse; Festgötatyp, West Gotland; Svesiatyp, Swedish. Hvid Gjetost, Norway. A strong variety of Gjetost, little known and less liked outside of Scandinavia. Icelandic. In Letters from Iceland, W.H. Auden says, "The ordinary cheese is like a strong Dutch and good. There is also a brown sweet cheese like the Norwegian. Doubtless the latter is Gjetost." Ihlefield, Mecklenburg, Germany. A hand cheese. Ilha Queijo. Azores. Semihard cheese of the Isle, largely exported to mother Portugal, measuring about a foot across and 4 inches high. The one word, Ilha, isle, covers the several Azorian islands whose names, such as Pico, Peak, and Terceiro, third, are sometimes added to their cheeses. Impérial Ancien. See Ancien. Imperial Club, Canada. Potted Cheddar, snappy, perhaps named after the famous French Ancien Impérial. Incanestrato, Sicily, Italy. Very sharp, white, cooked, spiced, formed into large round heads from 15 to 20 pounds. See Maiocchino, a kind made with the 3 milks, goat, sheep, and cow, and enriched with olive oil besides. Irish cheeses. Irish Cheddar and Irish Stilton are fairly ordinary imitations named after their native places of manufacture: Ardagh, Galtee, Whitehorn, Three Counties, etc. Isigny, France. Full name, Fromage à la crème d'Isigny. Cream cheese. The American cheese of this name never amounted to much. It was an attempt to imitate Camembert in the gay 90s, but it turned out to be closer to Limburger. See Chapter 2. In France there is also crème d'Isigny, thick fresh cream that's as famous as England's Devonshire, and comes as close to being cheese as any cream can. Island of Orléans, Canada. This soft, full-flavored cheese was doubtless brought from France by early émigrés, for it has been made since 1869 on the Orléans Island in the St. Lawrence River near Quebec. It is known by its French name, Le Fromage Raffiné de l'Île d'Orléans, and lives up to the name refined. J. Jack, see Monterey. Jochberg, Tyrol, Germany. Cow and goat milk mixed in a fine Tyrolean product, as all mountain cheese are. 20 inches in diameter and 4 inches high, it weighs in at 45 pounds with the rind on. Jonchée, Santonge, France. A superior caillebotte, flavored with rum, orange flower water, or, uniquely, black coffee. Josephine, Silesia, Germany. Soft and ladylike, as its name suggests. Put up in small cylindrical packages. Joniac. See Chapter 3. Julost, Sweden. Semihard, tangy. Jura Bleu or Septmoncel, France. Hard, blue-veined, sharp, tangy. K. Kaas Oude, Belgium. Flemish name for the French Boule de Lille. Cascavallo, Yugoslavia. Same as Italian Caciocavallo. Kaiserkäse, Germany. This was an imperial cheese in the days of the Kaisers, and is still made under that once awesome name. Now it's just a jolly old mellow yellow container of tang. Kaimar, or Serbian butter. Serbia and Turkey. Cream cheese, soft and bland when young, but ages to a tang between that of any goat's milker and Roquefort. Camembert, Yugoslavia. Imitation Camembert. Karachi Lala, Turkey. Nutty and tangy. Kareish, Egypt. A pickled cheese, similar to Domiati. Karut, India. Semihard, mellow, for grating and seasoning. Karvi, Norway. Soft, caraway-seeded, comes in smallish packages. Kash, Romania. Soft, white, somewhat stringy cheese, named cheese. Cashcavallo, Cascaval, Greece. A good imitation of Italian Caciocavallo. Kasher or Kaher Penner, Turkey. Hard, white, sharp. Kashkvan, Bulgaria and the Balkans. An all-purpose goat's milk, Parmesan type, eaten sliced when young, grated when old. An attempt to imitate it in Chicago failed. It is sold in Near East quarters in New York, Washington, and all big American cities. Cascaval, Romania. Identical with Italian Caciocavallo, widely imitated, and well, in Greece, Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, Transylvania, and neighboring lands. As popular as Cheddar in England, Canada, and USA. Kasseri, Greece. Hard, ewe's milk usually. Kachkavalje, Serbia. Just another version of the international Caciocavallo. Katzenkopf, cat's head, Holland. Another name for Edam. See Chapter 3. Kaukauna Club, USA. Widely advertised processed cheese food. Kauna, Lithuania. A hearty cheese that's in season all the year round. Kefalotyr, Kefalotyr. Yugoslavia, Greece, and Syria. Both of these hard, grating cheeses are made from either goat's or ewe's milk, and named after their shape, resembling a Greek hat or kefalo. Keg-ripened, see brand. King Christian IX, Denmark. Sharp with caraway, popular with everybody. Kingdom Farm, USA, near Ithaca, New York. The Rutherfordites, or Jehovah's Witnesses, make Brick, Limburger, and Münster that are said to be most delectable by those mortals lucky enough to get into the Kingdom Farm. Unfortunately, their cheese is not available elsewhere. Kirgischer Käse, see Krut. Kjarsgaard, Denmark. Hard, skim, sharp, tangy. Klatschkäse, gossip cheese, Germany. A rich lady's cheese corresponding to Damen, both designed to promote the flow of gossip in afternoon Kaffeeklatsches in the Konditories. Kloster, Klosterkäse, Bavaria. Soft, ripe, finger-shaped, 1 by 1 by 4 inches. In Munich, this was, and perhaps still is, carried by brewmasters on their tasting tours to bring out the excellence of a freshly broached tun. Named for being made by monks in early cloisters, down to this day. Kochenkäse, Luxembourg. Cooked white dessert cheese. Since it is salt-free, it is recommended for diets. Kochkäse, Germany. This translates cooked cheese. Kochtoonkäse, Belgium. Semi-soft, cooked and smoked. Bland flavor. Kolos Monostor, Romania. Sheep, rectangular 4-pounder, 8½ by 5 by 3 inches. One of those college-educated cheeses turned out by the students and professors at the Agricultural School of Transylvania. Kolosvarer, Romania. A Trappist Port-Salut imitation made with water buffalo milk, as are so many of the world's fine cheeses. Komijnekaas, Komijnekaas, North Holland. Spiked with caraway seeds and named after them. Königskäse, Germany. A regal name for a German imitation of Bel Paese. Kopanisti, Greece. Blue mold cheese with sharp peppery flavor. Koppen, Kapp, or Bauden, Germany. Semi-hard goat. Made in a cup-shaped mold that gives both its shape and name. Small, 3 to 4 ounces. Sharp, pungent, somewhat smoky. Imitated in USA in half-pound packages. Korestin, Russia. Semi-soft, mellow, cured in brine. Kosher. This cheese appears in many countries under several names. Similar to Limburger, but eaten fresh. It is stamped genuine by Jewish authorities for the use of religious persons. See Gouda kosher. Krauterkäse, Brazil. Soft paste herb cheese put up in a tube by German Brazilians near the Argentine border. A rich, full-flavored adaptation of Swiss Kräuterkäse, even though it is processed.
Kräuterkäse, herb cheese, Switzerland. Hard, grating cheese flavored with herbs, like Sapsago or Grünkäse. Krüt or Kirgische Käse, Asian steppes. A cheese turned out en route by nomadic tribes in the Asiatic steppes, from sour milk of goat, sheep, cow, or camel. The salted and pressed curd is made into small balls and dried in the sun. Kuhbacher, Bavaria. Soft, ripe, and chiefly interesting because of its name, Cow Creek, where it is made. Kumminost, Norway. Semi-hard, caraway-seeded. Kumminost, Sweden. This is Bondost with caraway added. Kummin-ost, Wisconsin, USA. Imitation of the Scandinavian, with small production in Wisconsin, where so many Swedes and Norwegians make their home and their ost. Kümmel, Leiden, or Leidische Kaas, Holland. Caraway-seeded and named. Kümmelkäse, Germany and USA. Semi-hard, sharp with caraway. Milwaukee Kümmelkäse has made a name for itself as a nibble most suitable with most drinks, from beer to imported Kümmellikör. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 20. L to M. Labneh, Syria. Sour milk. La Foncée, or Fromage de Pau, France. Cream cheese. Lagerkäse, USA. Semi-dry and mellow. While lager means merely to store, there is more than a subtle suggestion of lager beer here. Laguiole, Fromage de, and Guiole, Avrion, France. An ancient Cantal type said to have flourished since the Roman occupation. Many consider Laguiole superior to Cantal. It is in full season from November to May. La Mothe Bougon, La Mothe Saint-Héré, Poitou. Goat cheese made from May to November. Lancashire, or Lancaster, North England. White, crumbly, sharp. A good Welsh rabbit cheese if you can get it. It is more like Cheshire than Cheddar. This most popular variety in the north of England is turned out best at Fylde, near the Irish Sea. It is a curiosity in manufacture, for often the curds used are of different ages, and this is accountable for a loose, friable texture, deep orange in colour. Landelkäse, or Gessing, Austria. Skim milker similar to US brick. Square loaves, 4 to 8 pounds. Langlois Blue, USA. A Colorado blue with an excellent reputation, though it can hardly compete with Roquefort. Langres, Haute-Marne, France. Semi-hard, fermented whole milk. Farm-made, full-flavoured, high-smelling Limburger type, similar to Maroilles. Ancient of days, said to have been made since the time of the Merovingian kings. Cylindrical, 5 by 8 inches, they weigh 1½ to 2 pounds. Consumed mostly at home. Lapland, Lapland. Reindeer milk. Resembles hard Swiss. Of unusual shape, both round and flat, so a cross-section looks like a dumbbell with angular ends. Laredo, Mexico. Soft, creamy, mellow, made and named after the North Mexico City. Larron, France. A kind of Maroilles. Latticini, Italy. Trade name for a soft water buffalo product as creamy as Camembert. Laume, lait. Burgundy, France. Made from November to July. Lauterbach, Germany. A breakfast cheese. Leaf, see, chill. Leather, Leder or Holstein Dairy, Germany. A skim milker with 5 to 10% buttermilk, all from the great milk cows up near Denmark in Schleswig-Holstein. A technical point in its making is that it's broken up with a harp or a stirring stick and stirred with a Danish stirrer. Lebani, Syria. Dessert cottage cheese often served with yogurt. Lecco Formaggini di, Italy. Soft, cow or goat, round dessert variety, representative of a cheese family as big as the human family of most Italians. Les, see Appenzeller, festive, No. 2. Le Guérin, Lorraine, France. Half-dried, small, salted, peppered and sharp. The salt and pepper make it unusual, though not as peppery as Italian pepato. Leicester, England. Hard, shallow, flat millstone of cheddar-like cheese weighing 40 pounds. Dark orange and mild to red and strong, according to age. With Wiltshire and Warwickshire, it belongs to the Derbyshire type. An ancient saying is, Leicester cheese and watercress were just made for each other. Leitchakars, see Leyden. Leonessa, a kind of pecorino. Leroy, USA. Notable because it's a natural cheese in a mob of modern processed. Le Roux, France. Goat, in season from February to September and not eaten in fall or winter months. Leskin, Caucasus. Curious because the sheep's milk that makes it is milked directly into a sack of skin. It is made in the usual way, rennet added, curd broken up, whey drained off, curd put into forms and pressed lightly. But after that it is wrapped in leaves and ropes of grass. After curing 2 weeks in the leaves, they are discarded, the cheese salted and wrapped up in leaves again for another ripening period. The use of a skin sack again points the association of cheese and wine in a region where wine is still drunk from skin bags with nozzles, as in many wild and mountainous parts. Les Petits Bressins, Bresse, France. Small goat cheeses named from food famous Bresse, of the plump pullets, and often stimulated with brandy before being wrapped in fresh vine leaves, like Les Petits Banons. Les Petits Fromages, see Petit Fromage Entivier. Le Vacherin. Name given to 2 entirely different varieties. Number 1, Vacherin à la main. Number 2, Vacherin Fondue. See Vacherin. Le Vroux, Berry, France. A goat cheese in season from May to December. Leyden, Komijnekars, caraway cheese, from Holland. Semi-hard, tangy with caraway. Similar Delft. There are 2 kinds of Leyden that might be called farm fat and factory thin, for those made on the farms contain 30 to 35% fat against 20% in the factory product. Liederkranz, see Chapter 4. Limburger, see Chapter 3. Lincoln, England, cream cheese that keeps 2 to 3 weeks. This is in England, where there is much less refrigeration than in the USA, and that's a big break for most natural cheeses. Lindenhof, Belgium. Semi-soft, aromatic, sharp. Lipta, Liptauer, Liptau, Hungary. A classic mixture with condiments, especially the great peppers from which the world's best paprika is made. Liptauer is the regional name for Blintzes as well, and it's made in the same manner of sheep milk and sometimes cow. Salty and spready, somewhat oily, as most sheep milkers are. A fairly sharp taste with a suggestion of sour milk. It is sold in various containers and known as pickled cheese. See Chapter 3. Lipto, Hungary. Soft, sheep, white, mild and milky taste. A close relative of both Liptauer and Blintzes. Little Nippy, USA. Processed cheese with a cute name, wrapped up both plain and smoky, to slice and serve for cheese trays, mash or whip for spreading. But no matter how you slice, mash and whip it, it's still processed. Livarot, Calvados, France. Soft paste, coloured with annatto brown to deep red. Also, uncommonly, fresh and white. It has the advantage over Camembert, made in the same region, in that it may be manufactured during the summer months when skim milk is plentiful and cheap. It is formed in cylinders 6 by 2 inches and ripens several months in the even temperature of caves, to be eaten at its best only in January, February and March. By June and afterward it should be avoided. Similar to Mignon too. Early in the process of making, after ripening 10 to 12 days, the cheeses are wrapped in fresh laiche leaves, both to give flavour and help hold in the ammonia and other essentials for making a strong, piquant Livarot. Livlander, Russia. A popular hand cheese, a most unusual variety, because the cheese itself is red, not the rind. Locatelli, Italy. A brand of pecorino differing slightly from Bomano pecorino. Lodigiano o Lombardo. Lodi, Italy. Sharp, fragrant, sometimes slightly bitter, yellow. Cylindrical, surface coloured dark and oiled. Used for grating. Similar to Parmesan, but not as fine in quality. Longhorn, from Wisconsin, USA. This fine American cheddar was named from its resemblance to the longhorn of a popular milking breed of cattle, or just from the longhorn breed of cow that furnished the makings. Lorraine, Germany. Hard, small, delicate. Unique because it's seasoned with pistachio nuts besides salt and pepper. Eaten while quite young, in 2-ounce portions that bring a very high price. Lumburger, Belgium. Semi-soft and tangy dessert cheese. The opposite of Limburger because it has no odour. Lunch, Germany and USA. The same as breakfast and Frühstück, a Limburger type of eye-opener. Lüneburg, West Austria. Swiss type, saffron-coloured, made in a copper kettle. Not as strong as Limburger. or as mild as Emmentaler, yet piquant and aromatic with a character of its own. Luxembourg, USA. Tiny tinfold type of Liederkranz. A mild, bland, would-be Camembert. M. Maconnais, France. Soft, goat's milk, 2 inches square by 1.5 inches thick. Macala, Oise, France. Soft Camembert type, made in the same region, but sold at a cheaper price. Madridejos, Spain. Name for Madrid, where it is made. Magdeburger Kuhkäse, Germany. Cow cheese made in Magdeburg. Magerkäse, see Holstein skim milk. Magenta Sorte, Italy. A term for Parmesan types made between April and September. Magui, Belgium. Also called fromage mou. Soft, white, sharp spread. Maigre, France. A name for brie made in summer and inferior to both the winter gras and spring migras. Mele, Crimea. Sheep, cooked, drained, salted, made into forms and put into a brine bath where it stays sometimes a year. Male Peine, fat cheese, Crimea. Sheep, crumbly, open texture and pleasing flavour when ripened. Mainauer, German. Semi-hard, full cream, round, red outside, yellow within. Weight 3 pounds. Mainzer Hand, German. Typical hand cheese, kneaded by hand thoroughly, which makes for quality pressed into flat cakes by hand, dried for a week, packed in kegs or jars and ripened in the cellar 6 to 8 weeks. As in making bread, the skill in kneading Mainzer makes a worthy craft. Maggiocchino, Sicily, Italy. An exceptional variety of the 3 usual milks mixed together. Goat, sheep and cow, flavoured with spices and olive oil. A kind of incanestrato. Malakoff, France. A form of Neuchâtel, about 1/2 inch by 2 inches, eaten fresh or ripe. Manicamp, French Flanders. In season from October to July. Mano Queso de, Venezuela. A kind of Venezuelan hand cheese, as its Spanish name translates. See Venezuelan. Manor House, see Herrgårdsost. Manteca butter, Italy. Cheese and butter combined in a small brick of butter with a covering of mozzarella. This is for slicing, not for cooking, which is unusual for any Italian cheese. Manur or Manuri, Yugoslavia. Sheep or cow's milk heated to boiling, then cooled until the fingers can be held in it. A mixture of fresh whey and buttermilk is added with the rennet. The curd is lifted from the whey in a cloth and allowed to drain, when it is kneaded like bread, lightly salted and dried. Maquet, Belgium. Another name for fromage mou, soft cheese. Marchese, Tuscany, Italy. Ewe's milk, hard. Margarine, England. An oily cheese made with oleomargarine. Margherita, Italy. Soft, cream, small. Marienhofer, Austria. Limburger type. About 4.5 inches square and 1 to 1.5 inches thick. Weight about 1 pound. Wrapped in tin foil. Märkisch or Märkisch Hand, Germany. Soft, smelly, hand type. Maroilles, Marolles, Marolles. Flanders, France. Semi-soft and semi-hard. Halfway between Pont l'Evêque and Limburger. Full flavour, high smell, reddish-brown rind, yellow within. 5 inches square and 2¼ inches thick, some larger. Martha Washington aged cheese, USA. Made by Casper of Bear Creek, Wisconsin. See under Wisconsin in Chapter 4. Mascarpone or Maccherone, Italy. Soft, white, delicate fresh cream from Lombardy. Usually packed in muslin or gauze bags, 1/4 to 1/2 pound. Macintosh, Alaska. An early Klondike cheddar named by its maker, Peter McIntosh, and described as being as yellow as that Alaskan gold, which brought at times about ounce for ounce over mining camps' counters. The Cheddar Box by Dean Collins. McLaren's, USA. Pioneer Club type of snappy cheddar in a pot. Originally made in Canada, now by Kraft in the USA. Meadowbloom, USA. Made by the Iowa State College at Ames. Mecklenburg Skim, Germany. No more distinguished than most skim milkers. Meilbou, France. Made in the Champagne district. Mein Käse, USA. Sharp, aromatic, trademark package. Melfa, USA. Excellent for a processed cheese. White, flavoursome, packed in half moons. Melon, France. Brown red rind, yellow inside. High smelling. There is also a Brie de Melun. Mentelto, Italy. Sharp, goat, from the Mentelto Mountains. Mérignac, France. Goat. Merovingian, northeast France. Semi-soft, white, creamy, sharp. Historic since the time of the Merovingian kings. Mersem, France. Lightly cooked. Mesitra, Crimea. Eaten when fresh and unsalted. Also when ripened. Soft, ewe's milk. Mesost, Sweden. Whey, sweetish. Metton, Franche-Comté, France. Season October to June. Meuse, France. Soft, piquant, aromatic. Midget Salami Provolone, USA. This goes baby good as an eaters one better by being a sort of sausage too. Mignon, Calvados, France. White, number 1. Soft, fresh, in small cubes of cylinders. In season only in summer, April to September. Passe, number 2. Soft but ripened and in the same forms but only seasonal in winter, October to March. Similar to Pont l'Evêque and popular for more than a century. It goes specially well with Calvados cider, fresh, hard, or distilled. Micras, name given to spring brie midway between fat winter gras and thin summer maigre. Milano Stracchino di Milano Fresco Quarta, Italy. Similar to Bel Paese, yellow with thin rind, 1½ to 2 3/4 inches thick, 3 to 6½ pounds. Milk mud, see Schlickermilch. Millefiore, Milan, Italy. 1,000 flowers, as highly scented as its sentimental name. Yet no cheeses are so freshly fragrant as these flowery alpine ones. Milltown Bar, USA. Robust texture and flavor reminiscent of free lunch and old-time bars. Milk cheeses. Milks that make cheese around the world. Ass, buffalo, camel, chamois, elephant, goat, human, see mother's milk, llama, mare, reindeer, sea cow, Amazonian legend, sheep, whale, legendary, see whale cheese, yak, zebra, zebu. US pure food laws prohibit cheeses made of unusual or strange animals' milk, such as camel, llama, or zebra. Milwaukee Kümmelkäse and Handkäse, USA. Aromatic with caraway, brought from Germany by early emigrants and successfully imitated. Minas, Brazil. Named for the Brazilian state of Minas Gerais, where it is made. Semi-hard, white, round 2-pounder, often chalky. The 2 best brands are one called Primavera, Spring, and another put out by the Swiss professors who teach the art at the Agricultural University in the state capital, Belo Horizonte. Minnesota Blue, USA. A good national product known from coast to coast. Besides blue, Minnesota makes good all-American brick and cheddar, natural nationals to be proud of. Mintsitra in Macedonia and Mintsitra in Greece. Sheep, soft, succulent, and as pleasantly greasy as other sheep cheeses from Greece. It's a byproduct of the fabulous feta. Modena Monte, USA. Made in USA during World War II. Parmesan type. Mohawk Limburger Spread, USA. A brand that comes in 1-pound jars. Moliterno, Italy. Similar to Caciocavallo. Monceau, Champagne, France. Semi-hard, similar to Maroilles. Moncenisio, Italy. Similar to Gorgonzola. Montzea, Montzea Schachtelkäse, Montzea Schlosskäse, Austria. This little family with a lot of long names is closely related to the Münster tribe, with very distant connections with the mildest branch of the Limburgers. The Schachtelkäse is named from the wooden boxes in which it is shipped, while the Schlosskäse shows its class by being called castle cheese, probably because it is richer than the others, being made of whole milk. Money made of cheese from China. In the Chase National Bank collection of monies in the world, there is a specimen of cheese money, about which the curator, Farhan Zerbi, writes, "A specimen of the so-called cheese money of northern China, 1850 to 1870, now in the Chase Bank collection, came to me personally some 30 years ago from a woman missionary, who had been located in the field, where she said a cake form of condensed milk, and referred to as cheese, was a medium of exchange amongst the natives. It, like other commodities, particularly compressed tea, was prized as a trading medium in China, in that it had value as nutriment, and was sufficiently appreciated by the population as to be exchangeable for other articles of service." Monk's Head, see Tête de Moine. Monostora, Transylvania, Romania. Ewe's milk. Monsieur, France. Soft, salted, rich in flavor. Monsieur Fromage, see Fromage de Monsieur Fromage. Montana, Catalonia. A mountain cheese. Montasio, Austria and Italy. Usually skimmed goat and cow milk mixed. When finished, the rind is often rubbed with olive oil or blackened with soot. It is eaten both fresh, white and sweet, and aged, and when it is yellow, granular and sharp with a characteristic flavour. Mostly used when 3 to 12 months old, but kept much longer and grated for seasoning, widely imitated in America. Montauban de Bretagne Fromage de, Brittany, France. A celebrated cheese of Brittany. Montavona, Austria. sour and sometimes sweet milk made tasty with dried herbs of the Achatea family. Mont Blanc, France, an Alpine cheese. Mont Cenis, southeastern France, usually made of all three available milks, cow, goat and sheep. It is semi-hard and blue-veined like the other Roquefort imitations Gex and Semontel. Primitive methods are still used in the making, and sometimes the ripening is done by penicillium introduced in mouldy bread. Large rounds, 18 by 6 to 8 inches, weighing 25 pounds. Mont des Cas, French Flanders, Trappist monk-made Port Salut. Montdidier, France, a fresh cream. Mont d'Or le or Mont d'Or, Lyonnais, France. Soft whole milk, originally goat, now cow, made throughout the Rhone Valley. Fat, golden yellow and relished by financiers according to Victor Mersey. Between Brie and Pont l'Evêque, but more delicate than either, though not effeminate. Alpin and Riola are similar. The best is still turned out at Mont d'Or, with runners-up in Saint-Cyr and Saint-Didier. Montavona, Austria. A sour milker made fragrant with herbs added to the curd. Monterey, Mexico. Hard, sharp, perhaps inspired by Monterey Jack that's made in California and along the Mexican border. Monterey Jack, see Chapter 4. Monterey, Seine-et-Oise, France. Whole or partly skimmed milk, soft in quality and large in size, weighing up to 5½ pounds. Notable only for its patriotic tricolour in ripening, with whitish moulds that turns blue and has red spots. Montpellier, France. Sheep. Moravian, Czechoslovakia. Semi-hard and sharp. Morbier, Bresse, France. In season from November to July. Mostoffé, France. A little-known product of Champagne. Mother's milk. In his book about French varieties, Les Fromages, Maurice des Ambiaux sums up the many exotic milks made into cheese and recounts the story of Paulbert, who served a cheese as white as snow that was so delicately appetizing it was partaken of in religious silence. All the guests guessed, but none was right. So the host announced it was made of lait de femme, and an astounded turophile exclaimed that all of us are cannibals. Mountain, Bavaria. Soft, yellow, sharp. Mountain Azeldorf, see Azeldorf. Mount Hope, USA. Yellow, mellow, mild and porous California cheddar. Mouse or Mousetrap, USA. Common name for young green cracked leathery and rubbery low-grade store cheese fit only to bait traps. When it's aged and sharp, however, the same cheese can be bait for caseophiles. Mozzarella, Italy. Soft, water buffalo milk, moistly fresh and unripened. Bland white cooking cheese put up in balls or big bowl-like cups, weighing about ½ pound and protected with wax paper. The genuine is made at Cardito, Aversa, Salernitano, and in the Mazzoni di Capua. Like ricotta, this is such a popular cheese all over America that it is imitated widely, and often badly, with a bitter taste. Mozzarella affumicata, also called scamozza, Italy. Semi-soft, smooth, white, bland, unsalted, put up in pear shapes of about 1 pound, with tan rind from smoking. Eaten chiefly sliced, but prized, both fresh and smoked, in true Italian one-dish meals, such as lasagna and pizza. Mozzarinelli, Italy. A pet name for a diminutive edition of mozzarella. Mrsav, see Serpozny. Münster, Germany. German originally, now made from Colmar, Strasbourg and Copenhagen to Milwaukee in all sorts of imitations, both good and bad. Semi-hard, whole milk, yellow inside, brick red outside, flavour from mild to strong, depending on age and amount of caraway or anise seed added. Best in winter season from November to April. Münster is a worldwide classic that doubles for both German and French. Jérôme is the standard French type of it, with a little longer season beginning in April and a somewhat different flavour from anise seed. Often, instead of putting the seeds inside, a dish of caraway is served with the cheese for those who like to flavour to taste. In Alsace, Münster is made plain and also under the name of Münster or Cumin because of the caraway. American imitations are much milder and marketed much longer. They are supposed to blend the taste of Brick and Limburger. Maybe they do. Mustard, USA. A processed domestic Gruyere type. Mijithra, imitated with goat's milk in southern Colorado. Miesost, Mutost, Scandinavia. Made in all Scandinavian countries and imitated in the USA. A whey cheese, buttery, mild and sweetish with a caramel colour all through, instead of the heavy chocolate or dark tobacco shade of Geetost. Vreemost is a local name for it. The American imitations are cylindrical and wrapped in tinfoil. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of the Complete Book of Cheese, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan de Ramos. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 21. N. Nagelkäse. Fresh. Fresh clove cheese, called Nageles in Holland. Austria. Skim milk, curd mixed with caraway and cloves, called nails, Nagel, in Germany and Austria. The large flat rounds resemble English Derby. Nantais, or Fromage du Curé, cheese of the curate, Brittany, France. A special variety dedicated to some curate of Nantes. Nestle, England. Soft whole milk, round and very thin. Neufchâtel, or Petit Suisse. Normandy, France. Soft whole milk, small loaf. See Ancien Impérial, Vendôme, and Chapter 9. New Forest, England. Cream cheese from the New Forest district. Nieheimer, Westphalia, Germany. Sour milk with salt and caraway seed added, sometimes beer or milk. Covered lightly with straw and packed in kegs with hops to ripen. Both beer and hops in one cheese is unique. Niolo, Corsica. In season from October to May. Nåkelost, or Nogelost, Norway. Similar to spiced Leyden or Edam with caraway, and shaped like a Gouda. Nordlands Ost, Kalas, USA. Trade name for an American imitation of a Scandinavian variety, perhaps suggested by Swedish Nordost. Nordost, Sweden. Semi-soft, white, baked, salty and smoky. North Wilts, Wiltshire, England. Cheddar type, smooth, hard rind, rich but delicate in flavor. Small size, 10 to 12 pounds, named for its locale. Nostrale, Northwest Italy. An ancient of days variety of which there are two kinds. 1. Formaggio duro, hard, as its name says, made in the spring when the cows are in the valley. 2. Formaggio tenero, soft and richer, summer made with milk from lush mountain grazing. Notruschki, cheese bread, Russia. Made with Tworog cheese and widely popular. Nova Scotia smoked, USA. The name must mean that the cheese was smoked in the Nova Scotia manner, for it is smoked mostly in New York City, like sturgeon, to give the luxurious flavor. New World, USA. This semi-soft newcomer arrived about 1954 and is advertised as a brand new variety. It is made in the Midwest and packed in small, heavily waxed portions to preserve all of its fine, full aroma and flavor. A cheese all America can be proud of, whether it is an entirely new species or not. O. Oaxaca. See Asadero. Oka, or La Trappe. Canada. Medium soft, aromatic, the Port Salut made by Trappist monks in Canada after the secret method of the order that originated in France. See Trappe. Old English Club, USA. Not old, not English, and representing no club we know of. Old Heidelberg, USA. Soft, piquant rival of Liederkranz. Oleron Isle, Fromage d'Ile, France. A celebrated sheep cheese from this island of Oleron. Olive Cream, USA. Ground olives mixed to taste with cream cheese. Olives rival pimientos for such mildly piquant blends that just suit the bland American taste. A more exciting olive cream may be made with Greek kalatma olives and feta sheep cheese. Olivet, Orléans, France. Soft sheep cheese sold in 3 forms. 1. Fresh, summer, white, cream cheese. 2. Olivet bleu, mold inoculated, half ripened. 3. Olivet Saudre, ripened in the ashes. Season October to June. Olmützer Kargel, also Olmützer Bierkäse, Austria. Soft, skim milk soured, salty. The smallest of hand cheeses, only half of an inch thick by 1.5 inches in diameter. Packed in kegs to ripen into beer cheese and keep the liquid contents of other kegs company. A dozen of these little ones are packed together in a box ready to drop into wine or beer drinks at home or at the bar. Oleron, or Fromage de la Vallée d'Ossau, Béarn, France. In season from October to May. Onion with garlic links, USA. Processed and put up like frankfurters in links. Oporto, Portugal. Hard, sharp, tangy. From the hometown of port wine. Orkney, Scotland. A country cheese of the Orkney Islands, where it is buried in the oat bin to ripen, and kept there between meals as well. Oatmeal and Scotch country cheese are natural affinities. Southey, Johnson, and Boswell have all remarked the fine flavor of such cheese with oatcakes. Orléans, France. Named after the Orléans district, soft, creamy, tangy. Ossetin, Tushninsk, or Kasach. Caucasus comes in 2 forms. 1. Soft and mild sheep or cow cheese ripened in brine for 2 months. 2. Hard after ripening a year and more in brine. This type, made of sheep milk, is the better. Ostiepek, Ostiepeka, Czechoslovakia. Sheep in the Carpathian Mountains supply the herb-rich milk for this type, similar to Italian Caciocavallo. Oswego, USA. New York State Cheddar of distinction. Oudecas, Belgium. Popular in France as Bleu de Lille. Oust, Fromage de Roussillon, France. Of the Camembert family. Ovar, Hungarian. Semi-soft to semi-hard, reddish-brown rind, reddish-yellow inside. Mild but pleasantly piquant. It has been called Hungarian Tilsit. Oveji Sir, Yugoslavian Alpine. Hard mountain sheep cheese of quality, cellar ripened 3 months. Weight 6 to 10 pounds. Oxfordshire, England. an obsolescent type, now only of literary interest because of Jonathan Swift's little story around it in the 18th century. An odd land of fellow who, when the cheese came upon the table, pretended to faint. So somebody said, "Pray take away the cheese." "No," said I. "Pray take away the fool." Said I well? To this Colonel Arwit rejoins, "Faith, my lord, you serve the coxcomb right enough, and therefore I wish we had a bits of your lordship's Oxfordshire cheese." P. Pabstet, USA. The Pabst beer people got this out during Prohibition, and although beer and cheese are brothers under their ferment, and Prohibition has long since been done away with, the relation of the processed paste to a natural cheese is still as distant as near beer from regular beer. Packet cheese. England. This corresponds to our processed cheese and is named from the package or packet it comes in. Paglia, Switzerland. Italian influence canton of Ticino. Soft. A copy of Gorgonzola. A blue with a pleasant aromatic flavor and of further interest because in Switzerland, the motherland of cheese, it is an imitation of a foreign type. Pago, Dalmatia, Yugoslavia. A sheep milk specialty made on the island of Pago in Dalmatia, in weights from half to 8 pounds. Paladru, Savoie, France. In season from November to May. Palpuchta, Hungary. Fairly strong Limburger type. Panarone, Italy. Gorgonzola type with white curd, but without blue veining. Paranica, Hungary. Sheep. Caciocavallo type. Parmesan, Parmigiano, Italy. The grand mogul of all graters. Called the hardest cheese in the world, it enlivens every course from onion soup to cheese straws with the demitasse, and puts spirit into the sparse Lenten menu of pasta al pesto, powdered Parmesan, garlic, olive oil, and basil, pounded in a mortar with a pestle. Passar Ramekins, Crème de Passau, German. Noted Bavarian cream cheese, known in France as Crème de Passau. Pasta cotta, Italy. The ball or grana of curd used in making Parmesan. Pasta filata, Italy. A drawn curd, the opposite of the little balls or grains into which grana is chopped. See formaggi di pasta filata. Pasteurized processed cheese food, USA. This is the ultimate desecration of natural fermented cheese. Had Pasteur but known what eventual harm his discovery would do to a world of cheese, he might have stayed his hand. Pastorella, Italy. Soft, rich table cheese. Pâte grasse, Cuba. Similar to Gouda. Pecorino, Italy. Italian cheese made from ewe's milk. Salted in brine. Granular. Pelardon de Rion, Languedoc, France. A goat cheese in season from May to November. Peneteleu, Romania. One of the international Caciocavallo family. Penicillium glaucum and Penicillium album. Tiny mushroom spores of Penicillium glaucum, sprinkled in the curd destined to become Roquefort, sprout and grow into blue veins that impart the characteristic flavor. In 12 to 15 days, a second spore develops on the surface, snow white Penicillium album. Penig, Turkey. Mellow sheep cheese packed in the skin of sheep or lamb. Pennsylvania hand cheese, USA. This German original has been made by the Pennsylvania Dutch ever since they arrived from the old country. Also Pennsylvania pot, or cooked. Penroque, Pennsylvania, USA. Cow milk imitation Roquefort, inoculated with Penicillium roqueforti, and ripened in caverns where nature has duplicated the ideal condition of the cheese-curing caverns of France. So any failure of Penroque to rival real Roquefort is more likely to be the fault of Mother Cow than Mother Nature. Pepato, Italy. Hard, stinging, with whole black peppers that make the lips burn. Fine for fire eaters. An American imitation is made in northern Michigan. Persille de Savoie, Savoie, France. In season from May to January, flavored with parsley in a manner similar to that of sage in Vermont cheddar. Petafina la, Dauphine, France. Goat or cow milk mixed together with yeast of dried cheese added, plus salt and pepper, olive oil, brandy and absinthe. Petit Carré, France. Fresh unripened Ancien Impérial. Petit Gruyère, Denmark. Imitation Gruyère, pasteurized, processed, and made almost unrecognizable and inedible. 6 tinfoil wedges to a box, also packaged with a couple of crackers for bars. 1 wedge for 15 cents, where free lunch is forbidden. This is a fair sample of one of several foreign imitations that are actually worse than we can do at home. Petit Moule, Île-de-France, France. A pet name for Coulommiers. Petit Suisse, France. Fresh, unsalted cream cheese, same as Neufchâtel, and similar to Coulommiers. It comes in 2 sizes. Gros, a largest cylinder. Demi, a small one. Keats called this the creamy curd, and another writer has praised its La Fontaine-like simplicity. Whether made in Normandy, Switzerland, or Petropolis, Brazil, by early Swiss settlers, it is ideal with honey. Petit Vacher, France. Little cowboy, an appropriate name for a small cow's milk cheese. Petit Bourgogne, Lower Burgundy, France. Soft, sheep, white, small, tangy. Other notable petites, also beginning with B, are Banon and Bresson. Petit Fromage de Chasteau-Lait, France. Small sheep cream cheeses from Lower Limousin. Petit Fromage de Chèvre, France. Little cheeses from little goats grazing on the little mountains of Provence. Petit Pot de Caille de Poitiers, Poitou, France. Clotted milk in small pots. Pfister, Cham, Switzerland. Emmentaler type, although differing in its method of making with fresh skim milk. It is named for Pfister Huber, who was the first to manufacture it in chain. Philadelphia Cream, USA. An excellent cream cheese that has been standard for 70 years. Made in New York State in spite of its name. Picnic, USA. Handy-size picnic packing of mild American cheddar. Swiss has long been called picnic cheese in America. It's home away from home. Picadon de Diolet, Fit. Dauphine, France. In season from May to December. Pied fromage à la, France. Another name for fromage blanc. Or farm, soft, creamy cottage cheese type. Pie cheese, USA. An apt American name for any round store cheese that can be cut in wedges like a pie. Perfect with apple or mince or any other pie. And by the way, in these days when natural cheese is getting harder to find, any piece of American cheddar cut in pie wedges before being wrapped in cellophane is apt to be the real thing, if it has the rind on. The wedge shape is used, however, without any rind, to make processed pastes pass for natural, even without that identifying word, and with misleading labels such as old, sharp cheddar, and aged 9 months. That's long enough to make a baby, but not a natural out of a processed cheddar. Pimiento, USA. Because pimiento is the blandest of peppers, it just suits our bland national taste, especially when mixed with Neufchâtel, cream, club, or cottage. The best is homemade, of course, with honest, snappy, old cheddar mashed and mixed to taste, with the mild Spanish pepper that equals the Spanish olive as a partner in such spreads. Pimp. See Mainzer, hand cheese. Pineapple. See Chapter 4. Piora. Tessen, Switzerland. Whole milk, either cows or a mixture of goats and cows. Pippin, USA. Borden brand of cheddar. Also Pippin roll. Pithiviers au Fond, France. Orléans variety, ripened on hay from October to May. Poitiers, France. Goat's milker named from its Poitou district. Pobble, France. All year, double cream, unsalted. Ponta Delgada, Azores. Semi-firm, delicate, piquant. Pont Gibaud, France. Similar to Roquefort, ripened at a very low temperature. Pont l'Évêque. Characterized as a classic French fromage with huge-like romanticism. See Chapter 3. An imported brand is called the Inquisitive Cow. Puna, USA. Semi-soft, mellow. New York Stater of distinctive flavor. Sold in 2-pound packs to be kept 4 or 5 hours at room temperature before serving. Port Salut, Port du Salut. See Chapter 3. Port, Blue Lynx, USA. Blue flavored with red port and put up in pseudo sausage links. Pot cheese, USA. Cottage cheese with a dry curd, not creamed. An old English favorite for fruited cheesecakes with perfumed plums, lemons, almonds, and macaroons. In Ireland, it was used in connection with the sheep shearing ceremonies, although itself a common cow curd. Pennsylvania pot cheese is cooked. Potato, Germany and USA. Made in Thuringia from sour cow milk with sheep or goat, sometimes added. The potatoes are boiled and grated or mashed. One part of the potato is thoroughly mixed or kneaded with 2 or 3 parts of die curd. In the better cheese, 3 parts of potatoes are mixed with 2 of curd. During the mixing, salt and sometimes caraway seed are added. The cheese is allowed to stand for from 2 to 4 days while a fermentation takes place. After this, the curd is sometimes covered with beer or cream and is finally placed in tubs and allowed to ripen for 14 days. A variety of this cheese is made in the U.S. It is probable, however, that it is not allowed to ripen for quite so long a period as the potato cheese of Europe. In all other essentials, it appears to be the same. From U.S. Department of Agriculture, Bulletin Number 608. Potato pepper, Italy. Italian potato cheese is enlivened with black pepper like pepato, only not so stony hard. Pot de crème Saint-Gervais. Saint-Gervais-sur-Mer, France. The celebrated cream that rivals English Devonshire and is eaten both as a sweet and as a fresh cheese. Pouligny, Saint-Pierre, Touraine, France. A celebrated cylindrical cheese made in Indre, seasoned from May to December. Poustagneau, Le, France. A fresh cow milk made of Gascony. Prato, Brazil. Semi-hard, very yellow imitation of the Argentine imitation of Holland Dutch. Standard Brazilian dessert with guava or quince paste. Name not from dish, but from the River Plate district of the Argentine, from whence it was borrowed long ago. Prategau, Switzerland. Aromatic and sharp Limburger type from skim milk, named for its home valley. Prestost or Salandflar, Sweden. Similar to Gouda, but unique. The curd being mixed with whiskey, packed in a basket, salted and cellared, wrapped in a cloth, changed daily, and on the 3rd day finally washed with whiskey. Primavera, spring. Minas Gerais, Brazil. Semi-hard white brand of Minas cheese, high quality, with a spring-like fragrance. Primost, Norway. Soft whey, unripened, light brown, mild flavor. Primula, Norway. A blend of French Brie and Petit Gruyere, mild table cheese imitates in Norway, sold in small packages. Danish Appetizers is similar, but with caraway added. Processed USA. From here around the world, natural cheese melted and modified by emulsification with a harmless agent and thus changed into a plastic mass. Promessi, Italy. Small soft cream cheese. Provatura, Italy. A water buffalo variety. This type of milk makes a good beginning for a fine cheese, no matter how it is made. Provenance, France. Port Salut from the Trappist monastery at Brie, Quebec. Provole, Provolone, Provolocine, Provolocini, Provoletti, and Provolino, Italy. All are types, shapes, and sizes of Italy's most widely known and appreciated cheese. It is almost as widely but badly imitated in the USA, where the final E and I are interchangeable. Cured in string nets that stay on permanently to hang decoratively in the home kitchen or dining room. Like straw Chianti bottles, provolones weigh from boccioni, mouthful, about 1 pound to 2 to 4 pounds. There are 3 to 5 pound provoletti, and upward with huge salamis and giants. Small ones come ball, pear, apple, and all sorts of decorative shapes. Big ones become monumental sculptures that are works of art to compare with butter and soap modeling. Pâté, lait, or fromage cuit, Lorraine, France. Cooked cheese worked with white wine instead of milk and potted. Point Macquarie, Flanders. The most candidly named cheese in existence. In season from November to June. Pultost or Knaust, Norway. Sour milk with some buttermilk, farm made in mountains. Puštador, Hungary. Semi-hard Limburger Romadur type. Full flavor, high scent. Pyrenees, Fromage de, France. A fine mountain variety. Q. Quartiolo, Italy. Term used to distinguish Parmesan-type cheese made between September and November. Kakek, Macedonia, Greece. Sheep eaten both fresh and ripened. Cargill. See Olmutzer. Quartirolo, Italy. Soft cow's milk. Queijos. Cheeses of the Azores, Brazil, and Portugal. See under their local or regional names. Almetejo, Azeitão, Cardiga, Ilha, Prato, and Serra da Estrella. Queso añejo, Mexico. White, dry skim milk. Queso de bola, Mexico. Whole milk, similar to Edam. Queso de caballo, Venezuela. Pear-shaped cheese. Quesos cheeses, Blanco, cartera, and palma metida. See Venezuela. Queso de cincho, Venezuela. Hard, round, orange balls weighing 4 pounds and wrapped in palm leaves. Queso de crema, Costa Rica. Similar to soft brick. Queso de hoja, leaf cheese, Puerto Rico. Named from its appearance when cut, like leaves piled on top of each other. Queso de mano, Venezuela. Aromatic, sharp, in 4-ounce packages. Queso de país, Queso de la tierra, Puerto Rico. White, pressed, semi-soft, consumed locally. Queso de prensa, Puerto Rico. The name means pressed cheese. It is eaten either fresh or after ripening 2 or 3 months. Queso de puna, Puerto Rico. Like U.S. cottage or Dutch cheese, eaten fresh. Queso de taparra, Venezuela. Made in Carora, near Barquisimeto, called taparra from the shape and tough skin of that local gourd. It is very good fresh, but by the time it arrives in Carora, it is often bad and dry. DKK in Bueno Provecho. Queso fresco, El Salvador. Cottage cheese type. Queville. See Chapter 3. Queiras. See Champollion. End of Chapter 21. Recording by Ryan DeRamos. DeRamosMedia.com.
Chapter 22 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan DeRamos. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 22. R. Rabassal, Coimbra, Portugal. Semi-soft, sheep or goat, thick, round, 4 to 5 inches in diameter. Pleasantly oily if made from sheep milk. Rabbit cheese, USA. A playful name for cheddar 2 to 3 years old. Radiner, Germany. Hard skim similar to Emmentaler, made in Mecklenburg. 16 by 4 inches, weight 32 pounds. Radolf Seller cream. Germany, Switzerland, Austria. Similar to Münster. Ragnit, see Tilsit. Ramkasa, Algawa, German. Cream. Rainbow, Mexico. Mild, mellow. Ramado, Belgium. Soft, sweet cream formed in cubes. Similar to Hervé. Ramel or Ramel, England. Andre Simon calls this the best cheese made in Dorsetshire. Also called Ramilk, because made from whole or raw milk. Practically unobtainable today. Rangiport, France. A good imitation of Port Salut, made in Seine-et-Oise. Rarouche Durmar, Turkey. Brittle, mellow, nutty. Racherkäse, the name for all smoked cheese in Germanic countries where it is very popular. Raviggiolo, Tuscany, Italy. Ewe's milk, uncooked, soft, sweet, creamy. Rayon or Rapper, Switzerland. A blind Emmentaler called Rayon is shipped young to Italy, where it is hardened by aging and then sold as râpeur for grating and seasoning. Reblochon or Roblochon, Savoy. Sheep, soft, whole milk, in season from October to June. Weight 1 to 2 pounds. A cooked cheese imitated as Brizecon in the same section. Récollet de Gérardmer, Vosges, France. A harvest variety similar to Géromé, made from October to April. Red, Russia. See Livlander. Red Balls, Dutch. See Edam. Reggiano. See Grana. Reggianito, Argentine. Italian Reggiano type, with a name of its own, for it is not a mere imitation in this land of rich milk and extra fine cheeses. Reichkäse, German, patriotically hailed as cheese of the empire, when Germany had one. Reindeer, Lapland, Iceland, Sweden, Norway. In all far northern lands a type of Swiss is made from reindeer milk. It is lightly salted, very hard, and the Lapland production is curiously formed, like a dumbbell with angular instead of round ends. Relish cream cheese, USA. Mixed with any piquant relish and eaten fresh. Remoudon or Fromage Piquant, Belgium. The two names combine in reground piquant cheese, and that's what it is. The season is winter, from November to June. Requeijão, Portugal and Brazil. Recooked. Resurrection, see Welsh. Rhubarbe, France. A type of Roquefort, which, in spite of its name, is no relation to the pie plant. Rices, see Champenois. Ricotta Romano, Italy. Soft and fresh. The best is made from sheep buttermilk. Creamy, piquant, with subtle fragrance. Eaten with sugar and cinnamon, sometimes with a dusting of powdered coffee. Ricotta, Italy and USA. Fresh, moist, unsalted cottage cheese for sandwiches, salads, lasagna, Blintzes, and many Italian dishes. It is also mixed with marsala and rum and relished for dessert. Ricotta may be had in every little Italy, some of it very well made, and unfortunately, some of it a poor substitute whey cheese. Ricotta salata, hard, grayish white. Although its flavor is milk, it is too hard and too salty for eating as is, and is mostly used for grating. Risengeberg, Bohemia. Semi-soft, goat or cow, delicate flavor lightly smoked in Bohemia's northern mountains. Rinnen, Germany. This traditional Pomeranian sour milk, caraway-seeded variety is named from the wooden trough in which it is laid to drain. Riola, Normandy, France. Soft, sheep or goat, sharp, resembles Mont d'Or, but takes longer to ripen, 2 to 3 months. Robiole, Robiola, Robiolini, Lombardy, Italian. Very similar to Crescenza, C. Alpine winter cheese of fine quality. The form is circular and flat, weighing from 8 ounces to 2 pounds, while Robiolini, the baby of the family, tips the scale at just under 4 ounces. Roblochon, Le. Same as Reblochon. A delicious form of it is made of half-dried sheep's milk in Le Grand Bornand. Rocamadir, Limousin, France. Tiny sheep milk cheese weighing 2 ounces. In season November to May. Rocroi, France, from the Champagne district. Rokadur, Yugoslavia. Imitation Roquefort. Roll, England. Hard cylinder, 8 by 9 inches, weighing 20 pounds. Royal or Rigolo, Picardy and Montdidier, France. Soft fermented mold inoculated, resembles Brie and Camembert, but much smaller, in season October to May. This is Picardy's one and only cheese. Roma, Italy. Soft cream. Romadur, Romadura, and other national spellings. Germany, Austria, Hungary, Switzerland. The Great Limburger. The eating season is from November to April. It is not a summer cheese, especially in lands where refrigeration is scarce. Fine brands are exported to America from several countries. Romano, Romano Vacchino. Italy. Strong flavoring cheese like Parmesan and Pecorino. Romanello, USA. Similar to Romano Vacchino and Old Monterey Jack. Small grating cheese, cured 1 year. Roquefort, France. The king of cheeses, with its tingling Rabelaisian pungency. See Chapter 3. Roquefort cheese dressing, bottled, USA. Made with genuine imported Roquefort, but with cottonseed oil instead of olive, plain instead of wine vinegar, sugar, salt, paprika, mustard, flour, and spice oil. Roquefort de Corse, Corsica, France. This Corsican imitation is blue-colored and correctly made of sheep milk, but lacks the chalk caves of Auvergne for ripening. Roquefort de Tournemire, France. Another blue cheese of sheep milk from Languedoc, using the Royal Roquefort name. Rougerets lait, Lyonnais, France. A typical small goat cheese from Forez, in a section where practically every variety is made with goat milk. Rouennais, France. This specialty, named after its city, Rouen, is a winter cheese eaten from October to May. Round Dutch, Holland. An early name for Edam. Roux, le. Normandy, France. From the greatest of the cheese provinces, Normandy. Royal Brabant, Belgium. Whole milk, small Limburger type. Royal Sentry, Denmark. Processed Swiss, made in Denmark and shipped to Americans who haven't learned that a European imitation can be as bad as an American one. This particular pasteurized processed cheese spread puts its ingredients in finer type than any accident insurance policy. Samso, Danish Swiss cheese, cream, water, non-fat dry milk solids, cheese whey solids, and disodium phosphate. Ruffet, Fromage de Saintonge, France. Fresh, goat. Runesten, Denmark and USA. Similar to Hergardost. Small eyes. Wheel weighs about 3 pounds. Wrapped in red transparent film. Rush cream cheese. England and France. Not named from the rush in which many of our cheeses are made, but from the rush mats and nets some fresh cream cheeses are wrapped and sewed up in to ripen. According to an old English recipe, the curds are collected with an ordinary fish slice and placed in a rush shape, covered with a cloth when filled. Lay a half-pound weight in a saucer and set this on top of the strained curd for a few hours, and then increase the weight by about a half-pound. Change the cloths daily until the cheese looks mellow, then put into the rush shape with the fish slice. The formula in use in France, where willow heart-shaped baskets are sold for making this cheese, is as follows. Add 1 cup new warm milk to 2 cups freshly skimmed cream. Dissolve in this 1 teaspoon of fine sugar and 1 tablespoon common rennet or 30 drops of Hauser's extract of rennet. Let it remain in a warm place until curd sets. Rush and straw mats are easily made by cutting the straw into lengths and stringing them with a needle and thread. The mats or baskets should not be used a second time. S. Salandpfar or pressed toast. Sweden. Firm, sharp biting. Unique of its kind because it is made with whiskey as an ingredient and the finished product is also washed with whiskey. Saanen, Switzerland. Semi-hard and as mellow as all good Swiss cheese. This is the finest cheese in the greatest cheese land. And Emmentaler, known as Hartkäse, Rebkäse, and Walliskäse. It came to fame in the 16th century and has always fetched an extra price for its quality and age. It is cooked much drier in the making, so it takes longer to ripen and then keeps longer than any other. It weighs only 10 to 20 pounds, and the eyes are small and scarce. The average period needed for ripening is 6 years, but some take 9. Sage or green cheese, England. This is more of a cream cheese than a cheddar, as sage is in the USA. It is made by adding sage leaves and a greening to milk by the method described in Chapter 4. Saint-Afrique, Guyane, France. This gourmetic center, hard by the celebrated town of Roquefort, lives up to its reputation by turning out a toothsome goat cheese of local renown. We will not attempt to describe it further, since like most of the hosts of cheeses honored with the names of saints, it is seldom shipped abroad. Saint-Agathon, Brittany, France. Season October to July. Saint-Armand-Montrond, Berry, France. Made from goat's milk. Saint-Benoît, Luray, France. Soft olive type distinguished by charcoal being added to the salt rubbed on the outside of the finished cheese. It ripens in 12 to 15 days in summer and 18 to 20 in winter. It is about 6 inches in diameter. Saint-Cloud, Franche-Comté, France. Semi-hard blue goat, mellow, small, square, 1/4 to 1/2 pound. The curd is kept 5 to 6 hours only before salting and is then eaten fresh or put away to ripen. Saint-Cyr, Simon-d'Eau. Saint-Didier au Mont-d'Eau, Simon-d'Eau. Saint-Florentin, Burgundy, France. A lusty cheese, soft but salty, in season from November to July. Saint-Flour, Auvergne, France. Another seasonal specialty from this province of many cheeses. Saint-Gelais, Poitou, France. Made from goat's milk. Saint-Gervais, Paul de Crème, or Le Saint-Gervais, Cipoll de crème. Serré, si la mothe. C'est honoré, Nivernais, France. A small goat cheese. C'est Hubert, France. Similar to Brie. Saint Ivel, England. Fresh dairy cream cheese containing Lactobacillus acidophilus. Similar to the yogurt cheese of the USA, which is made with Bacillus bulgaricus. Saint-Laurent, Roussillon, France. Mountain sheep cheese. Saint-Lizier, Bion, France. A white curd cheese. Saint-Loup, Fromage de Poitou and Vendée, France. Half goat, half cow milk, in season February to September. Saint-Marcellin, Dauphine, France. One of the very best of all goat cheeses. 3 by 3/4 inches, weighing 1/4 of a pound. In season from March to December. Sometimes sheep milk may be added, even cows, but this is essentially a goat cheese. Saint-Moritz, Switzerland. Soft and tangy. Saint-Nectaire or Saint-Nectaire, Auvergne, France. Noted as one of the greatest of all French goat cheeses. Saint-Olivier, see Chapter 3. Saint-Pierre, Pouligny, see Pouligny, Saint-Pierre. Saint-Reine, see Alice. Saint-Remy, Fromage de Haute-Saône, France. Soft Pont-Lèvre type. Saint-Stefano, German. Bel Paese type. Saint-Winx, Flanders, France. The fromage of Saint Winx is a traditional leader in this Belgian border province, noted for its strong, spiced dairy products. Saint-Anne d'Auray, Brittany, France. A notable port salut made by Trappist monks. Saint-Marie, Franche-Comté, France. A creamy concoction worthy of its saintly name. Saint-Maur le, or Fromage de Saint-Maur de Touraine, France. Made in Touraine from May to November. Similar to Valence, Salamana, Southern Europe. Soft sheep's milk cheese stuffed into bladder-like sausage to ripen. It has authority and flavor when ready to spread on bread, or to mix with cornmeal and cook into a highly cheese-flavored porridge. Salame, France. Soft cream cheese stuffed into skins like salami sausages. Salami sausage style of packing cheese has always been common in Italy, from provolone down, and now, both as salami and links, it has become extremely popular for processed and cheese foods throughout America. Salé Bleu de France. One of the very good French blues. Saligny, Champagne, France. White cheese made from sheep's milk. Saloio, Lisbon, Portugal. An aromatic farm-made hand cheese of skim milk, short cylinder, 1½ to 2 inches in diameter, weighing 1/4 pound. Made near the capital Lisbon on many small farms. Salonite, Italy. Favorite of Emperor Augustus a couple of 1,000 years ago. Salty, Ireland. Firm, highly colored, tangy, boxed in half-pound slabs. The same as white thorn, except for the added color. White thorn is as white as its name implies. Salt-free cheese for diets. U.S. cottage, French fresh goat cheese, and Luxembourg Kochenkäse. Samsø, Denmark. Hard white, sharp, slightly powdery and sweetish. This is the pet cheese of Erik Blegvad, who illustrated this book. Sandwich nut, an American mixture of chopped nuts with cream cheese or Neufchâtel. Sapsago. See Chapter 3. Sardinia, Sardinia. A Romano-type cheese made in Sardinia. Sardinian, Sardinia, Italy. The typical hard grating cheese of this section of Italy. Sardo, Sardinia, Italy. Hard, sharp, for table and for seasoning. Imitated in the Argentine. There is also a pecorino named Sardo. Saraz, or Sarrazin. Vaud, Switzerland. Roquefort type. Sassenage, Dauphiny, France. Semi-hard, bluer and stronger than Stilton. This makes a French trio of blues with Septmoncel and Gex, all three of which are made with the 3 usual milks mixed: cow, goat, and sheep. A succulent fermented variety for which both Grenoble and Sassenage are celebrated. Satz, Germany. Hard cheese made in Saxony. Savoy, Savoie, France. Semi-soft, mellow, tangy Port-Salut, made by Trappist monks in Savoy. Sprins, Argentine. Hard, dry, nutty. Parmesan grating type. Scano, Abruzzi, Italy. Soft as butter, sheep, burnt taste, delicious with fruits. Blackened rind, deep yellow interior. Scarmorza or Scamorza, Italy. Hard buffalo milk, mild provolone type. Also called pear from being made in that shape, oddly enough also in pairs, tied together to hang from rafters on strings in ripening rooms or in the home kitchen. Fine when sliced thick and fried in olive oil. A specialty around Naples. Light tan-oiled rind, from 3½ by 5 inches in size. Imitated in Wisconsin and sold as pear cheese. Schafziger. See Chapter 3. Schafkäse, sheep cheese, Germany. Soft, part sheep milk, smooth and delightful. Schamser, or Rheinwald. Canton Graubünden, Switzerland. Large skim milker 18 by 5 inches, weighing 40 to 46 pounds. Schlicker Milch. This might be translated milk mud. It's another name for bloder. sour milk wattle cheese. Schlesische Sauermilchkäse, Silesia, Poland. Hard sour milker made like hand cheese. Laid on straw-covered shelves, dried by a stove in winter, and in open latticed sheds in summer. When very dry and hard, it is put to ripen in a cellar 3 to 8 weeks and washed with warm water 2 or 3 times a week. Schlesischer Weichquark, Silesia, Poland. Soft, fresh skim, sour curd broken up and cooked at 100 degrees for a short time. Lightly pressed in a cloth sack 24 hours, then kneaded and shaped by hand, as all hand cheeses are. Sometimes sharply flavored with onions or caraway. Eaten fresh before the strong hand cheese odor develops. Schlosskäse, or Bismarck. German. This castle cheese, also named for Bismarck and probably a favorite of his, together with Bismarck jelly donuts, is an aristocratic Limburger that served as a model for Liederkranz. Schmierkäse. German cottage cheese that becomes Smearcase in America. Schnitzelbankpot. See Liederkranz, Chapter 4. Schönland. German. Imitation of Italian Bel Paese. Also translated beautiful land. Schützenkäse. Austria. Romadur type. Small rectangular blocks weighing less than 4 ounces and wrapped in tin foil. Schottenzied. Alpine. The whey cheese made and consumed locally in the Alps. Schwarzenberger. Hungary and Bohemia. 1 part skim to 2 parts fresh milk. It takes 2 to 3 months to ripen. Schweizer Käse. Switzerland. German for Swiss cheese. See Emmentaler. Schweizerost Dansk. Danish Swiss cheese. Denmark. A popular Danish imitation of Swiss cheese that is nothing wonderful. Select brick. See Chapter 12. Sous Cher. Berry, France. A goat cheese eaten from February to September. Saint-Nectaire, Puy de Dôme, France. Soft, whole milk, cylindrical, weighing about 1½ pounds. Septmoncel, France. Semi-hard, skim, blue-veined, made of all 3 milks, cow, goat, and sheep. An excellent blue, ranked above Roquefort by some, and next to Stilton. Also called Jura Bleu, and a member of the triple milk triplets with Gex and Sassenage. Serbian, Serbia. Made most primitively by dropping heated stones into a kettle of milk over an open fire. After the rennet is added, the curd stands for an hour and is separated from the whey by being lifted in a cheesecloth and strained. It is finally put in a wooden vessel to ripen. First it is salted, then covered each day with whey for 8 days, and finally with fresh milk for 6. Syria also makes a cheese called Serbian from goat's milk. It is semi-soft. Serbian butter. See Kajmar. Serra da Estrella Queijo da. Cheese of the Star Mountain Range. Portugal. The finest of several superb mountain sheep cheeses in Portugal. Other milk is sometimes added, but sheep is standard. The milk is coagulated by an extract of thistle or cardoon flowers in 2 to 6 hours. It is ripened in circular forms for several weeks and marketed in rounds averaging 5 pounds, about 10 by 2 inches. The soft paste inside is pleasantly oily and delightfully acid. Sharp-flavored cheese. U.S. aged cheddars, including Monterey Jack, Italian Romano Fettuccine, Old Asiago, Gorgonzola, Incanestrado, and Caciocavallo, Spanish de Fontine, aged Romanian Cascaval. Shepherd, see Chapter 2. Silesian, Poland and Germany. White, mellow, caraway added, imitated in the USA. See Schlesischer. Sear cheeses. In Yugoslavia, Montenegro, and adjacent lands, sir or sir means cheese. Mostly this type is made of skimmed sheep milk and has small eyes or holes. A sharp taste and resemblance to both American Brick and Limburger. They are much fewer than the Saint cheeses in France. Sir is Miezina, Dalmatia, Yugoslavia. Primitively made by heating skim sheep milk in a bottle over an open fire, coagulating it quickly with pig or calf rennet, breaking up the curd with a wooden spoon and stirring it by hand over the fire. Pressed into forms 8 inches square and 2 inches thick, it is dried for a day and either eaten fresh or cut into cubes, salted, packed in green sheep or goat hides, and put away to ripen. Sirmastni, Montenegro. Fresh sheep milk. Sirpostni, Montenegro. Hard, skim sheep milk, white with many small holes. Also answers to the names of Tord and Mirzav. Sir Twitter. See Twitter Zir. Zir Varzhavsky. See Varzhavsky Zir. Siraz, Serbia. Semi-soft whole milk. Mellow. Skyr, Iceland. The one standard cheese of the country. A cross between Devonshire cream and cream cheese, eaten with sugar and cream. It is very well liked and filling, so people are apt to take too much. A writer on the subject gives this bit of useful information for travelers. It is not advisable, however, to take coffee and skyr together just before riding, as it gives you diarrhea. Slipcote or Colwick, England. Soft, unripened, small, white, rich as butter. The curd is put in forms 6 by 2 inches for the whey to drain away. When firm, it is placed between cabbage leaves to ripen for a week or two, and when it is taken from the leaves, the skin or coat becomes loose and easily slips off, hence the name. In the middle of the 18th century, it was considered the best cream cheese in England, and was made then, as today, in Wissenden, Rutlandshire. Small toast, Sweden. Soft and melting. Smearcase. Old English corruption of German Schmierkäse. long used in America for cottage cheese. Smoked block, Austria. A well-smoked cheese in block form. Smoked mozzarella. See mozzarella affumicata. Smoked Szekely, Hungary. Soft sheep, packed like sausage in skins or bladders and smoked. Smokelet, Norway. A small smoked cheese. Soaked curd cheese. See washed curd cheese. Sorbet, Champagne, France. Semi-hard whole milk, fermented, yellow with reddish-brown rind. Full flavor, high smell. Similar to Maroilles in taste and square shape, but smaller. Sorte Maggenga and Sorte Vermenga. Two sorts of Italian Parmesan. Sous-Maitron, Fromage de France. Soft, fine, strong variety from Upper Burgundy. Soybean, China. Because this cheese is made of vegetable milk and often developed with a vegetable rennet, it is rated by many as a regular cheese. But our Occidental kind with animal milk and rennet is never eaten by Chinese, and the mere mention of it has been known to make them shiver. Spalen, or Stringer, Switzerland. A small Emmentaler of fine reputation made in the canton of Unterwalden from the whole and partly skimmed milk, and named from the vessel in which 5 or 6 are packed and transported together. Sperrkäse, sea dry. Spiced, international. Many a bland cheese is saved from oblivion by the addition of spice, to give it zest. 1 or more spices are added in the making and thoroughly mixed with the finished product, so the cheese often takes the name of the spice. Cuminos or Comennost for cumin, caraway in English and several other languages, among them Kümmel, Nokelost, and Leyden, Friesen clove, and Nagelkäse. Sage, thyme, cloverleaf, sapsago, whole black pepper, pepato, etc. Spiced and spiced spreads, USA. Government standards for spiced cheeses and spreads specify not less than 1½ ounces of spice to 100 pounds of cheese. Spiced fondue. See Vacherin Fondue, France. Spitzkäse, Germany. Small cylinder, 4 by 1½ inches. Caraway spiced, Limburger like. See Backsteiner. Spolsy, Italy. Soft, small, cream. Spra, Greek. Sharp and pleasantly salty. Packed fresh from the brine bath in 1-pound jars. As tasty as all Greek cheeses, because they are made principally from sheep milk. Stangenkäse, Germany. Limburger type. Steinkäse, USA. Aromatic, piquant stone. A beer stein accompaniment well made after the old German original. Steinbücher Käse, German. Semi-hard, firm, full cream, mildly sour and pungent. Brick forms, reddish and buttery. Originated in Frankfurt. Highly thought of at home but little known abroad. Steppe, Russia, Germany, Austria, Denmark. German colonists made and named this in Russia. Rich and mellow, it tastes like Tilsiter and is now made in Denmark for export, as well as in Germany and Austria for home consumption. Stilton, see Chapter 3. Stirred curd cheese, USA. Similar to Cheddar, but more granular, softer in texture, and marketed younger. Stracchino, Italy. Soft goat, fresh cream, winter, light yellow, very sharp, rich and pungent. Made in many parts of Italy and eaten sliced, never grated. A fine cheese of which Taleggio is the leading variety. See Chapter 3. Also see Certoso Stracchino. Stracchino Crescenza is an extremely soft and highly colored member of this distinguished family. Stravecchio, Italy. Well aged according to the name, creamy and mellow. Stringer. See Spalen. Styria, Austria. Whole milk, cylindrical form. Suffolk, England. An old-timer seldom seen today. Stony hard, horny flat milk, cartwheels locally nicknamed Bang. Never popular anywhere, it has stood more abuse than Limburger, not for its smell but for its flinty hardness. Hunger will break through stone walls and anything except Suffolk cheese. Those that made me were uncivil, for they made me harder than the devil. Knives won't cut me, fire won't sweat me, dogs bark at me, but you can't eat me. Surati, Paneer, India. Buffalo milk, uncolored. Suraz, Serbia. Semi-hard and semi-soft. Svekjaost, Sweden. A national pride named for its country. Swedish cheese to match Swiss cheese and Dutch cheese. It comes in 3 qualities: full cream, 3/4 cream, and half cream. Soft, rich, ready to eat at 6 weeks and won't keep past 6 months. A wholehearted, whole milk, wholesome cheese named after the country rather than a part of it, as most osts are. Sweet curd, USA. Hard cheddar, differing in that the milk is set sweet and the curd cooked firmer and faster, salted and pressed at once. When ripe, however, it is hardly distinguishable from the usual cheddar made by the granular process. Swiss, USA. In 1845, emigrants from Galrus, Switzerland, founded New Galrus, Wisconsin, and after failing at farming due to cinch bugs gobbling their crops, they turned to cheese making and have been at it ever since. American Swiss, known long ago as picnic cheese, has been their standby, and only in recent years these Wisconsin Schweizers have had competition from Ohio and other states who turn out the typical cartwheels, which still look like the genuine imported Emmentaler. Szekely, Transylvania, Hungary. Soft, sheep, packed in links of bladders and sometimes smoked. This is the type of foreign cheese that set the popular style for American processed links, with wine flavors and everything. End of chapter 21. Recording by Ryan DeRamos. DeRamosMedia.com. Chapter 23 of the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan DeRamos. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. Chapter 23. Tea. Tafel, table, tafelost. Denmark. A Danish brand name for an ordinary slicing cheese. Toffee, Argentina, made in the rich province of Tucumán. Tevier Le Petit Fromage de Périgord, France. A very small and tasty goat cheese. Taleggio, Lombardy, Italy. Soft, whole milk, Stracchino type. Taillon, France. Goat. Tamier, France. Port Salut, made by Trappist monks at Savoy from their method that is more or less a trade secret. Tome de Beaumont is an imitation produced not far away. Tanzenberger, Carinthia, Austria. Limburger type. Tofu or tofu. China, Japan, and the Orient. Soybean curd or cheese made from the milk of soybeans. The beans are ground and steeped, made into a paste that's boiled so the starch dissolves with the casein. After being strained off, the milk is coagulated with a solution of gypsum. This is then handled in the same way as animal milk in making ordinary cow milk cheeses. After being salted and pressed in molds, it is ready to be warmed up and added to soups and cooked dishes, as well as being eaten as is. Teleme, Romania. Similar to brinza and sometimes called branza de Bralia, made of sheep's milk and rapidly ripened, so it is ready to eat in 10 days. Terzolo, Italy. Term used to designate Parmesan-type cheese made in winter. Tête à tête, tête de Maure, Moor's Head, France. Round in shape, French name for Dutch Edam. Tête de Mont, Monk's Head, France. A soft head weighing 10 to 20 pounds. Creamy, tasty, summer Swiss imitated in Jura, France, and also called Béarlais. Tête de Mont, see fromage gras for this death's head. The tempting cheese of Fyvie, Scotland. Something on the order of Eve's apple, according to the Scottish rhyme that exposes it. The first love token ye gave me was the tempting cheese of Fyvie. Oh, why be to the tempting cheese of Fyvie? Got me forsake my own good man, and follow a footman laddie. Texel, sheep's milk made of 3 or 4 pounds, made on the island of Texel, off the coast of the Netherlands. Thenay, Vendôme, France. Resembles Camembert and Vendôme. Thion, Switzerland. A fine Emmentaler. 3 Counties, Ireland. An undistinguished cheddar named for the 3 counties that make most of the Irish cheese. Thuringia Caraway, Germany. A hand cheese spiked with caraway. Thyme, Syria. Soft and mellow with the contrasting pungence of thyme. 2 other herbal cheeses are flavored with thyme, both French. Fromage Fort 2, Hazebrook 2. Tibet, Tibet. The small, hard, grating cheeses named after the country Tibet are of sheep's milk, in cubes about 2 inches on all sides. with holes to string them through the middle, 50 to 100 on each string. They suggest Chinese strings of cash and doubtless served as currency, in the same way as Chinese cheese money. See under money. Tignard, Savoy, France. Hard sheep or goat, blue-veined, sharp, tangy, from the Tignes Valley in Savoy, similar to Gex, Sassenage, and Septmoncel. Tijuana, Mexico. Hard, sharp, biting, named from the border racetrack town. Tillamook, see Chapter 4. Tilsit or Tilsiter Käse, also called Ragnit, Germany. This classical variety of East Prussia is similar to American brick, made of whole milk with many small holes that give it an open texture, as in Port Salut, which it also resembles, although it is stronger and coarser. Old Tilsiter is something special in aromatic tang, and attempts to imitate it are made around the world. One of them, Ovar, is such a good copy it is called Hungarian Tilsit. There are American, Danish, and Canadian, even Swiss, imitations. The genuine Tilsit has been well described as forthright in flavor, a good snack cheese, but not suitable for elegant postprandial dallying. Tilziski, Yugoslavia, a Montenegrin imitation Tilsiter. Thon de Beaumont, France, whole cow's milk. Thon la, Auvergne, France. Also called Fourme, Cantal, or Fromage de Cantal, a kind of cheddar that comes from Ambert, Aubrac, Aurelia, Grand Murau, Roche, Salers, etc. Thon de Chevet, Savoy, France. Soft goat cheese. Thon de Savoie, France. Soft paste goat or cow. Others in the same category are Thom de Biagu, Thom au Fenouil, Thom Dodon. Tommeliten Gruyère, Norway. Imitation of French Gruyère in 2.5-ounce packages. Topf or Topfkäse, Germany. A cooked cheese to which Pennsylvania pot is similar. Sour skim milk cheese, eaten fresh and sold in packages of 1 ounce. When cured, it is flaky. Toscano or Pecorino Toscano, Tuscany, Italy. Sheep's milk cheese like Romano, but softer and therefore used as a table cheese. Toscanello, Tuscany, Italy. A smaller edition of Toscano. Tuareg, Berber, Africa. Skim milk often curdled with kururu leaves. The soft curd is then dipped out onto mats like pancake batter and sun-dried for 10 days or placed by fire for 6 with frequent turning. Very hard and dry and never salted. Made from Lake Chad to the Barbary States by Berber tribes. Tour Eiffel, Berry, France. Besides naming this berry cheese, Tour Eiffel serves as a picturesque label and trademark for a brand of camembert. Touloumisio, Greece, similar to feta. Tournette, France. small goat cheese. Tourne de Chèvre, Dauphine, France, goat cheese. Trat, la, or Oka, Canada, truly fine Port Salut, named for the Trappist order and its Canadian monastery. Trappist, see Chapter 3. Trappist, Yugoslavia. Trappist Port Salut imitation. Trauben, grape, Switzerland. Swiss or Gruyère aged in Swiss Neuchâtel wine and so named for the grape. Travnik, Travniki, Albania, Russia, Yugoslavia. Soft sheep whole milk with a little goat, sometimes and occasionally skim milk. More than a century of success in Europe, Turkey, and adjacent lands, where it is also known as Arnauten, Arnautski Sir, and Vlasic. When fresh, it is almost white and has a mild, pleasing taste. It ripens to a stronger flavor in from 2 weeks to several months, and is not so good if holes should develop in it. The pure sheep milk type, when aged, is characteristically oily and sharp. Trás-os-Montes, Portugal. Soft, sheep, oily, rich, sapid. For city tourophiles, nostalgically named from the mountains. All sheep cheese is oily, some of it a bit muttony, but none of it at all tallowy. Trecce, Italy. Small braided cheese, eaten fresh. Triple Aurore, France. Normandy cheese in season all the year around. True, France. Made and consumed in Touraine from May to January. Trouville, France. Soft, fresh, whole milk. Pont l'Evêque, type of superior quality. Troyes, Fromage de. See Barbary and Irvy. Truckles, England. Number 1, Wiltshire, England. Skimmed milk. Blue-veined variety like Blue Vinny. The quaint word is the same as used in truckle or trundle bed. On Shrove Monday, Wiltshire kids went from door to door singing for a handout. Pray dame something, an apple or a dumpling, or a piece of truckle cheese of your own making. Number 2, local name in the west of England for a full cream cheddar put up in loaves. Tshil, Armenia. Also known as leaf, telpanir, and zvirn. Skim milk of either sheep or cows, made into cakes and packed in skins in a land where wine is drunk from skin canteens, often with Tshil. Toul de Flandre, France. A type of Maroilles. Tullum Penny, Turkey. Salty from being soaked in brine. Tuna, prickly pear, Mexico. Not an animal milk cheese, but a vegetable one, made by boiling and straining the pulp of the cactus-like prickly pear fruit to cheese-like consistency. It is chocolate color and sharp, piquantly pleasant when hard and dry. It is sometimes enriched with nuts, spices, and or flowers. It will keep for a very long time and has been a dessert or confection in Mexico for centuries. Tuscano, Italy. Semi-hard, cream color, a sort of Tuscany Parmesan. Twider Sir, Serbia. Semi-soft, sheep skim milk cheese with small holes and a sharp taste, pressed in forms 2 by 10 to 12 inches in diameter. Similar to Brick or Limburger. Twin cheese, USA. Outstanding American cheddar marketed by Joannes Brothers, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Tvorog, Russia. Semi-hard, sour milk farm, not factory made. It is used in the cheese bread called notruschki. Tybo, Denmark. Made in Copenhagen from pasteurized skim milk. Tyrol Sour, German. A typical Tyrolean hand cheese. Tizgone, Dalmatia. The opposite number of Tzigen, just below. Ziegenkäse, Austria. Semi-soft, skimmed sheep, goat, or cow milk. White, sharp and salty, originated in Dalmatia. Urda, Romania. Creamy, sweet, mild. Uri, Switzerland. Hard, brittle, white, tangy. Made in the canton of Uri. 8 by 8 to 12 inches. Weight 20 to 40 pounds. Urseren, Switzerland. Mild flavored, cooked curd. Urt, Fromage de. Soft Port-Salut type of the Basque country. Vacherin, France and Switzerland. 1. Vacherin Allemagne, Savoy, France. Firm, leathery rind, soft interior like Brie or Camembert, round 5 to 6 by 12 inches in diameter. Made in summer to eat in winter. When fully ripe, it is almost a cold version of the great dish called fondue. Inside the hard rind container is a velvety, spicy, aromatic cream, more runny than Brie, so it can be eaten with a spoon, dunked in, or spread on bread. The local name is Thon de Montaigu. 2. Vacherin Fondue, or spiced fondue, Switzerland. Although called fondue from being melted, the number 1 Vacherin comes much closer to our conception of the dish fondue, which we spell with an E. Vacherin number 2 might be called a recooked and spice Emmentaler, for the original cheese is made and ripened about the same as the Swiss classic, and is afterward melted, spiced, and reformed into Vacherin. Val d'Andorre, Fromage doux. Andorra, France. Sheep milk. Val de Blois, Le. Nice, France. Hard dried small alpine goat cheese. Valençay or Fromage de Valençay. Touraine, France. Soft cream goat milk similar to Saint-Maur. In season from May to December. This was a favorite with Francis I. Valio, Finland. 1 ounce wedges, 6 to a box. Labeled pasteurized processed Swiss cheese. Made by the Cooperative Butter Export Association, Helsinki, Finland, to sell to North Americans to help them forget what real cheese is. Velsik, Albania. Crumbly and sharp. Varalpenland, Germany. Alpine, piquant, strong in flavor and smell. Varennes, Fromage de, France. Soft, fine, strong variety from Upper Burgundy. Västerbottenost, West Bothnia. Slow maturing, 1 to 1.5 years in ripening to a pungent, almost bitter taste. Västgötaost, West Gothland, Sweden. Semi-hard, sweet and nutty. Takes a half year to mature. Weight 20 to 30 pounds. Vendôme Fromage de France. Hard sheep, round and flat, like La Cendrée in being ripened under ashes. There is also a soft Vendôme, sold mostly in Paris. Veneto, Venezia, Italy. Parmesan type, similar to Asiago, usually sharp. Vic en Bigorre, France. Winter cheese of Bayonne, in season October to May. Victoria, England. The brand name of a cream cheese made in Guilford. Ville-Saint-Jacques, France. Ile-de-France, winter specialty in season from November to May. Villiers, France. Soft 1-pound squares made in Haut-Marne. Viry-Vory or Very, France. Fresh cream cheese. Viterbo, Italy. Sheep milk usually curdled with wild artichoke, Cynara scolimus. Strong grating and seasoning type of the Parmesan Romano Pecorino family. Vise, Greece. Ewe's milk, suitable for grating. Voide, Meurthe, France. Soft associate of Pont-l'Evêque and Limburger. Volvetkaas, Holland. The name means full cream cheese, and that, according to law, has 45% fat in the dry product. See Gras. Vorarlberg sour milk. Greasy. Hard, greasy, semicircular form of different sizes with extra strong flavor and odor. The name indicates that it is made of sour milk. Vory, le, France. Fresh cream variety like Neufchâtel and Petit Suisse. W. Warszawski Syr, Poland. Semi-hard, fine, nutty flavored. Named for the capital city of Poland. Warwickshire, England. Derbyshire type. Washed curd cheese, USA. Similar to cheddar, the curd is washed to remove acidity and any abnormal flavors. Wedesselborg, Denmark. A mild full cream loaf of Danish blue that can be very good if fully ripened. Weissschmiere, Bavaria, Germany. Similar to Weißlacher, a slow ripening variety that takes 4 months. Weißlacher, white lacquer. Bavaria. Soft, piquant, semi-sharp, Algar type, put up in cylinders and rectangles, 4.5 by 4 by 3.5, weighing 2.5 pounds. One of Germany's finest soft cheeses. Welsh cheeses. The words Welsh and cheese have become synonyms down the ages. Welsh cheeses can be attractive. The pale, mild Caerphilly was famous at one time, and nowadays has usually a factory flavor. A soft cream cheese can be obtained at some farms, and sometimes holds the same delicate melting sensuousness that is found in the poems of John Keats. The resurrection cheese of Llanfihangel, Abercorn, is no longer available, at least under that name. This cheese was so called because it was pressed by gravestones taken from an old church that had fallen into ruins. Often enough the cheeses would be inscribed with wording such as "Here lies Blodwen Evans, aged 72. From My Wales, by Rhys Davies. Wensleydale, England. 1. England, Yorkshire. Hard, blue-veined, double cream, similar to Stilton. This production of the medieval town of Wensleydale in the Ure Valley is also called Yorkshire Stilton and is in season from June to September. It is put up in the same cylindrical form as Stilton, but smaller. The rind is corrugated from the way the wrapping is put on. 2. White, flat-shaped, eaten fresh, made mostly from January through the spring, skipping the season when the greater number 1 is made, throughout the summer, and beginning to be made again in the fall and winter. Werder, Elbinger, and Niederungsgasse. West Prussia. Semi-soft, cow's milker, mildly acid, shaped like Gouda. West Frisian, Netherlands. Skim milk cheese eaten when only a week old. The honored antiquity of it is preserved in the anonymous English couplet. Good bread, good butter, and good cheese is good English and good Frise. Westphalia sour milk, or Brioler, Germany. Sour milk hand cheese kneaded by hand. Butter and or egg yolk is mixed in with salt and either pepper or caraway seeds. Then the richly colored curd is shaped by hand into small balls or rolls of about 1 pound. It is dried for a couple of hours before being put down cellar to ripen. The peculiar flavor is due partly to the seasonings and partly to the curd being allowed to putrefy a little, like Limburger, before pressing. This sour milker is as celebrated as Westphalian raw ham. It is so soft and fat it makes a sumptuous spread, similar to Tilsit and Brinza. It was named Brioler from the Gut Brioler Inn, where it was perfected by the owner, Frau Westphal, well over a century ago. The English sometimes miscall it Bristol, from a Hobson-Jobson of the name Briol. Whale cheese, USA. In The Cheddar Box, Dean Collins tells of an ancient legend in which the whales came into Tillamook Bay to be milked, and he poses a possible origin of some waxy fossilized deposits along the shore as petrified whale milk cheese made by the Aboriginal Indians after milking the whales. White, Fromage Blanc, France. Skim milk summer cheese made in many parts of the country and eaten fresh, with or without salt. White cheddar, USA. Any cheddar that isn't colored with annatto is known as white cheddar. Green Bay brand is a fine example of it. White Gorgonzola. This type without the distinguishing blue veins is little known outside of Italy, where it is highly esteemed. See Gorgonzola. White Stilton, England. This white form of England's royal blue cheese lacks the aristocratic veins that are really as green as Ireland's flag. Whitethorn, Ireland. Firm, white, tangy, half-pound slabs, boxed. Saltee is the same, except that it is colored. Wilstermarschkäse, Holsteiner Marsch, Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. Semi-hard, full cream, rapidly cured. Tilsit type, very fine, made at Itzehoe. Wiltshire or Wilts, England. A Derbyshire type of sharp cheddar popular in Wiltshire. See North Wilts. Wisconsin factory cheeses, USA. Have the date of manufacture stamped on the rind, indicating by the age whether the flavor is mild, mellow, nippy, or sharp. American cheddar requires 8 months to a year to ripen properly, but most of it is sold green when far too young. Notable Wisconsiners are Loaf, Limburger, Redskin, and Swiss. Withania, India. Cow taboos affect the cheese making in India, and in place of rennet from calves, a vegetable rennet is made from Withania berries. This names a cheese of agreeable flavor when ripened, but unfortunately it becomes acrid with age. Why? Yogurt or yogurt, USA. Made with Bacillus bulgaricus that develops the acidity of the milk. It is similar to the English Saint Ivel. York, York curd, and Cambridge York, England. A high-grade cream cheese similar to Slipcote, both of which are becoming almost extinct since World War II. Also, this type is too rich to keep any length of time and is sold on the straw mat on which it is cured for local consumption. Yorkshire Stilton, Cotherstone, England. This Stilton, made chiefly at Cotherstone, develops with age a fine internal fat, which makes it so extra juicy that it's a general favorite with English epicures who like their game well hung. York State, USA. Short for New York State, the most venerable of our cheddars. Young America, USA. A mild, young, yellow cheddar. Yo-Yo, USA. Copying pear and apple-shaped balls of Italian provolone hanging on strings, a New York cheesemonger put out a cheddar on a string, shaped like a yo-yo. Z. Ziegel, Austria. Whole milk or whole milk with cream added, aged only 2 months. Ziegenkäse, Germany. A general name in Germanic lands for cheeses made of goat's milk. Altenburger is a leader among Ziegenkäse. Zieger. 1. This whey product is not a true cheese, but a cheap form of food made in all countries of Central Europe and called albumin cheese, requit, ricotta, broccio, brocotta, serac, seraci, etc. Some are flavored with cider and others with vinegar. There is also a whey bread. 2. Similar to Corsican broccio, and made of sour sheep milk instead of whey, sometimes mixed with sugar into small cakes. Zips. See Brinza. Zomma. Turkey. Similar to Caciocavallo. Zwirn. See Tschil. End of chapter 21. Recording by Ryan de Ramos. DeRamosMedia.com.
About the author, from the Complete Book of Cheese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown. About the author. Bob Brown, after living 30 years in as many foreign lands, and enjoying countless national cheeses at the source, returned to New York and summed them all up in this book. Born in Chicago, he was graduated from Oak Park High School and entered the University of Wisconsin at the exact moment when a number of imported Swiss professors in this great dairy state began teaching their students how to hole an Emmentaler. After majoring in beer and free lunch from Milwaukee to Munich, Bob celebrated the end of Prohibition with a book called Let There Be Beer, and then decided to write another about beer's best friend, cheese. But first he collaborated with his mother Cora and wife Rose on the wine cookbook, still in print after nearly 25 years. This first manual on the subject in America paced a baker's dozen food and drink books, including America Cooks, 10,000 Snacks, Fish and Seafood, and the South American Cookbook. For 10 years he published his own weekly magazines in Rio de Janeiro, Mexico City, and London. In the decade before that, from 1907 to 1917, he wrote more than 1,000 short stories and serials under his full name, Robert Carlton Brown. One of his first books, What Happened to Mary, became a bestseller and was the first 5-reel movie. This put him in Who's Who in his early 20s. In 1928 he retired to write and travel. After a couple of years spent in collecting books and bibelots throughout the Orient, he settled down in Paris with the expatriate group of Americans and invented the reading machine for their delectation. Nancy Cunard published his Words, and Harry Crosby printed 1450 to 1950 at the Black Sun Press, while in Cannes-sur-Mer, Bob had his own imprint, Roving Eye Press, that turned out Demonics, Gems, a censored anthology, Globe Gliding, and Readies for Bob Brown's Machine, with contributions by Gertrude Stein, Ezra Pound, Kay Boyle, James D. Farrell, et al. The Depression drove him back to New York, but a decade later he returned to Brazil, that had long been his home away from home. There he wrote The Amazing Amazon with his wife Rose, making a total of 30 books bearing his name. After the death of his wife and mother, Bob Brown closed their mountain home in Petropolis, Brazil, and returned to New York, where he remarried and now lives in the Greenwich Village of his freelancing youth. With him came the family's working library in a score of trunks and boxes that formed the basis of a mail-order book business in which he specializes today in food, drink, and other out-of-the-way items. End of About the Author. End of The Complete Book of Cheese by Robert Carlton Brown.